Bob Thompson. I was one of the, I guess, original creatives in the room when... Hi, I'm Bob Thompson. I was one of the, I guess, original creatives in the room when BIONICLE was first conceived. There was, I think, 4 of us on that fateful day in Copenhagen. My job on the early days of BIONICLE was to be, I guess, what in television you'd call the showrunner. So my job was to bring the story together, make sure it was consistent, make sure it was delivered across all the different platforms, and you know, just be the controlling mind behind the story Bible.
Hello, my name is Emily, and this is a special video I made. Bob Thompson was the head of character and story development for LEGO Media International at the time BIONICLE was first conceived through early 2005. During that time, he was a driving force behind the shape and direction of the BIONICLE story. I spoke with him about his professional background, his approach to telling a multimedia story in a time that was a newer concept, and about some of the lingering mysteries from the stories he told. Please enjoy. I know you worked at the BBC for like 7 or 8 years, right? Was that like your
Yeah.
first stuff you did in the industry? Is that where you got your start?
Yeah, I did a couple of other sort of weird random jobs before going to the BBC. I guess lots of graduates do. They have. I worked briefly in banking, construction, and
wow. Okay.
and delivering edit suites in a van. And then I got into the BBC on their kind of training program, which was great, and that got me to go around the BBC, just working in lots of random, different departments. So it was kind of exciting times. I got to discover what I liked about the film and TV business. I think it's a great opportunity, and I don't think enough companies give graduates the chance to go and experience lots of different places earlier in their career, because it gives you a more rounded outlook on the world. So I was really, really fortunate. I did some really small, not particularly important creatively bits, but for me really useful. So I got to work on a couple of prize-winning natural history shows, including Great White Shark, which was a huge hit in the early 90s. And then I got moved to comedy entertainment, and worked on some of the marketing for Ab Fab, which was great, and lots of other comedy shows at the time. But Absolutely Fabulous was the one that kind of everyone remembers.
Absolutely Fabulous, tomorrow, 9:30 on BBC One.
Some time in the drama department, and I got to work on a film that won an Oscar. So it's like lots of really kind of exciting things, all within my first two. I was 24 to 26, and all of these different jobs happened, and I kind of came out of that being a script reader for acquisitions. So I was reading acquisitions for comedy and entertainment shows, and I guess over the course of 2 years I became head of acquisitions for BBC Worldwide in terms of comedy, entertainment and drama and children's programs. And then I became. They had a restructuring, as they do every few years in the BBC, and and it was. Well, I got offered two jobs. Did I want to be the assistant commercial manager for the drama department, or did I want to be the commercial manager for children's education and animation? And shifted into that job because I loved the variety that you get working with children's TV, and I kind of always harboured a kind of desire to be a children's TV presenter when I was younger.
Okay, like a Mr. Rogers type of...
well, maybe not Mr. Rogers, but we have a show in the UK called Blue Peter, and I was when I was about 12 or 13, that was just like, oh yeah, I'd love to have that job.
A lot of ideas really did tickle our fancy, made us laugh. Like this one here. This is a sausage and mash island, and there's a sausage and mash garden. I mean, there's a mash island, a sausage climbing tube, and a baked bean paving path. That's really funny.
Wonderful, great fun, that one.
And then slightly later in my teens, I decided I wanted to be a film director, which I never have done yet, but there's still time, right? So I moved across and did what turned out to be a great job in that I just went all over the world, met loads of other TV producers, but didn't actually get to make anything myself. So I was kind of involved in making all of these shows, and I also realised that I drifted away from doing anything creative. I'd gone from reading scripts and running a team that read scripts to being kind of someone that did the deals for the people that read scripts and did all of the fun creative. And I thought, I'm missing out here. I went to see a careers advisor, headhunter type person, and said, look, this is what's happened. I've had this great run. It's been 8 years at the BBC, but I'm kind of stuck in this weird corner. And they said, oh, well, I don't know, have we got anything for you? And then about 4 months later, I had a phone call, mysterious, would you attend a meeting on a yacht in Cannes?
Okay.
So I was just like, okay, yeah. Well, it's not every day you get offered that. It was at the TV festival. There's, like the Cannes Film Festival, there's another one for TV, the Metcom. Right? So it wasn't like it was out of the blue. They knew I was going to be there. So I was just like, I had this mysterious meeting in this yacht in Cannes with two Lego executives, as it turned out, who said, oh, we've got this new division we're thinking about setting up where we want someone to come into Lego, and I was sold on the third thing they said, because the first couple of things we were kind of a little bit, well, we've got characters and universe, and we want to sort all of this. But they said two things. One is that I'm paraphrasing a great deal, but if I say that the world of minifigures and all of the other bits of Lego, we're moving to a global world, and everything is local. And we want someone to come in and take all of the, the minifigure universe and try and standardize it across the entire world. And I didn't realize quite what a tough task that was going to be, but that was a different. And then the second thing they said, but the one thing we really want to do at Lego is we want someone to come in and be head of character and story, and that the job is to make sure that Lego is something children can talk about with friends. And I was like, that was just like, okay, someone wants to pay me to do that. That's like, okay.
Pretty cool deal. Yeah. Right.
So yeah. And as you already know, I said yes.
Yes.
That was, but that was such a cool brief. The fact that someone had thought about, there needs to be someone in the company thinking about how to make Lego something you can talk about with friends. And it was a pretty profound, kind of step, because usually when you meet company people, they're all like, yeah, we want to improve the bottom line. Yeah, we want to create something that was as good as last year's. And it was just like, this was a completely, broad, open look at what you can do. And it's like, has anyone ever done this job before? No. That was the third thing that just like, okay, if no one's ever done it, you can never be measured by what happened in the past. It's a completely interesting creative brief. And at the time I had no idea how difficult it would be to bring everybody around on the minifigures world. It did happen. It was...
when you first mentioned that, I was immediately thinking about the Adventures minifigures and how they all had like different names, different personalities in every part of the world, right?
Yeah. What there was in the world was each local territory had come up with its own history for this figure. So Johnny Thunder from Down Under was called something completely different and had a totally different backstory in Spanish or Italy or somewhere, and it was as broad as that. There were, and there were times when you're having to kind of wrangle it up. But someone had figured out when they were making Lego Island 1 that they put this figure in it, and everyone said, no, that's character A or B.
Right. Yeah.
But you can't do that in a PlayStation game, can you?
Yeah, because that's going out everywhere, and like everyone's gonna you have to have the consistency.
So you have to have a consistent character, story, universe, background.
Yes, I know I heard Click. Yup, Click. Captain Click. The despicable, the notorious, the infamous, well, he's Captain Click, that's all.
Click. Aye, 'tis Click, all right.
To be dull about it, if you want to trademark something as a name, you have to pick a name, and that creates all kinds of fun. I mean, there was one character from I forget which universe it was that I wanted to call Nova, only to discover that means won't start in Spanish.
Oh,
go.
Okay, yeah, can't do that.
Just say, the dashing action hero, no go. But that was, an amazing experience, and I got to work with a terrific guy called Wes on Lego Island 2.
Oh, okay, so you got to work with Wes Jenkins.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. He's.
He was. I think the first. My time when I was doing the character story, I got to meet some amazing creatives. Wes was a total legend.
Absolutely. He remains a legend in the Lego fan base today.
And a really, really interesting, weird, and slightly wacky character to meet. I don't know if I'm divulging too much of his backstory, but he was a roadie for the Grateful Dead at one point in his life.
Okay, yeah, that sounds right. I know like a lot of the stuff with the original Lego Island, he was kind of just like, getting his his indie music pals together to like work on stuff over in California and stuff.
And
so.
he turned up for meetings with this kind of weird this cane with dragon heads and yeah.
Wonderful.
But no, he was great fun. I loved working with Wes. So anyway, that was kind of my introduction was to Lego, was to try and figure out ways of just gently cajoling and bringing everybody round to the idea that one minifigure had one name, one backstory, and then spreading that out to the different departments. So if you think about it, if a character exists in a game, and then a kid goes to a theme park and meets the character walking around in the theme park, they're going to start asking the character in costume questions about who they are, what their favorite. And so I went to the theme parks and I found out what's the requirement if you're walking around in a suit, what kind of questions do kids ask you? And then I went to the computer games guys and said, well, you're making a computer games. What do you need from a character? What kind of things? And they kind of gave me their list of needs, and the toys and the marketing department and you just build up this picture of what everybody needs, and often quite different needs. So I was always questioning, when you make a character sheet. So I came up with this concept that I thought was totally original and no one had ever done before, which was to have a really detailed character sheet of every character, which included things like their birth date, their star sign, what kind of Myers-Briggs test.
Oh wow, okay,
character.
yeah, very in depth.
Yeah. So I really did kind of get into this. And what I discovered was that was really useful, because it meant that if anyone asked you a question about a character, you could answer it immediately from that chart.
Okay, yeah.
And that then meant that I could give that character bio to the actor who's wearing the foam suit in the theme park, to Greg, who was writing the comic. So that's when it dawned on me that really the role is being the showrunner. And it took about 6 months for me to figure out that, in a TV show, you may have someone who, the showrunner is often the creator, but not necessarily. But their job is to make sure that all the writers write consistently, because you can't write 26 episodes with just one or two people. You need a team of people. But you also need the final script needs to feel like it's all from the same author. And that's the job of the showrunner, is to get lots of people to write the stories, put the big arc together, and then have people fill in the pieces so that it all fits together nicely, like seamlessly.
Gotcha. Yeah, and that's like where like the whole like story Bible or like a show Bible, that's like from the TV world.
Exactly where that came from. And then it was, okay, well, we're not making a TV show here, but what we are doing is we had 32 media executions in 1 year of BIONICLE.
Goodness.
And it's like you have to really sit down and work out what 32 media executions is. But there was the things like, we had the commercial, we had chill and reveal on pack storytelling, we had end cap storytelling in shops, we had the in-disc, the in-box disc, we had the TV spots, we had the comic books, we had the online world, we had I'm trying to think what other expressions, the theme park walkarounds, we had a theme park ride,
truck tours,
truck tours. Oh yeah, there was the skateboarding thing as well.
With Andy McDonald.
You'll find the power.
I mean, I did count 1 year that we had 32, which I thought was kind of extraordinary. And if I'm trying to manage the story and how it's portrayed through all of those different avenues, you can't control it from one person. What you can do, though, is you can give people a space, an in point and an out point, and a place to, innovate, tell their own narratives within that world that is still in keeping with the rest of the story, so the whole thing feels cohesive. That was the goal.
That makes sense, yeah. Because they are like their own, they are their own creative experts in their fields, right? So to a certain extent,
Yeah.
you need to like be able to trust, like, yeah, they can do the stories that they need to do in that space, but also just giving them kind of like a model to work off of, so that it all does ultimately, hopefully, come together to make a consistent whole.
Yeah, and also if I knew that there were teams that could work together, so Greg and Leia were in the US, they had that kind of connection, could work together quite closely. So it was no accident that that Greg's comic books ran a sort of parallel with the online game. The MMOG was because Leia and Greg are on the same time zone, they can talk to each other easily. That made sense for them to run down that universe, but it was intentionally then different. Whatever they're doing in the online game had to be different from the comic book and the novels, so that they wouldn't bump into each other. But you could have nexus points. You could have little interactions where it was agreed by everybody that Toatahu would meet a Matoran villager, and he would be off to go lava surfing. It was right, perfect. That's a setup, and I can use that in the film as a springboard. So that's what, when we experienced Bionicle as you were feeling that connectivity without having to micromanage every detail. So it was like trying to run a spider's web.
You mentioned, or like at a previous interview, a way that you had phrased it was like kind of treating the story like Lego bricks, right? And kind of like having these different ways that they fit together. And I thought that was a really neat way of visualizing it.
Yeah, very much. It was at the time I was actually looking for film and TV projects as well that Lego could be involved with, in the licensing world. And one of the things that we were finding very hard to find is anything that had creative play at the heart of it and connectivity. That connection, that kind of a big buzzword internally at Lego at the time. That kind of sense that play should have some connectivity about as you transfer from story into play. How do the two things? I forget who it was. So someone said, "Yeah, how do the two things snap together?" It's just like that feeling that the playing with something that's been created with Lego isn't different from building Lego. It's just somehow connected. I worked on the Jack Stone project, which worked really well in the US and not so well in Germany, but kind of weird. But the idea of can do, will do, done, and he was kind of a MacGyver-ish character that went off and fix things by building things, and that was like connection between building and play and story that we wanted to encapsulate.
Can do, will do, done.
Bionicle just caught that because the constructible action figure, just opened up that door of being able to tell stories.
Right. Yeah. That was like completely new. There were not the slides were in Robo, but like there were not like other buildable action figures out there in the world before Lego was doing it.
Yeah, because actually the engineering was difficult. You see these ball joints. Actually getting them to do that. And you think this thing's 20 odd years old, and it's been stood in my study for a long time, and still the engineering required to keep that ball joint from slipping and being tight enough to snap, loose enough to snap together, but tight enough not to slip is quite, and that's what gives you the posability. Constructible action figures weren't really a thing because the precision engineering to get those joints to work was quite high.
Do you recall like when you were first introduced to like the concept that would become Bionicle?
Yeah, there was one day when Martin Rieber came over because I was based in Slough in the UK and Martin was in Billund, And Martin came to the Lego Media office in Slough, was basically saying, hey, look, I'm pitching this for the gate, and it's a follow-up to Slicer, and they're called Axe, Blade and Claw. And we want to make a story of them. And the guy from our advertising agency, Christian, who I'd never heard of or met before, has this story idea. What do you think? This is Kick, Blade, Axe and Claw. Well, okay, Kick, Blade, Axe and Claw has kind of a problem that you can never, it's not original enough to be. It says what it does. We know how to play with Kick, Blade, Axe and Claw, but also it didn't really fit with Lego values, because what do you do with Kick, Blade, Axe and Claw if they're not going to be out and out fighting characters? Well, we're not making Tekken here for Lego. So how what do we do with Kick, Blade, Axe and Claw? And so that it was decided then that what we would do is we would that we would find some writers. I would go and investigate some people could write stories and see what they came up with. And we went out to a few people, and none of them really fitted until someone I'd worked with before suggested I should talk to Alistair, which was really weird, because Alistair's background to that, or most famous thing he'd done for that, was an Emmy-nominated preschool alphabet show for PBS. It might have been Disney, but it was a very, very gentle, A is for apple.
Okay.
And we eat apples because they're healthy, that kind of a show.
You're right, yeah.
She's right, Henry. This place is a mess.
Yeah, I know. What a party.
But what have you got against your mom, Henry? Mothers are real important.
Yeah, right. All they do is sleep. Like that lioness.
There's obviously a lot you don't know about moms, Henry.
And I'm like, nothing in his past says this. And my friend that kind of recommended him said, no, you really need to meet. You need to meet. This is definitely his kind of thing. And so we met, and he kind of made a pitch that was interesting. It wasn't what BIONICLE turned out to be in the end, but it was a pitch that was interesting. So he and I went to Copenhagen to Advance, where Christian was. And Martin drove down, and we had a day. And at the end of the day, we'd been on the 6 o'clock flight in the morning, and had a long day, and it had all by 4 or 5 o'clock we slept all a bit. Well, we haven't really moved far from Kick, Blade, Axe and Claw at this point. And so, someone from the agency said, never mind, let's all go out and have a nice night out in Copenhagen, and we'll have another go tomorrow. We had planned to have 2 days. And we went out, and we all had a great time. Came back a little bit bleary-eyed the next day. And so one of the first things Alistair said was, I don't know why it came out of it. Christian had this pitch, the island, and I'm not plot spoiling now. The face underneath was
the robot.
The face of a robot. And Alistair had this thing where he got quite excited about the island because his sister was in Hawaii. I think she's a botanist, and I think she was cataloguing parrots or something, and that kind of got the tropical island vibe out a little bit stronger. And we started looking at legends that tie in with the island, so Easter Island and all, and that kind of took us into. My grandfather had sailed all around French Polynesia, because my grandmother's a New Zealander. And one of the things that he brought back with him was these, he called them tiki dolls, but I've discovered since that they're called many different things, and only some of them were tiki dolls. Small hand-carved figurines that were made in different places around French Polynesia, Hawaii, and all those places. And there was a collection of them, and as a kid, I played with them. These kind of like magical, magical fantasy play with them. And that, I think it was that kind of cooking pot of, different ideas. And we talked a lot about the Mayan Empire. It was, I think there was a couple of computer games that were set around Inca and Maya empires at the time. And we just, that expanded into this just amazing day. It was like, hey, wouldn't it be great if there were all different elements? And then, somehow that kind of like that awful, the bad day we'd had the day before turned into this really productive day where we just like idea after idea after idea. And Christian wanted a biomechanical chronicle. And that came, and we were spitballing names, and just Bionicle came out of, it's a biomechanical chronicle. And then, we have a biomechanical chronicle. It's going to be on this island paradise, but the island paradise is under threat. And then we're going to have elemental characters, and we decided, Martin decided he wanted to make 6. So there are 4 elements, obviously, so we had to somehow shoehorn 6 in there, but we managed. It's like, well, obviously rock and
rock and earth,
different elements, right? So that's how we came up with the 6 tower, and that all happened in one
day,
3-hour spurt.
That's crazy.
3 hours. Yeah, it was literally between having some coffee and pastry and lunch.
Wow.
that all happened. It was just weird, instant.
Just all came together.
So I think all came together. Alistair had a brief to go and write, and Alistair's absolutely brilliant at writing enormous amounts of everything. And it became... so what happened is that team, we'd come up with the bare bones of a story.
Mm-hmm.
Christian would focus on the campaign story. He would do just that. And then Alistair would do colossal amounts of writing. As he's got the capacity to write endlessly about everything all the time. So my job was to, make it concise enough for people to follow, then also make it into pieces that people can use. Every now and again, we would bring in someone from outside to kind of just, I don't know, put something different into the team. So one year with the Bow Rock, we had Alan Grant, who created Judge Dredd, come in. Yeah, and he was... I don't know. He was a lovely man. He approached me because he wanted to write something that his children could read. Alan made so much money on Judge Dredd. He bought a castle and a town, which is a marvelous place called Moniavi. And he was wandering around the battlements, wondering what to do. So he got in touch with me and said, "I want to write something about Lego, something for Lego. Could I?" It's like, well, yes. Well, we got this book, and then just after we'd said back to him about this book for the Ninth Kingdom, I said, "Alan, we're having trouble with our villains. Could you write some 6 really despicable villains?" That was how the Bow Rock came about. It was a great time because Lego gave us an inordinate amount of freedom to a group of creatives who at the time were quite, I don't know many film studios that would give, 4 people in their late 20s, early 30s, the chance just to go wild, biggest budget of your life. Just keep creating mad stuff, and somehow we kind of made it all hang together, make logical sense, and and keep that kind of innovation and I guess the innovation and the push to find a new way of delivering and telling story. I think that was just really, for me personally, that was amazingly exciting because I'd come from I love the BBC, but it's a very stuffy, we do it this way kind of culture, and then suddenly I was like cut loose at Lego. It's just like Yeah, you are the story department. There's no one else. Yeah, as long as you can get kids to talk to each other, talk to their friends about Lego through these characters and stories, you're doing your job. I think we did that.
Yeah, well, I mean,
I think we delivered that one.
I mean, Lego was the main topic of discussion for me and my friends as a kid. So,
right. Yeah, success.
Yeah, there you go. You know, that whole, like, I don't know, that creative freedom, like, I feel like it, you know, for people who Bionicle really resonated with, it really kind of it showed through, you know, like in Legends of Metru Nui, the foundries in Ta Metru, and they're belching out these big puffy like cumulus clouds of smoke, and it's like, oh, well, it's an explanation for like why there are clouds in this underground, you know, dome. And like, you know, you could have just shown clouds and people probably wouldn't have questioned it. But no, you were thinking about those things and like thinking about how that world all kind of came together and worked.
Yeah, we had, I mean, honestly, reams and reams and reams of paper about the world, the characters, I mean, I think at the time I didn't know that, but I have discovered later that someone else has been using that same methodology, which I'll talk about in a minute. But at the time, I had no idea that anyone else was using it. But we did have, I think, our outline story Bible, which is the summary document, was over 70 pages long.
Goodness, the summary document.
The summary document. That's how much detail there was, so that you could open up and expand different. And that we did one of those for every year of. I think I did 4 of them. Yeah, because you've got, you know, every character had to have 2 or 3 pages of backstory. And you think how many figures we've got in that universe. When I say that, I mean literally every Matoran had a page and a half minimum.
Oh yeah, that, I mean, like, and there were like Matoran that didn't even appear as like products in the end, right? Like in the first year, and they still had like fully fleshed out stories.
Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, if it was in a McDonald's Happy Meal, we knew who it was, what his birthday was, what his favourite colour was, what his Myers-Briggs was. I mean, we just knew all of that because it meant that I didn't have to micromanage everything. I could take a kind of a bigger view of, you know, when we wanted to work with a licensing partner, we would get bits of the Bible and hand it out to them. I think at one time the infamous story Bible that got leaked was just a part of one of those documents that somewhere I don't know who it was or what territory it was, but yeah, somebody in marketing thought it was for general release rather than even though it said confidential, do not
right, it just putting it out
on
anyway.
every page. It's still not put out anyway.
It's very funny. Yeah, I guess that's probably the one the onet.pl people I was talking with Naomi about. Is that what you're?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite funny. Well, see, you mentioned something about like someone else in another team like using a similar like story model, or what was that?
Yeah, there is. So what I didn't know, and it was. I think we were about 3 years in, and one of the writers that I was kind of auditioning to come in and help with some of the writing on the project said to me, have you ever worked with Games Workshop? Have you ever been at Games Workshop? Have you ever worked for Games Workshop? I said no. I said no. I don't. And nothing. Tell me more. I mean, I knew about Games Workshop and Warhammer and all of that stuff, and he just said, well, the way you prepare your story Bibles is very similar to the way they do theirs. And I was like, that was a complete, boom. I had no idea. We were working in parallel. We'd just come up with not the same, but very similar methodologies.
Okay. And that did that like lead in then? Because I know you worked on the Warhammer 40K
it did.
movie.
Yeah. No, that's exactly what happened. I was at Comic-Con and I met someone from Games Workshop, and I told John this, and John said, "Oh well, we've been thinking about a DVD movie." And then that turned into, I think 2 years later we made the Ultramarines movie. So yeah, I think it's just that's the naturally. If you're going to run a really big, expansive universe and and not have to control and write everything from one or two people. The only way you can do it is to have very, very detailed story Bibles. I'm sure there are other people that have done that, but it was, I think we were pioneering in doing it for the kind of, in the way and at the time we were doing it, because, everyone does multi-platform storytelling now, but
at the time,
but non-linear online storytelling, no one was doing that then.
I've got a quote here. I'm just going to read it out to you. This is from Henry Gilroy. This was back in 2003 in like the Mask of Light press circuit. Henry said, co-creator Bob Thompson is the mildest, quietest, nicest guy you will ever meet. But when he does the voice of Onua, this deep, powerful voice bellows up out of him and scares the hell out of you. Now,
Porto! Look around you. Mining has never been better. Oh, you should join me at it sometime. Try doing a real job.
That was we did Henry and I, because we worked really closely on the scripts, because Henry was the writer and I was essentially the editor of most of those scripts. We had some other people that came in and helped occasionally with the editing, but by and large, it was Henry would write by day. I was producing Mask of Light by day, and then by evening we'd get together and we would work on the script for. I want to say Metro Nui. It wasn't Metro Nui. It was Web of Shadows. So we were working on Web of Shadows. Yes, that was at the time. What we would do is we would do read-throughs backwards and forwards, and after a while, because we'd be acting out the scenes. After a while, I think there was one day where I decided I'd get all the deep and booming voices.
Great.
But Henry's great fun, actually. I keep meaning to catch up with him next time I'm in the States.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's done like he
he's
work on Star Wars and.
Oh, he's amazing. He was writing Star Wars comics when we hired him. Because we did a thing, we went out to we shortlisted 3 writers and asked them to write something. Henry just nailed it far. It was the obvious and easy choice to pick Henry. After the Mask of Light,
goodness,
Henry found an artist in California and commissioned. I'm going to lift it up, but you could. This guy.
Wow, looks very heavy. That's incredible.
It is exceedingly heavy. It's made out of yeah.
Oh, opposable head. Okay.
Oh yeah, it's got a opposable head and removable. Mask doesn't come off, but he's a chunky guy, and he's all made out of random car parts.
Okay. Wow.
It's like if you look, the back of the head is spark plugs. And,
okay. Yeah.
Kind of a cool thing. So
an incredible likeness considering the medium.
So it's a pride of place in my study even to today.
Wonderful. I feel like there's so much I could ask about the films in particular, because that was kind of like. Just from the outside looking in, it seems like it would have been kind of like coming back into like kind of the world that you were familiar with, right? With your work in television.
Yeah, it was, and we were, with the Creative Capers team, we were so lucky. In fact, the short list of places that we were going to go to make the film, we'd shortlisted two companies. One was Dan Kretsch Productions, and the other was Creative Capers. And weirdly, I've just finished a film with Dan Kretsch right now. So some 20 odd years later, but Creative Capers came with CGCG, and I think I'm so glad we did that, because Sue, Terry, and David, who are the Creative Capers, is Sue, Terry, and David.
Yeah.
The other people work there, but and Sue and Terry are married, and David's probably Terry's best friend and has been for years and years
so
and years.
They're very tight together.
They work together, and I was really worried actually about the idea of having two directors, because two directors could be a recipe for insanity. Because the director has final, the law is the director calls the shots, meaning they decide who's in the shot, where is the shot, what's the shot about. That's the director's call. But if you've got two people, which one is calling the shots? who's in charge? But actually, they were the perfect team. They kind of handed things back and forth, and they'd been working together as a team probably a long time. They were together at Don Bluth days. They had this like history and this shorthand that was brilliant. But they're both very, very creative in different ways as well. So whereas one of them might go and work on be more involved with the script and the dialogue and who's saying what and the storyboarding and that kind of character stuff, was the other one might kind of move into art mode and be like, well, if it's going to be this kind of scene, then it has to be kind of green and dirty and a little bit, whatever it is. The two of them just mirrored each other. And Sue is an incredibly experienced, producer. For me, I was going into this. I'd been around film and TV a great, 8 or 9 years at that point. I had written something and I had directed kind of a short thing, but I'd never actually produced. And suddenly, like, I'm stuck in charge.
Okay, so that was like your first experience as a producer. Okay.
Yeah, I was just like, okay, straighten at the deep end. But I knew the story and I knew the world and I knew Lego. And I think I was probably the person best placed to deal with the relationship between Lego, Miramax, and later Buena Vista.
Yes,
so
right.
So that whole thing got but I mean, at least I was from that world, so I could speak the language, and I didn't have a problem. I didn't have a problem dealing with the lawyers because obviously I'd done that before. So that part of the job was easy, and Sue really made it easy for me because she was such an experienced producer, and I just learned and learned from her how to do that bit, which was great. Everyone has to learn somehow, but it's weird learning. It's weird learning
on the job. Yeah.
Yeah. Learning by doing, I think, it's a popular phrase in Lego. You'll hear it a lot. I don't know if it's a Danish thing or if it's a Lego thing, but learning by doing is what we're doing. We're learning by doing everything. Yeah, if you're creating, you're learning by doing, right?
Everyone, whenever like one of the people involved with the films talks about it, it's just like they're so glowing. Like it's seems like it was a very positive experience for everyone.
It was a happy production. I think if I think back on basically we did. I've never made a film as fast as that, and I've not met another animation producer who has made a film in 52 weeks. I had someone recently say, well, we've cut the production time down to 3 years. Just like, okay. I think I can't remember if we were 52 or 56 weeks for those films. Right. It was really fast. We've just done one in 2 years, and that felt like fast. But actually, it was just decision. And CGCG and Taiwan, to be fair, were absolutely brilliant. They'd been highly recommended, but they hadn't done a film before.
Oh, that was their first. Okay.
They were also learning by doing. Yeah, they'd done a lot of animation for Japanese clients, and someone, I'm trying to remember who it was, had recommended them to us. It was Marge Dean. Okay, and if you look up Marge Dean, she did. She's been involved in loads of really cool animation over the years. So
nice. Yeah, I know CGCG. Like they've become like a real powerhouse in the industry.
Oh, amazing!
Yeah. Just.
But they were good. They were efficient. They were diligent. They asked questions. They didn't. They didn't make life difficult. They were clear. They were able to say to us, you know what, we can't do all of these things. But yeah, we did discover that they did a couple of things on their first film that you just look back and go, why? Because there was a forest in the back of one of the shots in.
Yeah,
and they built it in CG.
It's crazy for the time.
yeah. It was like that was so hard to do back then. It's like a painting would have worked just fine.
Like all the plants, all the trees,
you
they're
build some
moving.
foreground objects, yeah. but the forest behind you can paint that.
Right. Yeah. And I feel like something similar in previous sessions, like the water effects, right? That's always a challenge in animation.
Water and lava were absolutely terrible to do, and there was one shot where we had water, and I kept rejecting it because it didn't look like water. It was just like, it didn't look like water. It didn't look like the sea. And I'm a surfer, so obviously I've been in the water quite a bit, and I know what water looks like. And then there was a day, probably about 3 years later, I'm out surfing, and the water looked exactly like CG had made it in that shot that I rejected.
Oh no!
So it was just like, I just felt so guilty about it, and yeah, actually, it wasn't the water we wanted, but it was one of those kind of things that you look back on and go, oh my god, how could I have said it wasn't like water? And I've just seen water that looked exactly like the water I rejected. But we kind of yeah, hindsight. But CG were absolutely fantastic to work with, and they would be a studio I'd love to be able to afford to work with again. They're now so well regarded and expensive, and
they've moved up in the world. Yeah.
Yeah, they've jumped. They're now in DreamWorks world.
Oh, I didn't realize that. That's wow.
Oh yeah, they did How to Train Your Dragon for the TV show.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Props
and
to
them. They worked on Clone Wars, and
Okay. Yeah.
I think Henry may have had something to do with them.
I want to ask about some mysteries of Bionicle. We'll test your memory here.
Okay.
So first thing I want to ask about is Makuta. And I actually, if you'll indulge me, I have a quick personal anecdote about this one. So this is back in like 2013, I guess. My wife, at the point she was just a stranger to me, she made a blog post, and it was kind of like the first thing out there on the internet that was like, hey, this line in Mask of Light where Makuta says, sleep spares Motunui pain, awake he suffers. That seems a little like, out of sorts with like the Makuta that we ended up getting. Maybe there was something more to this. And that was kind of like, it inspired me to do like more looking at Mask of Light, looking at other stuff. And I did like my own, teenager doing this stuff, like, my own blog post was like, here's my cool, theory about Bionicle and the original motivations of Makuta. And, that was it. And, but, we reconnected years later. And of course, now she is my wife. So I get to say that, like, thank you. Yeah. So I get to say that I met her, talking about, Bionicle stuff, which is fun. But so I know you said, like in the 20th anniversary interviews, you talked a bit about how, like, that was the case. Makuta wasn't really a bad person. He's just, he's got a tough job, and like, he's got to kind of execute it in a way that's maybe not in line with the way that the Toa and Matoran see the world. So I guess my question is, I'm curious a little bit more about like what drove him to make the decisions he did. Like in Legends of Metro Nui, he's already kind of come to this conclusion. He puts Motunui to sleep. He causes this catastrophic crash, which you would think might be maybe damaging to Motunui. So like, what was so bad that he was driven to do that?
Oh, okay. I'm not sure how much I should divulge on this. I think I'm going to be quite candid. And the reason I am going to be is because there's an element of quite personal baggage in storytelling in the way that Makuta is structured as a character. So there's, the best stories are written out of real life.
Right, yeah.
Well, when I was 7, my mum was diagnosed as having cancer. One of our kind of family friends, who was a science teacher, sat me down and explained what cancer was, how the central nervous system worked, red cells and white cells, and how they came into conflict. And the central nervous system blocks drugs that are trying to start things. So sometimes drugs have to get around the central nervous system. Sometimes drugs have to go, have to be stopped, or outside poisons have to be stopped by the central nervous system. Biology is set up to do this, right? And so, because we're a biomechanical chronicle, right? You're guessing Makuta is always the central nervous system, right? And the toe are always the drugs. Are there to revive the and that was the heart of the biomechanical chronicle, that juxtaposition, and it came from that very personal story about how it was explained to me what was going on inside Mum when I was a kid, and that was something I explored as a kid through fantasy play with these little tiki toys. So you can see how that good. There is no such thing as good and evil in the Bionicle universe. Everyone's got a job to do, and the conflict happens because these jobs are diametrically opposing one another. There is more that's hidden in the universe that I didn't want to see, but super observant for you to have seen that's Makuta was never a bad guy because of that. That's how biomechanical systems would work, right?
So I guess a little bit connected to that, and this might also be stuff where you're not able to get into it to kind of preserve the mystery of the world. But I did want to ask about the 7 books. Kind of the plot outline there. There are a lot of fans that have done some quite incredible kind of, I don't know what you'd call it, like forensic work or whatever, to kind of reconstruct, like, here's probably what this book was about, and that sort of thing. But like, as much as you're able to speak to it, what was that? I know it's really an outline, right? But like, what did that look like?
It was okay. There's 2 reasons I can't talk about that. One is I wrote that work under contract to Lego, so they own it. So I don't want to get into that because who knows? There may be a time in the future where more books are required. And I don't think they used any of that work in the season after the 4th year. So if I told you that the story Bibles were like 60, 70 pages long as summaries, there is somewhere on a hard drive a couple of 100 pages of what goes on in these other years.
Okay, well that's substantial.
In case it ever does happen that there's a
here's hoping.
There's a reboot.
I would love if you're able to finish that story someday.
But it maybe it is, maybe it isn't. So
remains to be seen. The Masculite DVD, it came with that director's commentary with Terry, and there's a thing that he discusses at one point in there about kind of the nature of the island of Motunui and like how it's kind of changing over time.
Bob Thompson, the creative producer, was explaining to us the story of Motunui, the island, and its inhabitants as far as like wildlife. It's going through a transition right now from things that were natural are starting to turn into biomechanical. So we had to approach all the wildlife, the birds, the ash bear, and the fish, and I believe also one of the gecko birds. So you'd see them almost so they're half and half. Actually, really, in a way, the ash bear was handled almost all the way mechanical, but the other characters were almost halfway transitions between natural and mechanical.
No one's ever really been sure what to make of that, so I'm wondering if that rings a bell for you.
The transition of wildlife from natural to bio. Okay, so now that the head has been revealed, we know that there's a giant robot lying on the seabed. Okay, well, the giant robot wasn't always there on the seabed. Biomechanical creatures would have come from Motunui himself, but also, he's lying on a seabed, and if you were lying on a seabed, there would be other creatures birds would land on that island. Fish would find the reef, and so the natural world. And I think this is what Terry was saying, is that the natural world starts to blend in. And the further we went into the island during the film, the more biomechanical creatures were prevalent.
Gotcha.
Versus when we're at when we're on the beach, and in Gully's world, there's fish and there's seagulls and all of this stuff. But the further into the island we got, the less we saw of that, and the more we saw of just Matorans and Hoku the crab and all of that. There was just less nature as we went further in, and that was intention. The film was intentionally made with that idea that it would become more bionicle and less worldly as you went into the film. That was a design choice, I think, rather than story choice. There's also an element that, from a film perspective, one of the things, I mean, there were a lot of execs wanted to, hey, is there going to be a kid in this movie? Are we going to take are we going to take a family to? No, we're not going to do that. We were really, really insistent, actually, that the film was something for, children 7 to 11 years old. And actually, if we could make it a little bit exclusively theirs, and a little bit so that parents couldn't understand it, but kids could, that was all the better. Because it was never supposed to be a family film. It was never supposed to be for a family audience. It was always supposed to be for the viewer aged 7 to 11. And we really intentionally pushed for that as a design choice, as a storytelling choice. The use of all of the character words was intentionally designed to keep parents out and kids in. It's their world, not it's not mum and dad's world. This is my world. It's not even my older or younger sister's world or brother, whatever. Not their world, my world. For you, yes, because you would have been a fan at that time and the right age and all the rest of it. It was very intentionally done that way. But one of the things that you need to do to bring someone into technically, the suspension of disbelief comes from accepting something is real and familiar to start with. And that's why, the canister washing up on the beach is an entry point, because we've been to beaches, we know about the sea, there's seabirds, that's all natural things that we're familiar with, and then poof, it's open. That's the genie out the bottle, that's the new thing. And intentionally with the film, we did the same kind of thing. We started with the story told in stones, like kind of elders might have told in a kind of some kind of historic, primeval way. But then we brought you into the natural world first, and then explored more and more, deeper and deeper into the universe.
Nice. Yeah. I think I tallied it up once, and there are well over 100 unique Bionicle specific terms that got introduced even just in the first year of the Bionicle being out there. And I think about it, I was a kid, kids are information sponges. They can just absorb all of that, eat it up. But when you come to that as an adult, it's oh, that's so much information,
Yeah. It's that kind of moment where there was a moment when I was in Lego's London office, and there was some kids that were downstairs in the thing, and I was at the top of the stairs, and I could hear their conversation, and they were having this conversation about which one's your favorite? Oh, I like the blue one because he's so cool with the hooky hands. And the other boy turned around to him and said, Garly's a girl, you don't know anything. Yes, we've got.
They're in the story.
We've captured, and that was within a few weeks of Bionicle coming out. That was really early. It's there was a kid in reception said, he knew that Carly was a girl, and he was like, and he was slightly dissing his, well, he was one-upping his friend, basically.
Right.
And I thought, yes, we've got them talking. Yeah.
Right, like it's super vindicating to like what you were doing was working.
Yeah, that was that was a great moment. Until that point, you don't know if you're just laughing laughing at your own jokes in the forest, in the wilderness on your own. You kind of need the universe to tell you what have you done it or not. Mm-hmm. And that was the moment I got, for me anyway, that I knew that we'd got it right. We'd got the depth, we'd got the detail that kids could grasp, and there was some currency in having more detail, more information, learning more, discovering more.
Like it
added, and the more that we had currency from that, that meant that they were invested in the story the way you would be invested in a book.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, all right. I think that's probably a quite nice note to end on. Do you have any like current stuff that is like out there in the world, more recent, that you'd like to like share with Bionicle fans, stuff they might be interested in?
I don't think so. I mean, I think what I've been doing in the last few years is I've been doing lots of work on other people's projects. So and that's actually a great. I mean, I really like working with new producers and new directors and people I haven't worked with before, and kind of, I had a period where I had to go and do some other things outside of producing because of personal reasons. A son with quite complex special needs.
Gotcha. Yeah.
And that meant I couldn't produce for about 10 years. And while I was doing that, I got into the idea of mentoring and being a guarantor for other people's films, and I was a consultant for Film London, and I did lots of other things that were more about developing animation as an industry in the UK, helping other producers get their shows made,
kind of passing on your experience, right?
Yeah, and that has been such fun, and I've been doing quite a lot more of that and less of. I would love to be able to stop doing some of that actually at the moment, and actually think about writing something new of my own. But I've got 2 projects with new writers that I'm trying to get financed at the moment. Would be great. There's a film that I've just been involved with. I came in, they were going to make it in live action, and then somebody said, no, you have to make it in animation, and neither of them had made an animation before. So I've been working on that for the last 2 years, which has been good fun, and that's called Bollywoof. It's not my story, so that'll be out next year.
Okay.
Look out for that one. But I think there's a couple of projects I'd love to be able to talk more about, but it's just too early. And it was great fun. I got a few years ago to go and work with LeSean Thomas on Cannon Busters, which was great fun.
Oh yeah, I did see that on your IMDb.
It was a bit of an anime, hand-drawn anime in Japan, which was a really different experience. But yeah, so I'd like to keep doing more kind of different projects. But I would love to have the time to write again. It's just time to write is hard to find.
I feel that, yeah.
Maybe I'm not that many years from retirement, so maybe that's how I'll be spending that time there.
There you go. Well, either way, whenever you do get to it, I'm sure many other people will be looking forward to it.
Brilliant.
Liwa, Toa of the jungle. Gali, Toa of water. Kopaka, Toa of ice.
That is Umarak.
is on the loose on BIONICLE.com.
I know what you're thinking, punk. You're thinking, did he fire 6 shots or only 5? Now, to tell you the truth, I forgot myself in all this excitement. You gotta ask yourself a question. Do I feel lucky? Well, do you, punk?
Yo, yo!
Hey, what's happening? Andy McDonald here, professional skateboarder, 6 times X Games gold medalist. Check this out. Yo, find the power.
In the time before time, on the mysterious island of Matanui, a new legend was born. 6 mighty heroes, the Toa, possessing amazing elemental energies, incredible strength and agility, and Kanohi masks of power, banded together to challenge the dangers of this strange world and fight the foes no single hero could hope to defeat. Relying on their skills and daring, they've met every challenge, braved every peril, and defeated the most dangerous enemies in the universe. Whatever the sacrifice, whatever the risk, the Toa have never surrendered. New generations of Toa have come and gone, but though the names may change, the legend never dies. Now you can watch the great Bionicle legend in a new short movie on BionicleBattle.com. Ask your parents first.
In the time of legends, 6 mysterious canisters were washed ashore on the island of Matanui. They brought with them a ray of hope for the islanders. The ancient prophecy of the coming of the Toa had come to pass. From the deepest caverns of the island, the Makuta, master of shadows, saw how the Toa brought joy to the island. They threatened to awake the light of Matanui, so he resolved to meet their challenge. Infuriated by the Toa's success, and compelled by his desire to keep the sleeping light of Matanui from waking, Makuta created 6 creatures to ensure Matanui is forever in the shadows. A shudder passed over the island as he pulled 6 writhing, leech-like creatures from his own body and threw them with a victorious laugh to the floor of the cavern. They slithered off to find some chamber where they could fester and grow. There, suspended in the void deep below the island, they germinated and grew, feeding on the light the Toa had brought to the island. They were destined to provide a new threat. They were to grow into 6 creatures, each more powerful than a Toa. With every mask the Toa found, the leeches grew more aware. With every Rahi the Toa tamed, the leeches grew smarter. With every bow rock the Toa stopped, the leeches grew stronger. Slowly but inevitably, they fed off the light of the Toa until finally they were matured, just waiting for the moment Makuta would call upon them to secure that Mata Nui is cloaked in darkness for all time. Unleash the Rakshi. Turak, the terrifying, filling its target with dread, literally stunning it with fear and rendering it unable to fight. Layrak, the poisoner. Even the earth turns toxic at the touch of the Layrak. Kurak, the angry, which can fill its opponents with anger so that they even begin to fight with themselves. Vorak, the hungry. The Vorak uses its staff of power to transfer its opponent's strengths to its own body. Gurak, the disintegrator, using energy waves to seek out the weaknesses of its opponents so they crumble and disintegrate from within. Panrak, the fragmenter. The slightest touch from his staff of power is enough to make any object fly into tiny pieces. The scene is set. Once again, a huge shadow is cast over Mata Nui. Once again, the fate of the island lies in the hands of the Toa. As the epic tale of Mata Nui develops, so do the products that enable a whole generation of children all over the world to live out the Bionicle tale. The year 2003 will see the largest and most exciting product program for Bionicle so far. Early in March of 2003, a series of 6 new fearsome Borok will hit the market. These exciting products will boast new metallic colors, new tools, and cool decorations. With 36 Krana in new colors, the Borok will boost the collective nature of Bionicle. What's more, each box will contain a unique and exciting mini CD-ROM for the children to collect. Later on in the year, in August, 6 new Matoran, or Islanders, will be available in high-traffic outlets. The Matoran are to play a vital role in the liberation of Mata Nui. At the same time, the 6 awesome Rakshi will be launched. The movable head, the characteristic back, and the tools all make the Rakshi highly attractive. Hidden behind the back of the Rakshi lies the collectible item. It is the Krata, the leech we saw in the beginning, which the Makuta pulled from within its own body. The cocoon each Rakshi grows in is the very box that the Rakshi is sold in. The front paper on the triangular box can be removed, and the box can serve as a display for the Rakshi. The Makuta himself and other exciting products will also be on sale in 2003. What's more, the Bionicle range will continue to branch out into other media. Fans will be able to collect a board game, playing cards from Upper Deck, shoes from Nike, comics from DC Comics, music from Universal Music, and a series of Bionicle books from Scholastic. But the story won't end there. Children all over the world can keep up with the latest news at bionicle.com. A fascinating new game, available on PlayStation 2, GameCube, and PC, will enable children to take part in the Bionicle legend and will place the power in the hands of the child as it works with the Toa Nuva to wrestle with the Rakshi over the future of the island. Finally, in September of 2003, LEGO Company will be introducing for the first time a video to the market. It'll be a thrilling 70-minute fully animated film with a gripping story highlighting all the Bionicle figures. The video will be available in a wide range of toy and video stores. The plot? Well, the film will tell the tale of the final decisive struggle between the Toa Nuva along with their Matoran allies and the Makuta with his 6 awe-inspiring Rakshi. New collectible items in exciting designs and ever-changing combinations, launched in a powerful marketing context, will see Bionicle reaching new levels of success. As the Makuta, master of shadows, hurls his Rakshi at the Toa, and darkness creeps ever more deeply over the island, the Toa themselves begin to doubt that victory will indeed be theirs. But a glimmer of light, a ray of hope, coming from the island itself, will prove to be the answer. Bionicle, where there's shadow, there must be light.
Hello, gathered friends. My name is Nash Calvert, and welcome to Beyond Bionicle, Hexahedron Studios' premier 810 showcase, where we show off the creative projects from across the Bionicle community that aren't about Bionicle. We have a wonderful lineup of new and returning projects to showcase today, so without further ado, let's get started. First, let's dive into the world and story of the Afterman Chronicles and explore the creative process from the mouths of the team members themselves.
In a new science fantasy saga.
Lighthouse to mission control. Full stop successful. Awaiting extraction. Over.
We follow the exploits of a biomechanical civilization.
Roger, Lighthouse. Hatch lock is disengaged. Stand clear for outer airlock depressurization.
Copy, mission control. Standing clear. Over.
With the power to shape matter to their own will.
Lighthouse, we have a problem. Outer airlock is...
And how they use it when the unimaginable happens.
Received last comms. Report in, mission control. Over. Mission control, do you read us?
It is up to one geoengineer.
I'm too late.
And two unlikely survivors.
So why didn't you go after them?
To uncover the past and save the future.
What would you have had me do? Sacrifice millions more?
Hello everyone, my name is Sandro Serrano, and I'm the creative director and writer here at the Afterman Chronicles. This project has been my baby for almost a decade now. Writing, conlanging, world building, onboarding people, advertising, managing social media. It's been a lot. So it's probably no surprise that I'm thrilled that this is finally coming out.
Hey there folks, my name is Henry Thornburg and I'm the lead illustrator of the Afterman Chronicles. Currently this means I'm responsible for doing the majority of concept art, character and background design, drawing the preliminary line art. I'm super excited about this because I get to participate, learn and hone my craft whilst creating the spiritual love letter to Bionicle, which is obviously a big influence on the project.
Hello everyone, my name is Michael Nimrod and I'm the colorist for the Afterman art. I am very excited to show the world what we've been working on. Bionicle has always had a very special place in my heart. It's how I bonded with one of my oldest friends, Zandre, over there. And it means a lot to be working on something that could be something similar for someone else.
Hi, I'm Zandre Forster. I'm the 3D design lead for the Afterman project. Afterman Chronicles is special to me for a few reasons. Of course, it's carrying on the thematic and aesthetic spirit of Bionicle and carrying that torch into new and deeper, more mature territory. And that's really, I think, thanks to the whole team not just rehashing nostalgia, but using that as a common ground to build on. We all really want to bring this project into the world and share it as a passion project, and I can't wait to see where the community runs with it.
This project is obviously trying to be a spiritual successor of some kind to Bionicle, be it from the biomechanical characters, the elemental powers, the mask powers, or the multimedia nature of the project, but it's also very much its own thing. And first and foremost, a comic book. With a lot of other inspirations, such as Avatar The Last Airbender, the Portal and Half-Life series, Fullmetal Alchemist, Hunter x Hunter, and even something as strange as JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. And you can see how they influence us, more specifically in how we do things like the magic system. To that end, we are planning to make more animations, a video game, buildable action figures. For now, however, there's a first issue of a comic book, which I hope you'll enjoy reading as much as we enjoyed making. In this story, we follow Ryda as he attempts to conclude a terraforming process of the planet he is on. He bumps into two survivors of the premature landing of their ship. Will they be able to work together and uncover the truth behind this catastrophe? Or will they be at odds with each other?
When it came to illustrating these comics, had to started with Carlos Dianda, the original illustrator for the first Bionicle issues back in 2001. Basically because he had a good emphasis on mechanical elements, especially with pits, scratches, bevelings, and the like, which is what you'll see in the Afterman illustrations. And a lot more elements that I implemented when it came to dynamic posing, and from practicing figure drawing was Jose Lopez and Sean Murphy, as well as Mike Mignola's shading technique, which helps to bring out the dramatic. And this is to help illustrate emotions and expressions for characters wearing masks. I read comics from your typical Marvel and DC, but also niche titles like Jeff Smith's Bone or Tokyo Ghost, as well as Tech Jacket, which I got into recently. All that has been a great inspiration.
I work with our concept artists and design leads to adapt their designs in 3D. I mainly use plasticity for design and Blender for rendering and presentation. The new sets and parts all slot into a modular core system, so yes, absolutely, all parts are made with infinite assembly options in mind. That is currently still being decided, but we will be releasing some parts as an exclusive for our Patreon members down the line, primarily in the form of STL files. But we want to make sure that there are special arrangements for the fans who cannot print their own to have them printed by a third party. Yes. Yes, for everyone who's watching this, we will share a special download code so you can print your own Ryda mask compatible with existing assembly systems.
It comes down to contrast for me. And I think it's, in a way, the backbone of all artistic spread, managing contrast. And doing so in a way that doesn't distract, but enhances. My favorite is probably page 10, because it's the first page I worked on in the comic, and while it has gone through some iterations, it still is very special to me sentimentally. So I just want to say that I'd love to hear what all of your favorite pages are, and I'm really excited to show you the world we've been building, and to everyone who's joining us on this journey, thank you.
We now sweep you away to the melodies and lands of Therenfell in Dane Brady's fantasy musical series, Fell Swoop.
Hi, I'm Dane, the creator of Fell Swoop, an indie animatic web series about gig workers struggling to survive in a fantasy magical world. Also, it's a musical! The full 15-minute prologue to the pilot is now available on the show's YouTube channel, alongside this clip that I'm about to show right now. Enjoy?
Stealing. You're lucky I don't report you.
I'm sorry, I just thought if no one was gonna...
That's company property.
It was in the trash.
Company trash? Don't I pay you enough?
I mean, to be able to afford the food here, then, no?
I never should have hired someone your age.
You just don't want to work hard.
But I do. I will. Please don't do this.
I want you gone in an hour, or I'm calling the marshals.
Hey, Ma. It's me. I know it's been a while since I've written back to you. You must be so worried. But don't be. I'm fine. Why would I lie? Have I got enough to eat? Yes. Do I get much sleep? For sure. Am I making any progress? Or do the days keep getting worse? Somewhere after the middle, sometime before the end, I know things could get a little easier. The sun comes up again. If I just keep on pushing and sweating through the day, it's no good just wishing. I've gotta get out of my own way. Can't go back to the college. No magic prospects in view. Just stuck here with the knowledge that I am not good enough for you. And I'm losing this job soon. Can't even sweep floors right. Better clean out my room. Where the hell am I gonna sleep tonight? One deep breath. Count to 4. Don't forget what your lungs are for. Calibrate to machine. Don't fixate on every broken thing. Hey, Ma, it's me. I know it's been a while since I last wrote to you. So, Ma, you see, things have gotten much better. Nothing at all to worry you. Somewhere after the middle, sometime before the end, I know things should get a little easier. The sun comes up again. But Ma, I've been pushing and sweating through each day. All I've got is wishing that I'd get out of my own.
Next, let's get all you upkeepers in training up to snuff with the latest from Robotrio by Leigh Hart and Friends.
Welcome to Heracles Engineering. As our newest addition, it's important to know which role you play within the team. At Heracles Engineering, you're more than just an employee. We see our team is made up of 4 key parts: science, engineering, administration, and design. These components, known as seed, are like the seeds that grow into the robots we build, one step at a time. Science helps our company stay ahead when it comes to developing new technology. As a scientist, you'll start out with basic research and analysis. You can also play a specialized role, such as Flesh AI Teacher, for pre-taught robots. More on this later. Engineering involves the physical process of building our robots, along with figuring out how the robot works. Entry-level positions involve assembling the basic chassis of the robot, whereas higher positions are electrical engineers and software engineers. One of the highest roles is a cranial unit programmer, who specializes in the robot's brain. Administration can range from reception to sales to social media to consultations or to product management. When you work in administration, you become the bridge between our clients and the rest of our team. If you're an artist, you're most likely working in the design department. This is the place where you'll take a client's request and make a visual design for the robot they are commissioning, along with basic mechanical notes and sometimes a 3D model. You'll work closely with the engineering to ensure that your design is feasible in the real world. Now that you've had a basic rundown on how our company works, let's give a basic review on the components of a robot. First is the body. This is important because our robots need to be versatile enough to perform well in many different environments. Our bipedal technology uses powerful gyroscopes to keep the robot upright. These can be internal, such as within the hips, or externally located. Another vital component of a robot's body is its sensory adapter, which emulates responses to temperature, pressure, and pain to prevent the robot from accidentally damaging itself. We typically install these at the lower back of the head, or sometimes within the torso itself for robots that require a particularly fast reaction time. During upkeep sessions, the robot can deactivate its sensory adapter, or the upkeeper can do so manually if the robot has a switch externally accessible. Despite its importance in bodily functions, the sensory adapter is technically classified as part of the robot's brain. Also known as a cranial unit, the brain is arguably just as important as the rest of the robot combined. Within a cranial unit, the largest component is the cranial processor, or just the processor for short. This is a bit of a black box, even to the developers, but it essentially grants the robot the ability to process information, make its own deliberate choices, and eventually become self-aware. Keep in mind, the robot doesn't become truly self-aware right away. It usually takes from about a week to a month after the robot is first turned on for it to reach this point, a process often called breaking into sapience. If the processor malfunctions, the robot is unable to make decisions for itself, essentially losing its free will. Next is the cache. Despite the misleading name, this is actually the long-term memory storage unit. Some specialized robots can store memories as accessible video recordings, but for the sake of space, most robot memories are stored as encrypted binary code text. If the cache is damaged, the robot may not be able to store information. The cache adapter links the cache and processor so the robot can access memories. It also allows the bot to draw conclusions from both long-term and short-term memory, whereas the processor only takes information from short-term memory. If the cache adapter malfunctions, the robot will be unable to recall any information from its cache, even if the cache itself is completely unharmed. The AI teacher is technically a subsection of the cache, but it is capable of functioning even in the event that the cache is corrupted. This component gives the robot the ability to optimize its human-robot interaction (HRI) experience, such as speaking in a more human-like fashion, understanding social cues like detecting sarcasm, and being open to various cultures and practices. Separate from breaking into sapience, the robot breaks in to act more human-like after around 6 months, but this improves with age as the robot continues interacting with humans. As a result, the first 6 months after a robot is activated are the most critical time for its cognitive development, requiring intensive HRI sessions and troubleshooting. Sometimes, a client will request that the robot be pre-trained so that it acts naturally right out of the box. That's why we utilize Flesh AI teachers, scientists who regularly interact with the robot using cutting-edge psychological practices. Our only imported component is the E-motion chip, short for emulated emotion. This is an optional chip that connects the processor and gives the robot emotions, which works with the AI teacher to create empathy. Alright, You now know the roles that Seed plays within Heracles Engineering, and the components that go into our robots are fresh in your mind. To wrap up this overview, let's combine our knowledge and walk you through the process of producing one of our robots. Step 1. A client submits a request, which is reviewed by the sales department, a subsection of administration. The salesperson researches the client's specifications and provides a quote and estimated production time before forwarding the request to the design department. Step 2. One or two designers draw up a few prospective designs, which sales forwards to the client. Similar to an art commission, the designer or designers continue iterating on the design, keeping aesthetics and practicality in mind until the client is entirely satisfied. Step 3. Once a design is settled, the designer creates an initial diagram of the robot, along with the general placement of components, such as where the main power bank is stored or where to integrate the gyroscope. This diagram is then forwarded to engineering, who reviews the diagram and assesses how closely the design can work in practice. While the design department has basic knowledge of mechanical engineering, the engineering department specializes in realizing the final blueprint. At this point, an invoice is submitted for the full cost of parts, labor, and commission. The price varies widely depending on the robot and its materials, ranging from between $6,000 on the lower end to $48,000 on the higher. Step 4. Unless otherwise requested by the client, our robots are primarily made with a titanium alloy shell. These start out as sheets that are then cut out with special lasers, heated and shaped according to the diagram in precise measurements. Step 5. While a low-level engineer typically assembles the chassis of the robot, a worker at a more intermediate level puts together the mechanical assembly. An advanced engineer handles production of the cranial unit. Step 6. Once the robot is complete, which includes the time for AI training when applicable, the salesperson offers a delivery or pickup option to the client. Then the robot gets sent off to fulfill one more primary directive. Now you've learned all about the principles that make Heracles Engineering exceptional among robotics companies. If you're with us, you're here because we saw potential in you. We believe you can make a difference. Together, we are Heracles Engineering, building life one piece at a time.
Now, we return you once again to explore the sprawling cosmos of Sue Draw's multimedia epic, The Mythseeker.
This is taking too long. I get that you can't rush fine art, but I know I'm better than this. Okay, first we need a protagonist. Perfect.
What is...
Art. This is art, Shay. Storytelling at its finest. A story about a boy reconnecting with his father. Both of them think the other is dead, so it's really dramatic and cool.
But I was just watching Mask of Light with Parissa and Dad.
Neither of them know the other exists. And do you know why, Shay? Do you know why you were born and survived and who saved your dad?
Who are you?
Me. It was me all along.
What?
You're right, it's probably better if we put a promotional here instead.
Holy, why is everything mint?
And what's wrong with mint? It's one of the best ice cream flavors. Plus, it's a little thing we call continuity in showbiz. You wouldn't have heard of it because you're just a protagonist. Anyway, welcome to The Mythseeker, a story wholly created by me with absolutely no help whatsoever from a brickhouse redhead from another dimension. And whoever told you that is a dirty liar, because she only cares about wasting time with rewrites and pacing and having her brain and her software work and breathing and eating and shit instead of caring about the craft of storytelling, like yours truly. And through that door, Shay, are the fruits of my labor. Assets stolen from an overworked artist and set to royalty-free music and a dulcet voiceover. The very pinnacle of art.
That doesn't sound good.
Oh, it's the most gnarly ride you can imagine, Shay. And you get to play center stage. A world of myth and legend, secrets and magic, and horror and laughs. Families, all found, though some were born together, going through the horrifying experiences of daily life, as well as the wacky antics of having their family die in a house fire before being saved by a handsome skeleton.
Why does that look like a gun?
Because it's a gun, Shay. But that's not the point. I asked you, Shay, do you know why you were born?
Well, Jonas told me that when a man and a woman love each other...
No, that's not what I mean. Your purpose, your story. Because it all starts here, Shay. Starts with a family torn apart, a family drifting apart, a family always apart, and a family always together. It's just like the Fast and Furious films.
I don't think that's what those are about.
But with dragons this time. Dragons and demons and whatever Bishop is.
Human?
What's that?
Weren't you a human once? You were a skeleton.
What's that supposed to mean? Skeletons are born just like everyone else. Well, except me, but that's not important right now.
I think I'd rather you just be a demon.
We're getting sidetracked. You're supposed to be my character, and it isn't like characters just write themselves. Stay on track.
You didn't even know what kind of thing I was 10 seconds ago.
Of course I know what you are. You're a Shay. Anyway, we need to get to the part where this old guy with a gun had a dragon at the airport. Guy with sideburns was fighting with the Machamp guy that I hired or made or found or something.
Wait, isn't that...
The guy who hates croissants? Yeah. But that's not important, because that part leads to the cool lady in white. Or I guess girl in white?
She's a banshee.
Those are the same thing.
No, because Dr. Seong says a banshee is a fae. But a lady in white is actually a spirit.
It doesn't matter. She's the most adorable thing ever, and she's super important to Sideburns getting his shit together with Scarface and the Ocean Lady.
Oi, your time's up.
What do you mean? I just started.
Yeah, Gloat made nothing. He mostly makes problems. So despite whatever he just told you, the Mistseeker was not assembled by a self-important cosmic skeleton with a mint ice cream branding problem. So hi, I'm Sue, also known as Susanna Casey Livingood or Lady Kopaka from the olden days of the Bionicle community, and the Mistseeker is my original contemporary fantasy series. It's an illustrated novel and multimedia story made with a lot of support and feedback and patience and way too many late nights fighting software that wanted me dead. So at the center of this is Shay, a kind-hearted 13-year-old trans boy who discovers that myths are real and stories aren't just stories. You know, names matter and belief has this cosmic and narrative weight. Magic is a living ecosystem made of grief and culture, identity, old gods, and damaged ley lines. It is also somehow a story about exhausted wizards, queer monster hunters, weird dads, cosmic parasites, fae nonsense, dragons, an Irish-speaking ghost in a bedsheet, and Mara. This year's segment was much smaller than last year's. Unfortunately, reality continued being... Yeah? So we cut it down into something shorter and sillier, and honestly, I think it works. We live in a time where art only seems to matter when it looks perfect and shiny and algorithm ready. You know, now with like AI slop everywhere, it's even easier for people to forget that art is not just this image or text at the end. There's all of us behind it, messy humans with crazy life experiences, stories, hope, grief, and so much more. Art is a process, and I think I misunderstood part of that process for a long time. It's frustration, ugly drawings, drafts that don't work, stupid jokes that survive 7 rewrites. Because there is so much inherent value in making something simply because you just love it and you want to share it with others. And that is a huge reason why Bionicle matters to me. Bionicle wasn't just about toys for a lot of us. It was the mythology, world building, the mysteries, masks, elemental heroes, the weird lore that made us want to make our own stories and worlds. I do not think I would be the same creator today without Bionicle and the fandom spaces around it, so thank you everyone for keeping the spark alive long after the official story ended. Beyond Bionicle feels like a natural extension for people who were shaped by this wonderful series, and taking what it gave them and building outward to create amazing stories art in this. So if you have your own strange little project sitting in your head and you're waiting for, if you're good enough or ready enough or professional enough to start, please don't let that be the thing that stops you. Make that messy draft, draw that weird creature, create the OPT that makes you happy, or write the scene that embarrasses you a little because, maybe you can bring it to next year's showcase. Because if an eldritch skeleton can lie to a child for 4 minutes and call it marketing, honestly, the rest of us have no excuse. The Mistseeker is still in development. It's evolving and being rewritten, researched, refined, and it's slowly growing into what I'm truly envisioning. It's a story with mythology, cosmic horror, found family, queer identity, coming of age, and the underrated horror of trying very hard to love each other through pretty intense circumstances. It's not perfect, but it is human, weird, and hopefully when it is out, it might resonate with you. If you want to learn more about the project, you can find it at themistseeker.com. You can also follow and support me through patreon.com/SueDraws, where I post art, development notes, updates, and early material as the project continues to grow. Thank you to the Bound Bionicle team for making space for a project like this, and thank you to the Bionicle Day staff and everyone working behind the scenes to make this event happen. And a huge thank you to my patrons and folks who edited, voice acted, beta read, encouraged, donated, or simply let me ramble about the story. Whether you are here because of Bonkle or other showcases or because Glow bullied you, hey, I really appreciate you being here.
So it was as it is. Audience into artist, artist into presenter, presenter into legend. Remembering deeds past and bringing hope to the future. United in duty, bound in destiny. This is the way of Beyond Bionicle.
We want to thank our contributors once again for sharing their incredible projects in this year's Beyond Bionicle showcase. We are proud to foster this platform and help spread their voices to this amazing community where we can watch their creativity flourish year over year. If you have a creative project that explores new worlds beyond Bionicle, we would love to discuss showcasing you here in next year's 810-day celebration. Put together a pitch of your work and keep an eye out for when next year's 810 registrations open, and we'll be sure to get in contact with you. Before we leave you, we have plenty of news to share about our own project. Drift into the Dreamlands and return with us to the world of Colony.
Hello, gathered friends, and welcome to Colony's 810-2026 announcements. We're extremely excited to be here once again to show off all the new and exciting stuff we've been working on for Colony this past year, and we don't want to waste any time, so let's get into it. Firstly, we are extremely hyped to announce that we have finally opened a new online store where we are selling Colony-themed merch, such as posters, hats, shirts, hoodies, and notebooks. We also plan on expanding our offerings in the future, but we'll have more news on that at a later date. If you'd like to support our project and get your hands on some sweet Buggy Colony swag, head on over to our shop today. In related news, we are also excited to announce that we'll be hosting a Colony fan art contest, submissions for which can be made between today and October 1st. Submissions for this contest must be sent to our Discord server, where we have set up dedicated channels for your submissions. We will have 3 different categories you may enter: models, illustration, and beyond. For the models category, you may submit 3D prints, handmade sculptures, kit bash minis, or even custom LEGO creations, as long as it's in a physical medium. For the illustration category, we want to see your insane sketching, painting, or other canvas-based artistic skills on physical or digital canvas. Finally, for the Beyond category, if you're into making music, film, animation, or anything else that doesn't fit the previous 2 categories, we want to see you do your thing. As a reminder, AI-generated works will not be accepted in this contest under any circumstances. The first place winners in each category will receive care packages filled with fresh Colony merch from our online store. Additionally, the winners and a number of runners-up will have their work presented on our website alongside their socials. You can find a comprehensive list of these and additional rules on our Discord server, so head on over there today and show us what you can make. Next, we are ecstatic to announce that the long-awaited conclusion to our lore series, The Song of Origins, is nearing the end of development and will be dropping on our YouTube channel later this year. This finale will take you through the Sakuta people's histories, their struggles, and where they are now, leading up to Zek's creation of the Uluguta, the dreaded children of the Amber. We are thrilled to have the last installment of the Song of Origins so near completion, and are equally excited to have a few more surprises up our sleeve for it. As for our lore releases moving forward, we have eons more of Aoyama's history still to tell, and we can't wait for you to experience it. To cap off our announcements for today, we have just dropped the new gameplay demo trailer for Song of the Sakuta, the Colony tabletop game. This time for our adventure format expansion, which will give you the tools to play as a game monarch and lead your party through storied adventures and one-shots. Journey across the lands, encounter strange NPCs, crawl through perilous dungeons, and wage battle against dreaded monsters and villains. Once again, this will be a free print-and-play demo that you can play with 2 to 6 people. We hope our gameplay trailer will be informative for you aspiring game monarchs, and that all of you who give our game a chance have loads of fun playing it. The new expansion to the demo drops on September 1st, 2026, but for our Patreon supporters at our $10 tier and above, they can download the new demo right now. We can't wait for you to see what we've been building, and we hope that you have loads of fun. Rest assured, we're still alive and kicking, and we cannot wait to show you what's all in store for this coming year. Be sure to follow us on YouTube, Instagram, Blue Sky, and join our Discord server to stay up to date with the latest Colony news and content. If you want more behind the scenes, follow us on our Patreon, where, for as low as $1 a month, patrons can get deeper looks into the development and making of the world of Colony. And patrons at our $5 tier and above get access to expanded and exclusive demo content, as well as voting polls. Before we sign off, we want to let you all know that our thoughts are with you all, that we hope that you're all having a wonderful Bionicle Day, that you're all staying safe and healthy, and just as importantly, that you're staying creative and curious. Thank you all so much for watching, and have a wonderful day.
And that's all for Beyond Bionicle 2026. If any of these projects sparked your interest and imagination, please be sure to go follow them and keep up to date with their progress. Thank you all so much for watching, and have a very happy 810.
Well, brother, I think it is time that we draw the third raffle of the event, wouldn't you say?
I believe it is.
I believe it is too. So, without further ado, our winner is Bionicarp. What a fantastic name. I love that. If I can just, if my scene won't disappear on me, I can put that on screen and do that and then transition it over. And yes, congratulations, Bionicarp. You have won a collectible minifigure Tahu. So if you would like to get in touch with us about this, you can send us an email at bionicleday@maskofdestiny.com, or you can DM myself or Swirt on the Discord server. So congratulations, and without further ado, let us now transition directly to Aurora Nuva with Why the Toa Nuva Lost to the Paraka.
Woo!
Hello, gathered friends. I'm Aurora Nuva, and welcome to Bionicle Deep Dive, where we analyze the tropes, characters, and lore of LEGO Bionicle. And today, we're going to be doing a fight analysis, breaking down why the Toa Nuva lost their infamous battle against the Paraka, and also looking into why the Toa Inika managed to succeed in their struggle against the Paraka. Let's dive right into it. Now, in fandom discussion, this fight is usually characterized as a complete curb stomp, where the Paraka easily dominate the Toa Nuva. But upon a closer reread, that's not really the case. This fight was a lot closer than many in the fandom give credit for. The Toa Nuva absolutely stood a chance of winning, they just didn't. This fight is also often used as evidence that the Paraka were ridiculously overpowered. But again, when we look closely, the real determining factor of the fight was not power, but rather tactics and information. And that information bit is really the key to understanding why the Toa Nuva ultimately lost, but why the Inika managed to succeed. So let's start off with looking at the combatants going into this fight. On one side, we have the Paraka. The Paraka were powerful, cunning, but most importantly, they were experienced, having spent thousands of years fighting and killing Toa as Dark Hunters. They'd also established themselves on Voyanui for a few weeks at this point, giving them a better understanding of the terrain. And finally, the Paraka had a more prepared mindset for a fight. They were expecting someone to show up and try to stop them, most likely their old comrades in the Dark Hunters. That possibility actually played a role in the fight, with both Zaktan and Bach independently speculating that the Toa Nuva might actually have been working with one of the other Paraka to capture the rest for the Dark Hunters. The Paraka also start off the fight at a numbers disadvantage, with Thok and Vizok being sent off to capture the members of the Matoran resistance immediately beforehand. Now, on the other side, we have the Toa Nuva, the most powerful Toa team in history, with enhanced elemental powers and the ability to share masks. However, the Toa Nuva lacked experience in the kind of enemies they were about to face. Since they awoke on the island of Matanui, the Toa had mainly fought against Rahi, Borak, and Rakshi, all opponents with relatively limited sapience. Aside from Makuta, they had never faced opponents who were on the same level of intelligence as them. The Toa Nuva also weren't expecting to have to fight going into this, believing they'd be able to essentially waltz to the island and find the Mask of Life with little opposition. They were arrogant going into this, leading them to underestimate the peril they were walking into. And finally, the Toa went into the fight with no idea how many Paraka there actually were, or what the Paraka's powers might have been. And let me tell you right now, this is the single biggest determining factor in the fight. Every single time the Toa lost an exchange with the Paraka, it was because they got caught off guard by a power the Paraka had that they didn't know how to deal with before. Meanwhile, the Toa Nuva didn't have any surprising abilities of their own. While they were the strongest Toa team, they really just had boosted versions of extremely common elemental and mask powers. Despite not immediately recognizing the Nuva mask shapes, Zaktan did immediately recognize the shield from Tahu's How, and Ridak was even able to land a hit on Pohatu while he was using his Mask of Speed, clearly showing that these were powers the Paraka knew how to account for. And that makes sense, considering they had been fighting Toa for thousands of years. They'd recognize the most common mask powers. Okay, so the actual fight starts off with Hakan and Ridak spotting the Toa Nuva, and Ridak immediately throwing rocks at them. Tahu and Kopaka shoot fire and ice bolts at them, forcing them to take cover behind a rock. Pohatu destroys the rock they're hiding behind, and Hakan starts firing off his magma launcher and heat vision. Tahu sees magma balls and dismisses this fight as easy, only for Liwa to have to pull him out of the way when the heat vision melts the ground underneath him too. So again, we see that at the start, the Toa aren't really taking this fight seriously. So, Ridak then charges forward while Hakan retreats. Now, the exchanges with Ridak play a big role in why the Toa Nuva lost, and it's often cited as proof of how insanely broken Ridak's adaptation ability is. And don't get me wrong, it is broken, but something that I think gets overlooked when people talk about this fight and Ridak's role in it is that Ridak gets the shit beaten out of him for almost the entire fight. The narration outright says that he keeps getting utterly defeated over and over again. He gets a couple of good hits in, like when he breaks Liwa's air katana or when he briefly traps Onua in quicksand, but aside from those, he spends most of the fight getting beaten. The problem was his adaptation ability let him keep getting back up, and now the attacks that previously worked weren't effective anymore. He's the perfect damage sponge, and the Toa spend so much time occupied with him that they let the other Paraka outmaneuver them. So, while they're beating up on Ridak, Hakan, Avak, and Zaktan return to the battlefield, and Gali, Kopaka, and Tahu engage in duels with each of them respectively, while Liwa, Pohatu, and Onua keep trying to put Ridak down for good. And that's the other big mistake the Toa Nuva make in this fight, splitting off and fighting the Paraka one-on-one. It's that arrogance they had going into this. The Paraka were extremely deadly in single combat, but they were a terrible team. They didn't coordinate well at all, while the Toa Nuva were much better at working together. But so, Gali, Kopaka, and Tahu each lose these duels, following a similar pattern. They are mostly evenly matched with the Paraka at first, until the Paraka uses their special power, which takes the Toa by surprise. So, Gali's duel with Hakan. While Gali had her attention on the sight of Zaktan appearing as a cloud, Hakan flanked behind and attacked her with an ambush. That's that knowledge of the terrain that allowed him to sneak up on her. He also hit her with a mental attack, and the narration says that while she was prepared for physical combat, this kind of mental attack was something she wasn't prepared for. So we see that right off the bat, she's starting at a disadvantage. hit from behind with a type of attack she's never dealt with before. Still, she manages to put up a good fight, dodging his follow-up attacks by being quicker than he could account for, and following up by surrounding him with a water sphere to cut off his air. But this is where Hakan's experience comes into play. He doesn't panic because he's killed Toa of Water before. This is something he knows how to deal with. He evaporates the sphere with heat vision and follows it up with more heat vision attacks that disarm one of Golly's axes, and then a wide beam to bathe her in heat. Golly counters with a rainstorm to cool off, and Hakan remarks that their elemental powers are evenly matched. But then he follows up with an even stronger mental attack, and since Golly's concentration was focused on the rainstorm, she couldn't defend her mind, and it knocks her out. Honestly, this whole fight was just a masterful tactical play by Hakan. He kept her off balance the whole fight and kept combining his abilities to devastating effect. Golly didn't really make any mistakes. She just didn't know what she was dealing with, and he kept her on the back foot so she couldn't make a plan. Kopaka then fought Avak, driving him backwards with a hail of ice blasts and even managing to freeze Avak's weapon in his hand. Avak managed to smash the ice and began monologuing about his backstory to Kopaka. After a moment of concentration, Avak then used his ability to create perfect prisons to summon a cage of fiery bars around Kopaka. Now, Kopaka initially thought it would be easy to escape since he managed to freeze a similar trap made by Tahu, not realizing that Avak's powers worked differently. The more ice Kopaka poured out, the hotter the bars got, and eventually the smoke and heat got to him. In this fight, Kopaka had Avak mostly on the back foot until Avak sprung his trap. And Avak's power is really hard to counter. The only way to escape is to either find a way to break Avak's concentration or use powers Avak didn't know how to account for. I imagine that Avak didn't use his prison ability right off the bat in order to get a good measure of Kopaka's powers. Kopaka doesn't have a very combat useful mask, so when Avak saw that he was only using ice and no mask powers, he had the info he needed to make his trap. And the final duel was between Tahu and Zaktan, where the two engaged in a vicious sword duel. And can I just say, the writing for this scene is so intense, and I love it. Just the imagery of the two of them clashing swords with the sea raging below to claim the loser. Honestly, Greg Farshtey rarely went this detailed in the description of fight scenes, and that's a shame because this was gripping. Also, despite being a series that long had swords, this is the first actual sword fight in Bionicle. I know for a long time they were trying to lean away from the more violent storytelling, but now they fully embraced Bionicle as a violent action series. Now, Zaktan, still wondering if the Toa were working with the Dark Hunters, made an offer to work with Tahu. Zaktan even saying that with the power of Toa, the rest of the Paraka wouldn't be needed. Tahu obviously refuses, and they fight. The two were going blow for blow in skill with the blade, but Zaktan's ability to split his body into a swarm of microscopic prototypes gave him an edge that Tahu just didn't know how to counter. Even when Tahu's sword would have hit, Zaktan's body dispersed harmlessly. Tahu tried melting Zaktan's blade, but portions of his body moved to replace the melted sections, since both his blade and his body were made of prototypes. And when Tahu blocked with his mask of shielding, Zaktan goaded him. Now, Tahu knew he was being baited, and while he had been trying to work on his pride and anger issues, the sight of Kopaka and Golly unconscious drove him to a fury to avenge his brother and sister. And this was another major mistake. Zaktan didn't have a way to get around the shield. Tahu could have retreated and regrouped and shielded his allies. But instead, he dropped the shield and kept dueling Zaktan, despite not having a clear way to counter Zaktan's unique body. Eventually, Zaktan found an opening to thrust Tahu with his blade. And now Tahu says he was prepared for a piercing wound, but instead, Zaktan's prototypes went into the gap in his armor and attacked his tissues and into his mouth to try to suffocate him. Tahu found this far worse than a stab, and it knocked him out. Again, the Paraka had abilities that Toa just didn't know what to do about. So while all this is happening, Liwa, Onua, and Pohatu kept beating up Redak. And despite Liwa losing one of his katana, he did manage to beat Redak. Rather than using powers, Liwa engaged Ridak in hand-to-hand combat to great effect, really just embarrassing Ridak and throwing him around judo style. He, Pohatu, and Onua did a fantastic combo, knocking Ridak into the air and then slamming him down into the ground, before putting him in a restraining hold and then binding him with stone. And that's the key to beating Ridak. You can't beat him by trying to knock him out with powers, you have to trap him, because that's not the kind of defeat his body can adapt. But by the time they figured that out, Gali, Kopaka, and Tahu were already down, and Thok and Vizak had joined the battle, putting them at a numbers disadvantage of 5-3. After seeing how dire the situation was, Onua even voiced the possibility of retreating without their fallen teammates, simply because their defeat would mean that no one would be left to find the Mask of Life and save Matanui, meaning the death of the whole universe. But ultimately, they decided to stay by their brothers and sister to the end. And to that end, Liwa, Pohatu, and Onua still managed to put up a good fight by working together, and what the Toa should have been doing from the start. In fact, even down half the team, they were still shown to have a real chance to make a comeback. With Liwa creating a blinding dust storm for cover, Pohatu managed to grab Gali with his Mask of Speed, and Onua snuck up behind Avac, knocking him out and retrieving Kopaka. Zaktan noted that the three of them managed to seriously change the dynamic of the battle in only a few seconds. If they had managed to revive Kopaka and Gali, they would have a numbers advantage again, as it would have been 4 Paraka to 5 Toa. Seeing this, Zaktan orders Thok to bring the mountainside to life to crush them in one fell swoop, and Thok initially pushes back because doing so would leave him drained, but Zaktan threatens him with his swarm to make Thok comply. And this interaction is really interesting, because it's actually kind of layered and shows the continued calculus that both characters are making. Both Zaktan and Thok suspect that the Toa might secretly be working with one of the other Paraka. In Thok's hesitation, he specifically says that it would leave him too drained if there were to be another fight, implying that he wants to stay ready in case this also becomes a Paraka versus Paraka fight. Especially notable since Thok's prime suspect for a traitor is Zaktan himself. Zaktan immediately threatens Thok to do it, and I think this is very on purpose. Zaktan wants the Toa Nuva defeated, but he also wants Thok in a weakened state, in case Thok was a traitor. In any case, Thok complies and turns this mountain slope into a 50-foot stone giant. But this immediately backfires when Pohatu uses his power over stone to take control of the giant, crumble it to boulders, and send those boulders flying at Zaktan, Thok, and Vizak, forcing them to dive for cover. The remaining Toa were really starting to gain some momentum here. But then Hakan, the sneaky bastard, comes out from cover to hit Pohatu and Liwa with mental blasts, knocking them down. Now, low-key, Hakan was the Paraka MVP. He was responsible for taking down half the Toa Nuva, all because of his sneak attacks. And so that just left Onua to face 4 Paraka. And in one of his most tragically badass moments, Onua decides, in spite of his own earlier words about fleeing to fight another day, he would not abandon his team, his brothers and sister. He would live or die here, as a Toa Nuva. And he made a real effort to clutch the 1v4, throwing half a ton of rock as he charged forward. And the narration really plays up how tragic it is by immediately saying he never made it. Zaktan, Hakan, and Thok could only slow him down, but then Vizak managed to swoop in and deliver the final blow, knocking Onua out and finishing off the Toa Nuva. So, yes, no doubt this was a devastating loss for the Toa Nuva, made all the worse by the fact that there was so much at stake in the fight. But I hope I made it clear through this analysis that this wasn't a total wash for the Toa. They put up a strong fight and managed to put the Paraka on the back foot several times. At the end of the battle, Ridak was captured and Avak was unconscious, and Thok was left too exhausted for another fight. Honestly, if anything, I think we should praise the Toa Nuva for doing as well as they did, considering they were ambushed by highly experienced Toa killers with powers they'd never encountered before. And now, don't get me wrong, the Toa Nuva made serious mistakes going into this, underestimating the seriousness of the situation and letting themselves get separated. But above all else, every time the Paraka gained an advantage, it was because they had the element of surprise. Not because the Paraka were overpowered or because the Toa-Nuva were incompetent. Even after they were defeated, Zaktan recognized the Toa as a major threat, saying that all should know that Toa are never more dangerous than when they think they're defeated. Not wanting to risk even enslaving them, he ordered them executed because he knew a rematch might not go the Paraka's way. And this is even further supported when we look at how the other fights in that arc went, because it's heavily implied that the Toa could have stomped in a rematch. After escaping the volcano the Paraka were going to throw them in, the Toa meet up with the Matoran resistance. And admittedly, the meeting is also a little embarrassing for the Toa-Nuva, with the Matoran attacking them and actually coming close to winning. Granted, the Toa were holding back because they didn't want to hurt Matoran, but the resistance got some really good hits in. Not great for the Toa-Nuva's record. But after they managed to convince the Matoran that they're on the same side, the Matoran guide the Toa-Nuva to the Paraka stronghold and give them additional information. When they reach the stronghold, Lewa has a rematch with Redak, and having figured out his deal now, effortlessly embarrasses Redak by dodging and throwing him, and even using him to open a blocked doorway. When they get inside, they're guided to their masks by the Matoran and emerge fully restored to face the Paraka, who at the time were having a full-blown meltdown as a team. Seeing the Toa-Nuva, Zaktan tried to rally his troops, but they all looked at the odds and realized if they abandoned Zaktan, the Toa would take him out. To me, this shows that the Paraka didn't feel very confident about their chances of winning a rematch in their current state, which says a lot. Now, we then have the Toa-Nuva's next devastating defeat in this arc. They charge forward with the Matoran resistance, and Zaktan makes a last-second deal with Brutaka to give him the Zamor spheres he craves. Agreeing, Brutaka lashes out so fast, Thok doesn't even see him move, and knocks out all 6 Toa-Nuva and all 6 Matoran in a single blow. Now, I've always had a question about Brutaka's movement here. It was established earlier in the book that Brutaka can seemingly move faster than the eye can follow, able to disappear from Hakan's sight in the flash of a lightning bolt before appearing behind him. Hakan believed no one that size should be able to move that fast, and yet he does. For years, my question has been, was this him using his Mask of Dimensional Gates for short-range teleportation, or is he actually just that fast? At the time of the book Dark Destiny, Brutaka's mask power hadn't been formally introduced, so it's possible this may have been foreshadowing for his ability to open dimensional gates. However, once his mask is established, we never see him use its power like this again. Additionally, after Hakan steals half of Brutaka's power, he's described lunging out at blinding speed against Redak, so I'd say it really is an open question. But if this is him using his mask power, it's another solid example of the Toa being blindsided by an ability they didn't know was possible. But as we'll see in just a moment, this also isn't a case of Brutaka being unbeatably overpowered, as he can actually be dealt with, they just didn't know what they were dealing with. Because information and the element of surprise also explain why the Toa-Inika managed to fare much better than the Toa-Nuva, despite being both less experienced and less powerful. Now, I should clarify, the Toa-Inika never actually flat out beat the Paraka in a team versus team fight. There are a couple fights where they seem close to winning, but circumstances prevent that from happening. But for the most part, the Inika managed to be evenly matched with the Paraka, a much better performance than the Toa-Nuva. There were a couple major factors that give the Toa-Inika advantages over the Paraka, including having unusual powers like their Kanoi and their unique energy abilities that came with their transformation. While overall less powerful than the Toa-Nuva, the Inika had much more unusual abilities that let them take their opponents by surprise. And the Inika were also taken in by the Matoran resistance before they faced all the Paraka. The resistance gave them detailed information on the island and the Paraka, meaning unlike the Toa-Nuva, they knew what abilities their opponents could dish out and had strategies to counter them. Now, of these advantages, honestly, it was their mask powers that ended up being one of the biggest advantages in their early encounters with the Paraka, meaning that, as much as they'd hate to admit it, Karzani saved their lives. While they were still Matoran, the Toa Nika had their original masks, which were the same masks as their respective Toa Nuva, stolen from them by Karzani and replaced with new ones in an effort to strip them of their identities. And notably, every single time the Toa Nika used their masks, the Paraka were caught off guard. Hyuki managed to catch Vizok by surprise by subtly ricocheting a rock to bump into him from behind with his Mask of Accuracy. Nuparu beat Zaktan by flying into him with his Mask of Flight, dragging Zaktan's prototypes in his wake and dumping him in the ocean. Kongu was trapped in a prison made by Avak, designed to suck all the air out of the space. But he managed to escape because he knew from the Matoran resistance how Avak's powers worked, and his Mask of Telepathy let him take advantage of that by putting babbling thoughts in Avak's mind to break his concentration. Jollar's agility with his Mask of Fate stunned Hakan. Matoro's Mask of Spirit was unfamiliar to Thok, who thought the Toe of Ice just fainted. And while it isn't directly stated, it's possible that Hali's Mask of Detection allowed her to pinpoint and hit Thok even while he was using his disorientation spellbinder vision on her, a feat that Hakan, while in a similar position, couldn't do. The Baraka clearly had no idea how to deal with the Toa Nika's masks, despite easily recognizing and countering the Toa Nuva's masks. And this is interesting, because it implies that the Anika masks may have been very rare compared to others. And it kind of makes sense that they would be. Karzani's realm had been isolated from the rest of the universe since near the beginning, almost 100,000 years. The masks there probably reflected masks used in ancient times, while the masks we had seen up until then were more popular in modern Matoran societies. Because on the islands of Metronui and Matanui, every Matoran we see wears one of the 12 original masks introduced in the story, the 6 worn by the Tomata and the 6 worn by the Turaga/Toa Metru. And the doyalist out-of-story reason for this is that those were the only masks made by the set team at that time. But still, it's nice to see that this was subtly played with in the actual story by implying that the masks we had seen everywhere were much more common in the places we had seen. And the reason why we hadn't seen the new masks was because they were rare and ancient. And another really interesting advantage the Toa Inika had was how the Paraka underestimated them. Vizok immediately clocked that they were rookie Toa, and from his experiences facing rookies in the past, thought he could beat all 6 at once. And under normal circumstances, he may have been right. I don't think the Toa Metru would have been able to beat him a few hours after their transformation like the Anika did. But the thing is, the Toa Anika were not your typical rookie Toa. See, before the Great Cataclysm, most Matoran lived relatively sheltered lives away from fighting and danger. Even in places protected by Toa, they were usually far away from the battles, and definitely not participating in them. Several Matoran on Metronui claim to have never even met a Toa, despite Le-Khan and his team protecting the city for millennia. Even the Toa Metru had only ever recalled seeing Le-Khan deal with threats from afar. So, if those sheltered Matoran become Toa, they usually have a major adjustment period, going from having no combat experience to having to fight for their lives. Not to mention the fact that they're unfamiliar with both their elemental and mask powers. The Toa Metru had trouble controlling and rationing their elemental powers because they were using trial and error to figure out what they could even do as they went along, with no guidelines. And it took them days to figure out how to even activate their mask powers. But the Anika were completely different. While they were inexperienced in using their new powers, they were by no means inexperienced in combat. As Matoran, they had spent the last 1,000 years defending their villages on the island of Matanui. They fought armies of infected Rahi controlled by Makuta on their own, with no help from Toa. And when the Toa Mata arrived, the Matoran didn't sit on the sidelines. Instead, they fought side by side with their heroes against the Borak Kal, and the Rakshi. Jallar personally defeated Parak Kal when Tahu couldn't. They understood tactics, and they were mentally acclimated to the stress of combat, meaning they didn't crack under pressure. Jollar was even savvy enough to use his inexperience to gain a psychological advantage, getting Vizok to back down by reminding him that he could easily lose control of his flames and accidentally burn Vizok's head clean off. Insanely badass moment by Jollar. And from their experience fighting alongside the Toa Nuva, they had first-hand, up-close knowledge of how Toa fought. These weren't typical sheltered rookie Toa. These were battle-hardened veterans who were used to facing opponents much stronger than them while having no powers of their own. And now, they were given powers. Powers that they were able to effectively use much quicker than normal Toa. The Toa Inika picked up their elemental powers much more quickly than the Toa Metru did. Part of the reason for that is when they first used their powers, the narration says they were specifically imitating the motions they saw the Toa Nuva do hundreds of times. They had a base understanding of what they could achieve and how to do it, unlike the Toa Metru, who had never really seen Toa using their powers up close. And with their mask powers, their unique transformation caused their masks to become organic, and their living masks responded to their thoughts, allowing them to use their masks way more quickly. And when they had mask powers as unusual as they did, the combo was devastating. Not to mention, they had additional powers standard Toa didn't have. The elemental powers were laced with lightning, adding massive, unexpected extra damage to their strikes, and the light energy infused in their bodies rendered them immune to the antidermis, as shown when Vizok failed to use his Zamor launcher to enslave Mitoro. And so with all that going for them, their unusual and very strong powers, their experience in combat, and the fact that they had detailed intelligence on their enemies beforehand, it's actually no wonder they were able to form as well as they did. In their first full battle against the Paraka and Brutaka, the Toa Inika were winning, despite being at both a numbers and power disadvantage. Kongu beat Avak, Nuparu took out Zaktan, and in an astonishing feat, Huki bested Brutaka on his own. Yes, the same Brutaka who defeated all 6 Toa Nuva in one strike, Huki had a flawless victory against him. And it was because Huki and Jollar came up with a plan before the battle started. Knowing what Brutaka was capable of, Huki was to keep Brutaka occupied from a distance, cutting him off from the battle with continuous barriers of stone walls. Brutaka easily smashed them, only for more to take their place. Then Huki capitalized on Brutaka's distraction by ripping open a chasm beneath Brutaka, burying him under tons of rock. And just like that, 7 against 6 became 4 against 5, given that Nuparu had left with Zaktan. And the rest of the Paraka were fighting evenly with the Toa at best. But the Toa's momentum wouldn't last, as the dynamic of the battle would be completely shifted in a new direction. When Brutaka did finally claw himself out of Huki's chasm, Hakan hit him with a special Zamar that stole his powers and transferred them to Hakan and Thok. The 2 Super Paraka then took out both the Toa and the other 4 Paraka and left to find the Mask of Life. And when they fought against Hakan and Thok, they still did very well, mostly beating Thok while Hakan was dealing with the other 4 Paraka. Of course, Hakan and Thok did end up knocking out the Inika by combining their powers in one blast, but the Toa still completed their objective by hitting the Paraka with the Zamor that reversed what they did and took away their new powers. Now, the final fight between the Toa Inika and the Paraka on Voyanui happens on the lava plains just before the Chamber of Life. The Paraka reached there first and decided to set up an ambush for the Toa at the bridge. And even though the Paraka had prep time, the Inika started out winning. Nuparu unleashed an earthquake that rattled their positions, and the rest of the Inika managed to drive most of the Paraka away from the bridge. However, it literally all came crashing down when Kongu, noticing Zaktan was still in position, launches a cyclone at him to disperse his prototypes. It works, but the bridge was already weakened by the earthquake and collapsed on the Toa Inika. Ironically, their early momentum in driving the Paraka back left the Toa more vulnerable to the collapse because they were closer to the bridge, while the Paraka were mostly unscathed. The Inika had it, but then fumbled because Kongu was impulsive when he saw an opening to strike. And What I find weird is that when the INICLE recover, their assessment is somehow that they lost because they were fighting fair and honorably like good Matoran, instead of fighting dirty to get the job done. And like, no, you lost because Kongu fucked up. It happens. I'm not hating on Kongu. I love him, but we gotta call a spade and a fumble a fumble. But while the INICLE never truly defeated the Baraka in straight combat, the INICLE still triumphed over the Baraka in the only way that ever truly mattered. They got the Mask of Life. And so the Toa INICLE faced Vizon and Fenrak, and after a nail-biting battle, managed to defeat them and claimed the Mask of Life, doing what both the Baraka and Toa Nuva couldn't. And so, that is my breakdown of why the Toa Nuva failed to defeat the Baraka and why the Toa INICLE succeeded in their stead. A success built up by so many factors, it's no wonder Gali felt sure that this was the Toa INICLE's true destiny. But what I love most about these conflicts is how they emphasize the importance of choices and information over power when it came to how these characters resolve the plot. In an era where discussion of fictional battles is dominated by power scaling, it's refreshing to talk about battles where power didn't determine the fight. It was just what gave the characters options. The fights were determined by information, which I think is a really interesting way to approach combat. If one side didn't know what the other could do, it gave a huge advantage. But if they both understood each other, the battle could go either way. It allows lots of wiggle room for the outcomes, which in turn allows it to be believable that the Toa Nuva were able to go from a humiliating loss against the Baraka to stunning victories against the much more powerful Brotherhood of Makuta later on. It means that in order for the outcome of fights to change, the protagonists don't need to get more powerful, they need to act smarter, and they need to get more information. And that helps prevent significant power creep like we see in other series. A lot of the conflicts in Bionicle, not just the fights, but the more broad conflicts too, are really information games, with neither side knowing everything about the other and the outcome being determined by who knows what. It feeds into the sense of mystery in the story, that the heroes are always operating on limited knowledge and having to figure new things out. And that's part of what made Makuta such a dangerous antagonist. He knew more about the world than almost anyone else in it, and leveraged that knowledge to his advantage. And in fiction in general, I think it's important to remember that fights are just one form of conflict in a story, and conflicts are determined by choices characters make and the context they find themselves in. That's the true meaning behind the classic Stan Lee saying that whoever wins the fight is whoever the author wants to win. A skilled writer can make a fight go any way they need to, as long as they set up the right circumstances for the characters to make the choices they do. And in this case, I think Greg set up these conflicts excellently, allowing us to understand why they went the way they did, while still creating room for them to go differently, preserving tension as it truly comes down to how the characters respond. But what do you guys think? Do you like this breakdown of how the fights went? And do you have your own thoughts on how these conflicts were written? Let me know in the comments, and I'll see you all soon. Take care, my gathered friends.
Oh, there's little I hate more in this solar system than pirates.
Sir, according to my calculations, we possess high enough acceleration to evade the pirates and make it to Saturn unharmed.
Then let's... Alright, that's it.
Considering the value of our cargo, it is unwise to engage the enemy.
Oh, I'll show them it was unwise to engage me.
It appears my predictions were correct.
No. The cargo. El-Koro is gonna kill me for this. Let's hope El-Koro is in a good mood today.
Based on previous records, the probability of a desirable outcome is...
Please let me keep a little optimism I have. A race to the rings of Saturn. With a 250 grand cash prize. But that's enough to repay what the pirates took.
You have failed me for the last time, and failure does not go well with me.
Hi.
A guy brought me the weapons, I hope.
Yeah, about that,
Don't you dare tell me you failed to do something so simple as carry a small cargo between two planets!
Well, see, just as I was about to enter this planet's orbit, I got attacked by space pirates, and as you can probably figure out,
Excuses! I wish I could make as many excuses as you smugglers always seem to make. Do you have any idea what those weapons cost?
Like $250,000.
And how do you intend I'll get them back? Huh? Refund them? Call the police and tell them my illegal firearms got stolen?
Look, I know you're upset. Reasonably so. Very reasonably, in fact. But I have a solution. See, I'll just enter this race, win the 250 grand prize, which just so happens to be the amount you lost, and then I'll give the money to you. So you get your money, I get to live. What's not like?
Do you really think you can win a space race when you can't even fend off some pirates?
I mean, I'm good at flying a starfighter, I'm just not good at starfighting. But this doesn't seem like a blood sport, so fighting isn't an issue. Come on, you know I can win this. When have I ever let you down? Besides now.
When is this race?
Tomorrow, I think.
Then I give you this last chance, a guy.
Really? I think so.
But you better remember what happened to the last person who didn't put his chance to good use.
Right.
You new here?
No.
Well, I just want you to know that just this morning, I paid my taxes.
I'm glad you told me. I'll have a,
Or that you'll join the Astro Corp.
Yeah. I'll have a 3 years.
Do you really think you can win, smuggler?
Look, I asked you to death, so do you mind if I enjoy my drink in peace?
Well, you better. For once you're done with the race, you ain't gonna drink no more.
Look, if you're here to pick a fight, then it's best for you if you pick someone else.
During the war, I peeled the skin of 7 generals. And that was just in the Battle of Ganymede. Or think I can handle a brown stain like yourself.
Look, Renard, the race is tomorrow. Why do you not settle this pointless feud then?
Yes. For once you're right. Just wait till the race tomorrow, and I'll turn this brown stain into a blood stain.
Such barbaric nonsense. There's no nobility in you racers.
Oh, Doctor. Lost or more checked. You're going to the race too. And you're in it for the money, might I add. But I'm sure you're the exception somehow.
Why, yes, indeed I am. I need the prize money so that I may offer free medical services to those who otherwise cannot afford such things. But of course, such a noble cause might be entirely foreign to you.
Shut up before I put you on your own operating table.
And who might you be?
The name's a guy.
I'm Madali. You intend to join the Astero Cup, do you not?
Yeah, why?
Then come meet me outside.
I literally just met you. Why would I?
For I believe it is wise to have a taste of one's competition. I sent the race route to you. As you can see, the goal is the nearest diner.
You sent it unencrypted? In a place like this, that's just asking for trouble.
If you can keep up with me, then the race will be over long before trouble can arrive. Anyway, on the count of 3, 2, 1, go! You're pretty good.
Well, I hope so. Otherwise, I'll have lied to Le-Koro. Which isn't ideal.
Saving your own hide, are you? Seems I'm the only one trying to help people here.
We're doing some medical thing, right? Can't you just get a job as a doctor or something?
I did, in a way. I was a medical officer during the war, but now that it has ended, I thought I should take part in something that actually helps the solar system.
You're having a race without inviting me? Why, I'm heartbroken.
Is that a blue guy from the bar?
Yeah, just ignore him.
Teaching the smuggler a race, are ya? Let me show 'em how racing usually goes. Ship computer, join to the next turn of the race route. To a left and send the data to the smuggler's ship.
Modified method transmitted.
Sir, turn right. I mean left in the next turn.
Alright.
Renar, what did you do this time?
Just thought I'd make sure you won't be harmed in tomorrow's race. You don't want such young people in dangerous activities after all. See you later.
Are you alright, a guy?
No thanks to that bastard, but yeah.
I can tow your ship to the nearest mechanic if you want.
Thanks. Luckily the damage isn't too big.
What happened to your ship?
Some guy crashed into the side of it. Deliberately, might I add. Think you can fix it before tomorrow evening?
Of course! I won't pass up on the opportunity to finally have a customer.
Thanks, I need it for working for tomorrow's race. Gonna show the blue bastard who he's dealing with.
Alrighty, folks. Welcome to the 3rd annual Astro Cup! The race through the rings of this beautiful planet! Of course, given the sheer size of this iconic gas giant, they will only race through a fraction of the rings. But I'm sure you're not interested in such details, for all you want to see are the stars of our race. So, let's take a look at this year's incredible contestants. First up, from the moon of Ganymede, it's the winner of the previous 2 years, Renar! Next up, from the planet of Mars, it's the payer of taxes, Bill! And from this very planet, it's the one, the only, Nemos! Next up, it's Dr. Medali from the... Well, he's from Pluto, but let's not fire up that ultimate. And last, but certainly not least, from our nearby moon of Enceladus and a late entry, it's a guy! Who will win? Who will lose? Who will survive? There's only one way to find out. So let's cut the filler and get right to it. May the 3rd annual Astro Cup begin in 3, 2, 1, go! That's gotta hurt. But at least there won't be any medical bills.
Taking the lead!
trying to win, are ya? Well, winning's only fun when it's a challenge.
What the? Error. Primary fuel system is no longer functional.
Then fire the emergency retros.
Error. Emergency power circuit is now open.
Then
warning. Input system has been damaged. Some inputs may no longer work.
A guy has taken the lead as some kind of catastrophic engine failure has left us with just 3 remaining racers.
Okay, that's it.
Someone send me an eye doctor, for I can't believe what I'm seeing. A guy has intentionally given up the lead to Bill.
That was for spilling my drink. That is for making a crash. And this is for me, darling.
Only 2 racers remain now. Will a guy be able to retake the lead?
Sir, we just barely possess high enough acceleration to potentially take the lead. However, it will require near perfect flying.
No, this isn't right.
What's this? First he gave up the lead, and now he's done a complete 180. A guy's logic circuits must be completely fried.
You fool! Why are you giving up the race to save me?
Because I'm better than you.
And so, the only remaining racer crosses the finish line. Let's congratulate the winner of the 3rd annual Astro Cup, Bill! So, how does it feel to have won the Astro Cup?
Like paying my taxes.
Uh-huh. So what will you do with the grand prize of 250,000 in cash?
I will continue paying my taxes.
Okay then. Well, here you have him, folks. From the planet Mars, it's the winner of this year's Astro
Cup. So not only did you lose, you were so stupid you forfeit the race?
I'm sorry, but you have to understand.
I don't have to understand a thing. I gave you an honest chance. A rare privilege I only give to a select few, and yet you fail. Not because of misfortune, not because of incompetence, but because you chose to fail. You chose to waste your opportunity, and so you've ultimately chosen to cease to...
I've come to make you an offer. Spare this vermin's life. I'll give you what he owes you.
These negotiations are none of your business, Renar.
Oh, but they will be.
Are you threatening me?
Not yet, but you're tempting me.
Do you have any idea who you're talking to?
Do you? Spare the brown stain and you get exactly what you wanted. Otherwise, I will make sure you lose everything. What is your decision?
Thank you.
Spirit! This makes us even. Nothing more, but also nothing less.
Remember, smuggler, that this new chance was not given by me. So you'd better get out of my sight or Renar can still see us.
With pleasure.
Gathered friends, listen to our tale of the big robot. So we all like Bionicle around here, but for those of you who aren't familiar with it, I put together this video to catch you up on the lore. Long ago, on the island of Matanui, the great warriors the Toa awakened. They were robotic guardians, each with the power of an element: fire, ice, brick, ground, scuba, and tide. The island was the home of the Matoran and the Turaga, who were elderly robots with incontinence and arthritis. The Toa learned of the great spirit Matanui, put to sleep by his evil brother Makuta. It was all part of an evil plan Makuta had. To defeat him, the Toa had to find all of the great masks of power, to collect them all, as one might say, in an obvious imitation of a popular early 2000s anime franchise, Hamtaro.
Tsubame presents of a rodent with mad skills, saving the world one hamster at a time. Hamtaro, Monday, June 3rd at 4. Big things come in small packages.
Upon collecting the great masks, the Toa went underground. Now here's where canon gets a little confusing, as there's actually 3 different versions of what happened. In the first, the Toa fought their evil shadow counterparts, winning by battling each other's shadowed selves to show that working as a team is good. In the second, they absorbed their shadow selves to accept the darkness that would always be a part of them, to show that people on a team can also be bad sometimes. But it's generally accepted that the true canon was when the Toa defeated Makuta, declared a holy war, and launched a jihad against the Technic robo-riders and slizers of the universe in a deconstruction of the danger of messianic figures. I think that last one was from the canceled computer game. Things amped up in 2002 with the Borok. These characters were groundbreaking, as for the first time, kids could afford to purchase the antagonists of a Bionicle story. To stop the Borok, the Toa had to collect all 557 variations of the Krana, while the Borok laid waste to their home. But the Krana had a trick up their sleeves, and mind-controlled Leiwa. In one of the year's most memorable moments, Anua confronted a mind-controlled Leiwa, as Leiwa struggled to fight the Krana's control. Anua spoke him down before tearfully tearing his jugular out. After collecting the Krana, the 5 Toa went underground again and confronted Kadak and Gadak, the queens of the Borok swarms. They used the power of the Exo-Toa armor to take the armor off and use their regular powers to imprison the queens in energy. But then they were transformed by energized Proto-Mermis into the Toa Nuva. If you look closely, Toa Nuva is actually a subtle pun on the English phrase more Bionicle sets to purchase. Then came the Borok Kal. After Takua found the Mask of Light, he and Jala went on an epic quest across the island of Matanui for the 7th Toa. They traveled from locale to locale, exploring the island while hunted by the scourge of the Rakshi. Takua was consistent in his rejection of the call throughout the quest. It's classic hero's journey, folks. But finally, Takua accepted the truth and became the 7th Toa. In the most epic battle seen in the Bionicle universe to date, Takanuva, the 7th Toa, challenged Makuta, the Master of Shadows, in a duel for the fate of Matanui. Then Makuta got crushed by a door, and they left. But it was all part of Makuta's plan. Then, Tales of the Masks came out. This epic novel topped the New York Times bestsellers list for 15 months and ultimately netted a Nobel Prize in Literature. This book about the Toa Nuva finding the great masks again left shocking reverberations across canon. Even today, critics debate the meaning of this masterpiece. The next story takes place 1,000 years before the previous 3, in the city of Metronui. Turaga Vakama spent the next 2 years telling the increasingly impatient Toa Nuva the story of the Toa Metru, the Turaga in their prime. After allegedly fighting the evil Morbizak plants, the Toa were branded traitors by Turaga Doom, an agent of Makuta. On the run, the Toa Metru battled the villainous Vaki and the evil Dark Hunters. I think there was some kind of problem with the Dark Hunters leader. I saw a video about it somewhere. But then, it was revealed that Makuta's agent Turaga Doom was actually Makuta the whole time. Taking over the city, Makuta put the Matoran into comas and killed Vakama's best friend Turaga Duracell. Not backing down, the Toa Metru battled Makuta and froze him in pure protodermis. But it was all part of Makuta's plan. All was well. However, they decided to abandon the city, coming to the island of Matanui for an idyllic home of teepee life and no indoor plumbing. Now, it's important to understand the next storyline also takes place 1,000 years in the past, but it takes place during the events of the 2004 story, right after the Toa defeat Makuta, before Vakama got the Mask of Time back, after the plant Karzani was defeated, and around the same time Vladik the Conqueror forged the Vlad Mask. Things got dark this year. 2005 saw saw the Toa Metru transform into vicious, lumbering, horny monsters called the Toa Hordika. The Hordika were luscious, hormone-driven monsters, constantly trying to battle the within them. Unable to take the temptation, Vakama was seduced by the tantalizing, seductive Bionicle known as Rudaka. That was when Greg Farshetty had enough and put a moratorium on all romance in Bionicle. The fans were furious, leading to the Great Fan War of 2005. Bionicle fans stormed Denmark, caused evil Zamer spheres to kidnap and mind control the All-American Rejects. In a desperate fugue state from the Makuda's essence, the All-American Rejects released When the World Comes Down, causing fans to lash out at their new pop-oriented direction. The band spiraled into calamity, breaking off with Interscope Records, with Tyson Ritter eventually confirming the band may not make another album. The band on their last limb, the Toa and NICLE desperately sought the Mask of Life to resurrect the Rejects' careers. The mask was a tool with the power to revive life, having been used once before by Toa Joven to save the Great Spirit after an uprising threatened his life. A desperate chase for the Mask of Life began, culminating in a great underground battle between the Toa and NICLE, the Paraka, the Irnak, and the Vezan the 7th Paraka. However, they were all defeated by Umbra. The Toa then ventured into the ocean, where they encountered many new threats, including the Baraki, Maxilos the possessed robot, and Godunka the terrible mutant sea creature. This was all shown in the directed-DVD film Bionicle 5 Under the Sea. Then, in one of the most emotional moments in Bionicle history, Greg Farshetty accidentally lost the text from Bionicle Legends 7, Invasion. As a result, we never got to see the iconic scene where Vezan slammed Motoro's head into a wall. Because of this, the entire story of Bionicle 2007 was wiped from canon. The next year was a pivotal moment in Bionicle history, when the truth was revealed. Finally, the big story engine was brought to light. In 2008, it was revealed that Kitongu does in fact have two eyes behind his big telescopic eye. With the release of Sandbox safely secured, we switched back to the Toa Nuva, who underwent an epic adventure spanning through the skies and swamps of Cardanui for the fate of the universe. It was an inspirational and heartwarming climax, culminating in Tahu murdering the Brotherhood of Makuta by proxy. Meanwhile, other adventures took place across the universe. The Shadowed One prepped a new army powered by viruses found buried in the Daxian wet markets. The Federation of Fear encountered the dreaded Cthulhu entity Trenkram, and Takanuva traveled through the multiverse before that was a whole thing. Finally, the Toa activated the Kadrex, reawakening the Great Spirit Matanui, revealing the Matoran universe as everyone knew it was actually the interior of a giant robot housing Matanui's spirit, which all the Bionicles worked inside of.
Big things come in small packages.
Everyone celebrated, but it turns out it was all part of Makuta's plan, because Makuta had switched minds with the Great Spirit, become God, banished Matanui, and taken over the universe. The next year, Soft rebooted Bionicle with a simpler story about the planet-sized mechanical god in a sentient mask landing on the shattered post-apocalyptic gladiator planet Barra Magna, divided amongst 40 separate tribes and with over 100,000 years of history. Matanui was the main character, and he battled his way across the land, fighting the Skrull, the Bone Hunters, and Godzilla. To this day, theorists still debate how the Barra Magna storyline ended, as no one has yet to reach the ending of Bionicle 4. Rumor has it that it sets up another dozen years of storylines. So in 2010, we got the second final battle. Matanui geared up in a second giant robot to face down Makuta, while the combined forces of the Matoran universe battled the armies of evil on the ground. Eventually, Tahu got the golden armor and murdered all of the Rakshi in first degree. Nekton died of his injuries in the hospital later. Makuta was distracted enough that Matanui was able to crush his head, but this was all part of Makuta's... oh no, wait, he actually got killed here. Matanui sacrificed himself to give life back to the destroyed planet of Spherus Magna, and that ended the Bionicle saga. Now this is where the story starts to really get interesting. Anua sent a special team of Toa to find the great beings, the aliens that created Matanui and the entire Matoran universe. But turns out Velika, the Pomatoran from 2006, was actually the great beings the whole time. Velika began murdering the god-level Bionicles as part of his diabolical plan to overthrow the universal balance of power. At the same time, Kopaka and Pohatu traveled to the Red Star, where they learned every Bionicle that ever died had been resurrected and turned into bloodthirsty zombies determined to devour devour their brains. Across the desert, an ancient entity Annona appeared, able to manifest dreams, turning the great beings insane. As the Sandagori went mad one by one from the dreaming plague, sapping their sanity, Annona came to contact with the gold-like being called the Godin being, who mind-controlled the Toamari and launched a full-force attack against the creature. And that is the story of Bionicle. Today, Bionicle is gone. It'll never return, except during rewatches of Spy Kids 2 and Malcolm in the Middle. However, it lives on through a vibrant community of lore videos, carefully dissecting and dictating every detail of canon to a wide-eyed audience, determined to wash their dishes while something plays in the background. There's also themes about learning your god isn't real, forging your own destiny, how the real connections are your peers, rather than existential concepts of benevolent spirits. But the real question is, how many eyes did Kitongu have?
They made me act like the pet of that Toa instead of running free to other lands. I just wanted to shoot that Toa with a spinner and watch him dry and crumble to dust, Wallace. To show Makoto. Huh? So, you're the hunter-bothering master. I'll show you what happens to those who mess with the Brotherhood.
Hello everyone, my name is Tremo, and that was my entry for Bionicle Day 2026. I was inspired by Alpha Busa's If the Emperor Had a Text-to-Speech Device to attempt to adapt the whole time track book in Blender, using 2D rigs. I was actually trying to get the first scene of the book done for this showcase, but I simply ran out of time. So I hope you like the Bogarak being vaporized by the Time Seeker's time field. Shoutouts to Ari from RG33 by the way. I've also made a few other scenes with Sentrak and the Shadowed One, but I really need to remake some of those. I'm still looking for some UVAs for some characters. If any of you are interested, you can find the whole list on Casting Call. I also have a Ko-Fi if you want to support me. I'll be posting some of the progress of the project there. Any feedback or recommendation is very appreciated. You can also find me on TikTok, Instagram, or YouTube by these names. Or you can also contact me on Discord, like Tremoros. I don't know what else to say. I've been a huge Bionicle fan since I was like 7 years old or something. I grew up rewatching Legends of Maternui, so I have kind of a soft spot for the 2004 arc. And I'm really glad to have this opportunity to share this project here. Anyways, I'll leave you with the rest of the show. And as always, may the Great Spirit guide you.
¿Alguna vez habéis visto vuestros Toamata y sentís que les falta algo?
No, son perfectos.
¿Alguna vez habéis visto vuestros Toamata y deseáis que estuviesen articulados?
No, son perfectos.
¿Me quieres dejar de hacer el vídeo? ¿Alguna vez habéis visto esos vídeos en los que se ven mocks de los Toamata articulados y desearíais no ser pobres?
Ah, mira, ahí tiene razón a medias.
Me alegra verlo, porque he añadido articulaciones a los Toamata y de bajo presupuesto. Así es. He descubierto una forma de darles articulaciones completas solamente reemplazando sus brazos y piernas y os voy a explicar cómo armarlos.
Os presento Copaca, Copeca, Copeca, Copaca.
Lo primero, estas son las piezas que se necesitan por cada toa. Os aviso que en algunos casos pueden cambiar, pero eso lo veremos más adelante. Lo mejor de este build es que al utilizar piezas que ya tienen los sets originales, comprar las piezas extra en Bricklink que no tengáis os sale muy asequible. Luego, si pedís las piezas a otro país, el precio puede multiplicarse exponencialmente por los gastos de envío.
¡Ay, no jodas! Si las pedimos a diferentes tiendas, los gastos de envío nos costarán un ojo de la cara. Bueno, siempre podemos ahorrar dinero si desmontamos nuestros mocks para las piezas necesarias. ¿Pero qué diablos hiciste? Algunos tal vez mueran, pero es un sacrificio que estoy dispuesto a aceptar. Acepto mi cola.
Y si no queréis usar Bricklink, pues... AliExpress. Pero las piezas más importantes son estas que veis aquí. Lego no hizo estas piezas. ¿Sabéis quién las hizo? AliExpress. Estas piezas son vitales para articular la cabeza. Y doy las gracias a Oso por enseñarlas en su vídeo. Pondré enlaces en la descripción. Crear los cuellos de los Toa está tirado. No sé improvisar. Hay que poner esta pieza, que es un círculo, se pone en esta pieza del Express, esta otra pieza que tiene un círculo y dos axles, no sé cómo se dice axel en español, se pone aquí y la pieza aquí, la cabeza ahí, si me sale bien aquí, sí, ahí la cabeza, y la cabeza se pone ahí y ya puede girar el cuello. Otra forma de hacerlo es usar esta otra pieza. No, esa no, quita las manos. A ver, sí, vale, esa otra pieza de Express se pone en la cabeza y luego esta otra pieza se pone aquí, es la que se ve más aún. Se puede, mira, ¿ves? Ahora se pone así y se. Mierda, se saca la cabeza. Oh, vaya. No, como es jorobado, necesita otro tipo de build. En fin, la pieza se pone esta. Mira, sí, ¿veis? Como las he puesto yo. Ahora hay que conectar esta otra pieza aquí. Se gira el cuello para que Onua pueda mirar hacia adelante. Solo puede mirar hacia abajo, no arriba. Y mira a los lados, sí. Mirad cómo giro la cabeza. Y luego la cabeza se pone aquí. Ahora con Pohatu hay que ponerle estas piezas en esta pieza. Y a ver, coge la cabeza. Ahí, vale. Vale, entonces pones la cabeza ahí y ves que puede girar y la pones ahí y ahí, vale. Ahora pones esa pieza ahí y ahí, sí, ahí, joder, ¿qué te cuesta, coño? Y los Toamata por fin pueden mirar hacia el cielo. Coño, una nube.
Eso es vapor. Aire caliente, como se suele decir.
La pega es que la cabeza de Pohatu está un poco suelta, así que es posible que se balancee un poquito.
¿Acabas de ronronear?
Lo confieso, soy un furro. ¡Me has descubierto!
Enseguida pasamos a los brazos, pero antes de eso quiero añadir que esta combinación de piezas también sirve para articular a los Toa Metru, a los Turaga y a los Matoran de Metro Nui. Lo bueno de este diseño de extremidades es que mantienen la misma altura que tienen los sets originales. Admito que pierde un poco la armonía de color que solían tener, pero las articulaciones les dan muchísima más personalidad. Lamentablemente el precio a pagar es... se pierden las funciones de acción. Así que me temo que Pohatu no podrá dar más patadas. ¡Pero no te vais! ¡Porque ahora puede hacer sentadillas! ¡Demuéstralo, Pohatu! Empezando por los brazos, comenzamos aplicando la misma pieza que la del cuello. ¿Recordáis quién fabricaba esta pieza? ¡Tu puta madre! Pues con esta pieza podemos conectar el resto del brazo. Y francamente me recuerda un poco a los diseños del videojuego de 2003.
No podrás hacer ningún daño a los habitantes de Matoran mientras que el poder de Matanui siga fluyendo en mi ser.
Y sí, la forma en la que he conectado el brazo con el hombro es ilegal, según la ley del Lego, pero ¿será nuestro secreto?
¿Oficial? Si este tío ha construido como 6 builds ilegales.
Enviaremos una patrulla de inmediato. Permanezca oculto y manténganos informados.
Más adelante se conecta un brazo de Hero Factory con un círculo y por último la mano. La mayoría de los Toa tienen el mismo build para sus brazos, pero hay excepciones. Onua, por ejemplo, tiene brazos más cortos para que no parezcan desproporcionados con sus garras afiladas.
¡Con esto no me puedo rascar el culo!
Vale. En lo que respecta a las herramientas de Tahu, Kopaka, Gali y Lua, supongo que podéis conectarlas tradicionalmente y trabajos acabados, pero ponerles estos conectores aumenta considerablemente su alcance. Y sé que parece completamente innecesario, pero ¿alguna vez visteis y pensasteis? Lo dejo a vuestro juicio. Ya que estamos, ¿podemos hablar de lo bien que le queda a Tahu empuñar su espada a la inversa, a pesar de lo poco práctico que es? Con esto hemos terminado con los brazos, así que es hora de la pierna. Es la parte más compleja, así que para mostraros cómo se hace, tendré que despiezar a Tahu. ¿Qué?
Porque eres el único set de Bionicle que han sacado en la última década. De verdad, a este paso tendremos 10 Tahus antes que el GTA 6.
Pues bien, la pierna no es muy difícil, así que solo hay que poner una bola con esa pieza de mano, que no es una mano. Luego esa mano se pone con esta pieza que incluyeron con Brutaka, no sé cómo se llama. Y luego se pone la otra bola allí y luego se pone la otra pieza. También podéis usar esta pieza si queréis, pero también sirve para... vale, no sé qué voy a decir. Mira, la pierna, yupi. Con Pohatu ahora tenemos un problema, porque como podéis ver es un círculo y los círculos no se sujetan, así que podéis usar esta pieza o esta pieza y de esta forma la podéis atar en... Ahí, vale, sí, por ahí. Y luego la podéis poner allí para que la pierna esté sujeta. En cuanto la metas... Dios, si está estresante. ¡Vamos! ¡Métela! Joder, tío, el juego es peor que... vale, ya. Ahora pones esta pieza aquí y ahora se sujeta. Yupi. Claro, hay que poner el P. En el caso de Nua, decidí darle piernas un pelín más cortas que el resto de los Toa. Es opcional, pero le da un aspecto mucho más robusto, como en los enanos de Tolkien.
Espera un momento. ¿Lo dices porque vivo bajo tierra? Eso es un poco racista, ¿no te parece?
No puede ser racista contra una raza ficticia. A menos que estemos en Twitter.
Disculpa, ¿podemos devolverle la pierna a Tahu ya? Las cosas ahí atrás están saliendo un poco de control.
No te muevas, Tahu. Esto es para calmar el dolor.
No.
Con esto yo diría que hemos terminado de mostrar las articulaciones de los Toa Mata. Pero os estaréis preguntando, ¿funciona para los Toa Nua? Vamos a comprobarlo.
¡Au! Oye, ¿cuál es tu problema?
La respuesta es... sí, más o menos. Utilizando estas piezas para que sus extremidades sean más largas, podemos darles unas proporciones más cercanas a las de los sets originales y, de nuevo, de bajo presupuesto. Takandu en particular es perfectamente customizable, pudiendo simular los diferentes colores que tiene a lo largo de la franquicia. Además, este build os sirve también para crear vuestros propios mocks. Yo, por ejemplo, he hecho a toda Hellrix. Dígamelo.
¿Qué hay, Garen? Oye, estoy viendo el stream y creo que tú no te molestaste en leer la descripción de Hellrix, ¿verdad?
No. La verdad es que no. ¿Por qué lo dices? ¿Quieres bajar la voz?
Lo imaginé. Deja que te lo busque. Si Tahu esperaba que el gobernante de esta tierra fuera un guerrero enorme y fuertemente acorazado capaz de partir a un Toa en dos sin esfuerzo, se llevaría una decepción. La figura que le esperaba era una Toa, aunque su armadura era bastante diferente a la suya.
¿Sabes qué? No soy lo bastante maduro como para vivir con mis errores.
¡Mira, Hyuki! ¡Es Maku!
¿Dónde?
¡Ta!
Y eso es todo por hoy. Confío en que el tutorial os haya servido de utilidad. Sé que no es el mejor build del mundo, pero es mi build, además de asequible. En todo caso, creo que es hora de cerrar el vídeo. Espero que os hayáis divertido y ¡feliz día de Bionicle!
¡Alto, la Guardia Civil! ¿Quién de ellos ha hecho uso ilegal de piezas de Lego?
Vale, no saben nada. Solo tengo que...
¡Es él, señor oficial! ¡Él es el tipo que gime cuando se limpia el cola! ¡Puto!
Ah, pues te has soltado rápido.
Ya, solo tenía que escribir no volver a montar builds ilegales 400 veces en la pizarra. Y retirar el vídeo. Pero tiene solución. Solo tendré que encontrar la forma de cambiar el diseño de los brazos y poder hacer el vídeo sin quebrantar la ley.
En vez de buscar un trabajo y convertirte en un miembro funcional de la sociedad para ayudarme a pagar el alquiler...
¡Yep!
Por cierto, tienes unas cuantas llamadas perdidas.
Ah, de Medakal. Hola, ¿me llamabas?
Llevo horas intentando llamarte. ¿Dónde estabas?
En la cárcel. No te dejan entrar con móvil, ¿sabes?
¡Eso no importa! Pero robó una Olva que rompió la regla 4 y... Ay, me lleva la verga. Tú patentaste tus builds de toda más articulados, ¿verdad?
Anda, pues no, por
YouTube. Bienvenidos a este nuevo video tutorial de toda su puta madre Firat, el FUA. Ay, no seas reina, luego te pongo tu canal. Hoy tengo un build muy especial para ustedes, ya que he creado un diseño de toda nueva articulados. Y lo mejor es completamente legal.
Lo único que hiciste fue ponerme mi How Nuba.
Anda, mira, tiene más visitas que tu vídeo.
Yo ya era guapo, maldito egocéntrico.
Slamming his fist on the table in front of him, Akar growled fiercely. "This is absurd. You can't possibly continue this." The Steltian running the stand smiled calmly. "I understand your frustration, Glatorian, but my customers agree to it. 30 widgets for Madu fruit seems steep, but any Matoran would prefer it to starvation." "You're taking advantage of them while they're vulnerable," the Glatorian said. "Maybe," the Steltian replied. "Such is the way of business. I thought Barra Magna was used to this brand of ruthlessness." Akar scowled. "Many of us are. I've fought hard to put an end to it." With a sleazy grin, the businessman leaned forward. "Then perhaps you should stick to being a Glatorian, Stop playing at Toa. It doesn't suit you." His heart skipping a beat, Akar nearly brought a fist up in anger, but caught himself just in time. "This isn't over," he said, pointing sternly at the Steltian. Before the traitor could reply, he had already stormed off. Marching angrily through the various stands and tents that made up the united camp, Akar's doubts hung over his head. It was Matanui who had named him a Toa, but it took the Matoran's acceptance for Akar to finally come to feel comfortable in the role. But putting it into practice, standing up against the local slumlords reigning in the camp, he found much more pushback. "Toa Akar," a voice behind him said. "You seem frustrated." Whirling around, the Crimson Warrior looked down to see two friendly faces. "Turaga Vakama," he said, "and Turaga Duma. It's good to see you both." "The feeling is mutual," said Duma, "but the trouble you are having is apparent." "I hadn't anticipated pushback," said Akar. "It was hard enough getting the Barra Magna tribes to work together. This is going to be a lot more difficult." "So much distrust," Vakama sighed. "It will take some work to form this place into a new home." "Is it so different from Metru Nui?" remarked Turaga Duma. "There will always be conflict. That's why we have the aid of Toa." Akar chuckled. "I appreciate the encouragement, wise ones. Still, I wish I had the aid of the Toa Nuva." Vakama smiled. "Their absence is unfortunate, no doubt. And yet the Toa Magna have been invaluable." "The title still feels strange," sighed the Glatorian. "Mata Nui bestowed it upon you," Duma said. "The Matoran have accepted you as Toa. I can think of no one more worthy of the name." Akar looked off into the distance. Part of him had suspected all along the burden he would be taking on when he agreed to aid Matanui's last request, but the true extent of what would be asked of him still seemed daunting. His musings were cut short as he recognized the crowd of dark riders on the horizon. Rising to his full height, he turned to the two Turaga. "Get everyone to safety," he said. Before the Turaga could respond, Gresh and Kina weaved past them, rushing to meet Akar. The warning they came to deliver was one Akar had already come to realize. the Skrull were coming. Stronius stood at the bow of the chariot leading the Skrull armada, watching his target with battle-hungry eyes. At long last, another battle awaited him, and he could hardly wait to begin. As the chariot grew closer to the camp, Stronius recognized the two warriors standing on the outskirts, one clad in emerald, the other in red. They had been two of the leading Glatorian in the battle for Roxtus, granted elemental powers by Matanui. It was tempting to launch straight into an attack, but he resisted the violent urge and commanded the chariot driver to slow to a halt. At last, he and Bernard hopped out of their wagon, coming up to meet their opponents. "This is new," Gresh quipped. "Trying at diplomacy?" "We're giving you a chance to surrender," Bernard spat. "If I hadn't been able to convince Stronius, you wouldn't even get that." Akar skeptically eyed up the bulky elite Skrull and scoffed. "So Stronius is your new commander now? That seems a bit like trusting a sand dragon with a lizard egg, no?" Stronius growled and raised a fist into the air. "Your petty insults mean nothing to me, Glatorian." "It's Toa now," Gresh retorted, drawing his twin blades. Bernard scoffed. "That's it then? No moral grandstanding? No attempt at working things out peacefully? I thought that's what you Glatorian fought for." Flames danced around Akar's sword as he stared down the Skrull. "It is, but we don't negotiate with Skrull." "What a relief," Stronius muttered. The Skrull leader took 2 steps forward and brought his fist crashing into the ground. Within an instant, a shockwave rumbled through the earth, toppling Gresh and Akar to the dirt. Before anyone could react, Stronius lifted his hand, and a hole opened up in the earth beneath him, swallowing him whole. Behind him, where he once stood, Bernard raised his sword and shouted a war cry. By the time the two Toa Magna got up to their feet, the legion of chariots advanced, roaring to life as they moved forward into the city. Akar was quick to fire off a barrage of flame at the oncoming caravan, only to be interrupted by a wall of rock raised by Bernard. "Times are changing, Toa," Bernard spat. With a swing of his blade, the wall crumbled into a mound of rocks, battering Akar's armor. "So are the Skrull." Midnight in the village of Tesada was almost ethereal. The shadows of 2 massive trees stretched across the land for what seemed like infinity, darkening the cool blue of the night. Stars reflected off of the village's hot springs, filling the mist with sparkling lights. Even before the reformation of the planet, Tesada was one of the more scenic locations in the wasteland. It had taken some time to build up a new village from the remains of the old, while many of the society's leaders had insisted on staying within the united camp until a site for new Atero was found. It was Vastus, Tesada's old second Glatorian, who called for the construction of a makeshift village to replace the old. In the recent times of chaos, he reasoned that it would be beneficial for the Agori and Matoran to have a place that felt like home. Now, after several days of reconstruction, the village was paradise. A small slice of Boda Magna in a now much more abundant forest. From within his quaint hut in the North Tree, Vikan sat in silence as he admired the beautiful sight. While Tesada slept, he remained wide awake, taking in the sights of the empty village. If he were to be asked why he stayed up, he would simply say that he couldn't bear not to see the scenery at midnight. That would be a lie, of course. In truth, the Le-Matoran had recently been plagued by a string of nightmares. Every night he tried to sleep, his heartlight raced while his mind was trapped in dark visions of alternate histories. Some nights he would see the Brotherhood of Makuta making their return, claiming all Matoran in their grasp. Other nights he saw a disgruntled Takanuva tearing through Shadow Matoran before slowly falling to the clutches of darkness. In each scenario, he was bitterly reminded of his past, having once been mutated into a Shadow Matoran to serve Makuta. He had kept his physical deformities gained as a result of this fact, and his fellow Matoran had been cautious around him as a result of his past service to Makuta. But these visions were far worse than the occasional glare or cold shoulder, and they painted a fear he couldn't bear to confront in his mind. Vikan stayed awake to stave off the nightmares, avoid the trauma they resurfaced. With his extra time, he tried to help out around the village when he could, assisting in reconstruction and going on supply runs. But he never felt more at home than when he spent time with the Avmatoran from the Kodreks, finding some solace with others who were also corrupted by Makuta. So when Gavla came to his door in the dead of night asking to speak, Vikan was more than happy to help. After all, he didn't have anything better to do. "So, Gavla," he said, leaning back in his seat, "what did you want to talk about?" Gavla smiled awkwardly. "I can't just come by to say hello?" Vikan chuckled. "You're more than welcome to. You've just never said hello to me before." Her eyes widened before shutting as she spoke. "I'm sorry for that. I knew the others in Cardanui, and so it's been easier to talk to them after. You know." Vikan knew all too well. While he hadn't lived in Cardanui, he had been transformed into a Shadow Matoran, just as those living there had been, and he bore witness to it when Makuta Mutron had taken him there. But now, he and all the other Shadow Matoran had been cured of their afflictions, and were free to live their own lives. "But they don't look like you," Gavla added. "Why?" Looking at his wings and claws, Vikan already knew what she meant. The others had their physical mutations reversed since landing on Spherus Magna, but he had still retained his more twisted appearance. "I wanted to," he said. "I wanted to never forget the mistakes that led me down that path." Gavla nodded. "The Makuta hurt all of us. They used us. You're not their weapon anymore." She paused for a moment, lost in thought before looking back to him. "Are you happy, Vikan?" Vikan raised a brow. "What do you mean?" "I mean, you've seen how they look at us," she said. "The Matoran don't trust someone who served the Makuta, willingly or not. Even the others in Cardanui distrust me. I can tell by the way they whisper whenever I enter the room. It's like I'm tainted. And if it's bad for me, I can't imagine how bad it is for you." Vikan sighed, gently brushing his claws together. "It is. I can't ignore the whispers and glares forever, especially not in this form. I know that I won't ever really be trusted again." "Would you go back?" Vikan nearly shot back in his seat. "What?" "Would you go back?" she repeated. "We were powerful back then. We could do things the average Matoran couldn't. If we're going to be treated differently anyway, why not act the part?" A frown colored Vikan's mask. "We were slaves to the Makuta. The Makuta are dead," she said, leaning forward in her seat. We serve the shadows alone now. We can serve a greater purpose. She extended an open hand to him. We can make anyone who's ever wronged us pay. Every last one of them. Vikan looked down at her palm, unsure how to reply. He knew that Gavla had felt more at home among the Shadow Matoran. That much she made clear upon being healed. But he also knew just how traumatizing and painful it was to be conscripted into the Makuta's service. He knew which dark parts of himself he was comfortable leaving behind. No, Gavla, he said with a heavy exhale. I'm never going back to that. Leaning back in her seat, Gavla's expression became one of disappointment. What a pity. I really hoped I could bring you in willingly. She snapped her fingers, seemingly looking to something just above Vikan's head. Before Vikan could react, a fist struck him square in the mask, knocking him out cold.
Hello, gathered friends, and welcome again to the exclusive game show of Bionicle Day. Bionicle, the game. But now we're on vacation on this beautiful Crescent Island. And as you can see, it is a very tropical and picturesque landscape. Though I do admit the locals seem a little out of it.
Toa, let me see that map for a second.
Sure, here you go.
Toa, did you get this map from a video game?
Why, as a matter of fact, yes. Well, it's either going to be that or a lovely little island from another video game. I think that one was called Rahi Intersection. I didn't understand the currency there, so I settled for this.
Toa, video game places don't exist.
You know, we're going to ignore that for a minute. Do you feel that?
No. Oh, that! Yeah, I felt that a mile away.
Bug thing? What are these weird effects? And people?
Daddy, why are we here?
We're here to get you a llama, son.
Wait, bug thing? Llamas? With no prior evidence of them existing before? This changes the lore considerably.
Oh my god, you're Tahu Toa Fire. I watch your show every night on Riddick Swim. I've learned so much from you.
Probably nothing good, I bet.
Ah, an adoring fan. Tell me, what brings you to this island? And tell me more about this channel and how dare they not pay me for syndication rights. It's my show to do absolutely nothing with.
How very topical, Toa.
We have to pirate your broadcast into our universe. We only have 3 channels otherwise.
And none of it is in color.
And none of it is in color. Now, llama, where can I find one and what do they look like, Toa?
I don't know anything about llamas. But I do know about prizes. Want to tell them about it, my strange, little, small, fleshy fan?
Wow, really?
Once again, never the bridesmaid.
This year, the winner can choose from one of 7 t-shirts designed by Bikini of Mask of Destiny. And shipping by 2027, the next release card booster pack of Bionicle Day collectible trading cards.
I'm sure you're very proud, mechanical data boy.
In addition, the winner will also receive a fantastic large square print of the Toa and NICLE and elemental creatures united for battle. I have no idea what that means, but it sounds fun. Kind of like, you know, mounting a llama going into battle. I love llamas. Finally, the runner-up will receive an item of their choice from Red Star Games. Finally, the runner-up will receive an item of their choice from the Red Star Forge, courtesy of Red Star Games, and an original Quest for the Mask sticker, courtesy of former Quest for the Mask developer and CEO of IDW Comics, Ted Adams. I don't forgive it for what you did to Windblade. I'm never letting that go, Ted.
I know where you live.
And with that out of the way, I guess we can move on to the next bit. The contestants. To enter our game, after speaking with a random Borok and our former janitor's buddies running around, I've got to check on that later, you simply have to type, "Come on down" into the chat. And in order to enter, you must have access to Discord on a computer with a working microphone, webcam not required. So starting now, let us begin. We shall see you after this quick break.
Can these 6 young heroes prove they are worthy of the name Toa and save Metro Nui from destruction? Bionicle 2, Legends of Metro Nui, next Saturday night at 7. Believe in yourself. Only Toonami.
Eine Maske stürzt vom Himmel und der mächtige Matanui erhebt sich, um die glatorianischen Legenden zu vereinen. Akal zieht sein Flammenschwert, Bastus hat den Schlangenspeer und Kina meistert den Dreizack. Gemeinsam müssen sie sich der Übermacht des Bösen stellen, um den alles entscheidenden Sieg zu erringen. Neu von Bionicle, die Legenden.
Before time, on the mysterious island of Matanui, a new legend was born. 6 mighty heroes, the Toa, possessing amazing elemental energies, incredible strength and agility, and Kanohi masks of power, banded together to challenge the dangers of this strange world and fight the foes no single hero could hope to defeat. Relying on their skills and daring, they've met every challenge, braved every peril, and defeated the most dangerous enemies in the universe. Whatever the sacrifice, whatever the risk, the Toa have never surrendered. New generations of Toa have come and gone, but though the names may change, the legend never dies. Now you can watch the great Bionicle legend in the new short movie on BionicleBattle.com. Ask your parents first. Activate your powerful light-up weapons, load your multi-shot Zamo launcher, and prove you're a hero. Bionicle presents 6 new NICLE heroes.
the bully from BIONICLE.
BIONICLE 2.
Le destin de Maître Nui est entre tes mains.
De nouveaux héros. Une nouvelle légende.
Un héros ne reconnaît pas la peur!
BIONICLE 2. Les légendes de Maître Nui. Disponible sur Terre, en vidéo et DVD.
BIONICLE Star, le retour des grands guerriers. Alors que d'anciens ennemis refont surface, 3 héros, Grèche, Takanuva et Taou se tiennent prêts. Le bien et le mal s'affrontent. Aide Toa Taou à revêtir l'armure d'or pour gagner la bataille finale. 6 éléments dorés à collectionner, 6 BIONICLE Star.
The Toa had only just landed on Voya Nui, but it wasn't long before they were having a smashing time.
Lego Bionicle sponsors CITV.
New on DVD, Behind the Evil is a secret 6 heroes will uncover. Amazing. Bionicle 2, Legends of Metro Nui, rated PG, now on DVD. Also available, the new Vaki from Lego, each set sold separately.
In Metro Nui, Kitungu faces King Sidorak and Rudaka, his queen. Their blade, rotator claw, and venom spinners are a real threat. Kitungu must prove if he's history or legend. Bionicle, each set sold separately.
And okay, it just went to the thing, I guess. Cool. So I guess.
Beautiful.
Jump, magic jump.
Yeah, that outro system isn't working quite right. We're gonna have to look into that.
Anyways,
hello, welcome back to this.
Bug thing? What the hell was that outro anyway?
That we don't talk about it, Toa.
I think we have to talk about that. Don't you, chat?
I think you need to shut up.
Well, I'm the host.
I don't care. I'm your foil.
Anyway, well, we have a lot of people that have entered. Amazing amount of entries.
Indeed.
I will start rolling. We are going to select 8 people. I'm going to call out the name. And again, as a reminder, we'll need you to be in the Discord so that we can actually throw you into the game.
Toa, we shouldn't be throwing our contestants. That's their job. See, they're doing it right now.
Yes, I know. But they haven't found the secret one yet.
Next year, we need to make it so they can throw you.
Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and start pushing the... I'm gonna push buttons now. Uh-oh. You...
Let them get it out of their systems, Toa. Don't worry, it'll be over soon enough. Just let it happen. See, that wasn't so bad.
Are we good? No, that's not bad. Ow. 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 Hi, friend. Well, I think they found the secret command this year.
I think so. Oh no, the goat is on fire and now it's gone.
They're fine, they're just toasty. Hi, friend.
Alright, well, I think it's about time we start getting our contestants in, don't you, Toa?
I agree. Let us choose winners. The first one will be Gabe Sentiniala 2520. I have butchered name. I am so sorry.
Congratulations.
You get to be...
If you are already in the Discord server, we'll just have to get you set up with the correct roles.
Alright, let's get our second contestant. Kalfalcon 2884.
Well, them I know I've seen around the server. So let me see
I'm pretty sure I've seen them. Alright, our third contestant. I'm not sure how to pronounce that one. Is it in the chat, though?
Going too quickly. Give me a moment.
Annoyed us. I'm just gonna copy and paste that one to you, Bug Thing. Oh, ignore that.
I believe they are in the Discord server.
Very good. I will get the next one.
Indeed.
Joey245.
Did you not see them? So we'll have to figure that out.
That will be an interesting one. The next one.
Oh,
Joe Cool
well,
1, 2,
isn't
3,
that
1.
fun?
I want to see how Joe Cool will do. Ow. Cosmic Kiowa.
Wow, we're just getting all of it. Well, right, I can just drag him right out of the other chat. Congratulations, you're in the game show now. Welcome.
I've been chosen.
All right, how many?
He's already in the
so
other
far?
chat in the server. It's like, okay, I'm just gonna fucking drag you out of there.
Ow.
I can't tell. Is my voice on stream right now?
Yes.
It is. Welcome to the game show early. Haha.
Oh.
Hello there.
This is torture for me too. Ow.
Oh, it is. I'm on a bit of a delay though.
I don't have a
illusion
delay
broke.
with these
Thank you,
beach balls, that's for
Discord.
sure. Ow.
Hang on.
All right, how many is that so far, Bug Thing?
Well, I have two in here right now. Joe Cool is jumped in. There are the two others that are on the server. So if you guys can message me or just send a message in general, and I can give you your roles.
I do this every year, and yet I'm still unprepared.
Oh,
Gabe S.
Yep, Gabe S is right there. That's good. That would have been the first one, I believe.
Excellent.
All right. Writing that one down on my mental bandwidth tablet thing. Don't worry about it. Don't look into it. I was double checking. Oh. Well, there is. Ow. Placon. I'm trying to read everybody's names. It's getting to be confusing. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. Okay. Still waiting on. I believe that.
Do we have to call anyone more? Is what I'm asking.
I will have to call at least a few more.
All right. Well, let's call him, and then we'll figure out the setup after.
Oh, Jahara.
Hey, wow, it's an all-star cast this year, huh?
Hey, why not?
Yeah.
It's an all-star cast for an all-star crew and them. There's a goat on my head. Ow. All right. I guess how many more is that?
You're the one counting, Toa.
No, I'm not. I'm looking at
Well, why
5
not?
million. Because I've had beach balls thrown at my head. I have a concussion.
Well, that sounds like a you problem, Toa.
Ow. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I need 2 more names. Let's go. Kirkerman.
Let me see if they are here. I cannot see them, so if you are in the Discord server, just send a message in general and we will get you set up in here.
And 1 more. Toa Kovita.
Hey.
Toa Kovika. You are the last one that I can count, assuming I can count through all of these beach balls.
We will be right back. I just need to check some things here, and then we will get you all set up, and we'll be back with the first game. So we will see you all momentarily.
demand.
By who?
Our 8 contestants will be asked to identify the following image as to what it is. That's right, we are playing Who's That Bonkle?
Toa, didn't this go horribly wrong near the end of last year?
We don't speak of it.
Wow! Can I play?
Sorry, adoring fan. Contestants only. Well, maybe next year you can sign up. But for now, let us begin.
Yes, welcome back, everyone. We are now playing Who's That Bonkle? And somebody buzzed in early. Somebody did it.
Oh. Oh, yes. So they did.
Sorry,
That's
just
fine.
testing in.
That's fine. We can just carefully take care of that real fast.
Apparently I have to clear that on this thing, so that's fine. I can just do that in my browser. Sure, we'll do it this way. So, without further ado, Toa, shall we begin? Also, unfortunately, Joey, we did not get him, but this silly dumb host decided to call too many people anyways, so that's his fault. Blame the Showa.
We'll make it up to you next time if you want to play next year. You have first priority.
You already got on the Joe here. You're good.
Oh yes, we should probably introduce our contestants, shouldn't we?
We should probably introduce our contestants. Feel free going down the list. Koflikon?
Oh, hello. Yeah, it's me.
Alright.
It's been a few years.
That's fine. Jahara?
My voice
Alright.
in the stream for the second time today. That's weird.
Indeed.
Very much. Shunglenoidus, I believe is how you pronounce it to me.
Hi, I was Scum in the 2024 game show.
We will just call
Very
you Big
nice.
Chungus and break even.
Very good.
Yeah, Big Chungus.
Big
works.
Schlungus.
Big Schlungus, yeah.
Yes. Cosmic Iowa.
Hello, I'm the creator of BIONICLE Mass Warfare and the ambassador for the residential peanut gallery of the BIONICLE Day server.
All right, Joe Cool.
What's this Bionicle thing I've heard about here?
No idea.
That sounds
But
boring.
I hear wonderful things about something I think I heard called anyway.
I can hear the
Government?
gears
Okay.
turning, trying to make a rust-bound pun, but your brain just didn't work fast enough.
I am so tired. Kirkerman?
Hi. I've been watching for years, and I was working during every prior Bionicle the Game show. So,
fun fact,
now
so
I'm
was
not.
Hell yeah.
Ow. Govika?
Good afternoon, Voyanui. I am an absolute nobody.
And Gabe.
Here.
Very good. All right, so we are going to play Who's That Bonkle?
Indeed.
As you can see from the screen over here. Ow. I looked right at that ball. As you see from the screen right here, we will be showing you a prompt. You are going to guess based on the clue. Now, last year we had a couple of clues that were a little weird. This year, they're even weirder. And that starts with the first one, which I will mention is going to be worth up to 2 points if you could guess the secret answer of it. But there is an acceptable one that's easy. So, Bug Thing, when you are ready. All right, Schlung.
Is that Axon's color palette?
That is indeed Axon, but there is a second answer. Can somebody guess it?
Oh, I have to clear the buzz.
No, doesn't have green.
Oh, it was me.
Alphacon?
Yeah, is it Spiria, the combiner model?
I should have clarified. All of these would have been for the years 2006 or 2016. So that will help emphasize things. Cosmic?
It is the color palette for Good Guy.
You are correct, and that one is going to be worth a point
So
as well.
Both of them got
Alright.
1 point then, yes?
Yes, that is how that will work. All right.
Moving right
We'll
along.
move on to the next one. Identify. Schlung.
That is Zactan.
That is correct.
Ah.
He's got the 3 blades on his weapon.
Yep.
No, we could have been evil and chosen one of the Anika that have completely like different prototype designs.
I was very fair when I was putting these together. Now guess this character. Golfagon? There was cross chatter.
Velika?
That is correct.
That I was worried that one would be difficult because we turned him on his side too.
I recognize the shovel hands.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. All right. The next one. Identify this character. Did Cosmic be a buzz in
you're
already?
staring off into space, looking at nothing instead of hosting your
I didn't hear
show.
my name
Toa.
called. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I believe it is. That looks like Onua's spinner thing on the back.
Incorrect. Kalfakan?
Is it Umarak the Destroyer?
That is correct.
It's like it's a 1 in 6 because for some reason all the like 2016 sets had faucets on their asses.
Have some way to turn them on.
All right, identify this character. Kirkerman.
Is it Umbra?
That is correct.
That is clever.
That's a good one.
Yeah. As I said,
we're speeding through this one this time. You guys are clever.
Yes, yes. All right, identify this character.
Is that...
Long, I guess, buzzed in?
Toa Ignica?
What?
Toa Ignica?
Schlunganoid buzzed in. Oh, pay attention.
I did say Schlung. Schlunganoid.
Is that... Thok's color palette?
That is correct.
No. Oh,
No,
it is.
No, never mind. No, it's not. Bug thing? I'm trying. That is incorrect. I thought it was. I forgot that it wasn't gold. Cosmic?
I think it's Toa Nuparu's color palette.
Incorrect.
Oh.
Kalfakan?
Is it Irnak?
Incorrect. I should mention the background might be a hint. Kirkerman?
Is it the Zamor Sphere Pack?
Incorrect. Cosmic?
Is it the Lava Beast?
Incorrect. Slung?
Is it Uniter Kopaka?
Incorrect. I'm gonna go ahead and just call it there.
I buzzed him.
All right, Kovika, I'll let you answer first.
Okay, was it, was that for Uniter Lewa?
Incorrect.
The answer is a gill.
Yeah, no way.
Yeah.
I
I would
should've
have also
known.
accepted a Kimu's bird or a Kimu's hawk. Those are other options. I mean, who exactly is a
Suppose
Kimu
we
again? I
also
don't
could
know.
have accepted a Kimu as well.
I did.
Could have.
Yeah.
All right, next one. Identify. Kalfakan.
That is Raidak.
Incorrect.
Okay.
Govika.
Was that Hakan?
Incorrect. Joe Cool. You have a 1 in 4 chance at this point.
Did you already say Radak? I'm forgetting the names. Is it Thok?
That's correct, but I heard somebody else say it as well, but I will give you the point because you...
You reminded me of the name. I was trying to...
Yep.
The silhouette is kind of...
The feet
Yeah,
are big
yeah.
too.
All right, identify this character. Kalfakan.
Is this Vison and Fenrak?
Incorrect.
Man.
Kirkerman.
Is it Vison and Cardas?
Incorrect. Govika.
Was it Jawa and Aika?
Incorrect. Cosmic.
I think it's the little phoenix bird that goes with Tahu.
Bug thing? Are we going to accept that?
I'll allow that.
I will allow
Yes.
that. And that was actually worth 2 points due to the difficulty.
The only elemental creature I had before starting that photo series earlier this year that took up like 6 months of my time.
You're welcome, by the way.
Yes, and thank you to your
All
boss, Dan, as well, who has gracefully sponsored this stream this year.
Quite a bit. All right, this one is going to go fast.
A minion.
Joe Cool.
Minion.
Yes.
There you go.
That is indeed Minion.
I love him.
Oh, minion. Why? A despicable.
I've never heard of that.
Ow. Identify. Okay, before anybody buzzes in, and I need to clarify, you need to identify which character is missing from this set.
Oh, fuck. Oh, no.
I'm ignoring any buzzing in until that you try it again.
Oh, was that an early
Unless
buzz?
Gabe,
Okay,
you
I'll
want to
clear it.
Gabe, okay, Joe Cool buzzed in now.
Doc?
Incorrect.
Jala?
I don't see him.
Who buzzed in? Cosmic Disc buzzed.
I think it's Matoro missing?
Incorrect. Schlung?
Oh, is it? It's not fuck. Fuck.
Jala?
No, I forgot. I forgot.
Gabe,
I'm sorry.
If you want to answer, you have to buzz in.
Got it.
I mean, Kalpakon?
Was Jaller said? Yep.
I mean, is that your answer?
Yeah, Jaller.
Yeah, Jaller is correct.
Ah.
It was also worth 2 points.
That,
As a reminder, you should be buzzing in to answer.
Oh yeah, I have been, but occasionally I just don't hear the buzz at all.
It just bugs out because it doesn't pick the first one immediately.
Well, and also, if I don't clear it, it won't allow any other buzzes in, but it's not always clear when I should be clearing it, so it's the system works as best as it can right now. Anyways.
We'll do our best to fix
I
next
don't
year.
think
Identify
anyone
this character.
has getting through.
Cosmic.
Sorry, John.
It's a 1 in 6 chance. I'm
I
going to go
think-
with Vizok.
Sorry,
Incorrect.
We're having some technical problems, Jahara. What's up?
I think none of my buzzes so far have been going through, but then again, I have also always been a little bit late. So,
All right, well, let's
yeah.
try it. So try sending in a buzz.
All right.
Guys,
Sorry, nobody else. Please, nobody else buzz in.
No,
Okay,
it's working.
That one came in. It's just you're not buzzing in
Now
as
I
fast.
heard something. Okay.
All right, so who buzzed in first?
I wanted to say it was Cosmic. Kalpakon now buzzed in.
Is the buzzer working?
So is that me or did somebody else buzz in? Just checking.
I'm not sure. I see Kalpakon's name on my
Alright.
list.
Well, I'll throw my shot. It's Hakan.
That is correct.
Yeah, you can see the
I
red
really
edges.
thought that one
Yeah.
was going to be difficult just because there's no context. It's just teeth.
It is just teeth, though there was a little bit of something in the corners. I made sure of that. All right, the next one, also worth 2 points. Did Gabe buzz in?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Kongu?
Wow, I was not expecting anyone to get that one.
All right.
That was
Good
a
job.
good one. All right, now you're supposed to guess this bonk. Kalpakon.
Fenrex Spawn.
That is correct. Also worth 2 points.
There you go.
I have
All
this.
right. This next one is only worth 1 point, and I'm going to emphasize you need to be careful about answering it. Schlung.
Is it Umbra?
Incorrect. Gabe? I'm going to have to go...
Manua?
Incorrect. Cosmic?
I'm going to guess this is an anti-dermis joke and say Makuta.
Incorrect. Kovika?
Is it Matoro with the Kanohi item?
Incorrect.
So that would have been an interesting possible second choice.
That is an interesting one. Jahara.
It was my choice. I didn't buzz it.
What was that?
Go Tower?
Incorrect.
Okay.
Joe Cool?
Is it Umbra from not Umbra, but the G2 Shadow guy?
Incorrect. I think
Okay.
everybody's lost it. I think we could safely reveal that this
We'll
was
have
in
one
fact
more, Cosmic.
All right, Cosmic, go ahead. One
All
more.
right. I completely forgot my answer. I'm sorry.
Understandable.
The correct
All
answer
right.
is Vanisher.
Oh, I love the Dark Thunders. How did I not know this?
All right, this next one is worth 3 points. Kirkerman.
Is that like one of the French Happy Meal paracas? Like maybe
Close,
Ray
but not the right answer. Schlung?
That is Nestle Radak.
That is correct, and that is worth 3 points. They
wow, he's
answered
beautiful.
it correctly.
God, I knew he.
Identify this character.
Gabe.
Gabe?
Golly?
Incorrect. Govika?
Hakan?
Incorrect. Kalfakan?
Is this G2 Pohatu?
Incorrect.
Nah.
This is a tough
I think I have everybody stumped.
Yeah.
Is there any more guesses, or are we good?
I want to pay attention.
I got nothing.
Oh, Kalfakan?
Alright. Absolute Shot in the Dark Protodax.
Incorrect.
Damn.
Schlung?
Is this the water spider, the combiner model?
Incorrect.
All right, we will move
I think
on
it's safe
from
to
that.
say we can give. Oh, yep.
Oh.
Joe Cole probably could have answered, but yeah, that was Thok.
Well, no, I was going to say
Ah.
Le-Koro, but
Yeah, that was just
Evil.
Thok again. It's hard to tell, but actually it was a slightly off-color white, and I put a little green on the teeth. So,
I didn't
all
know
right,
that was
this
color
next
on.
one's gonna go fast. Cosmic,
That is bad guy.
100% that is
There you
bad
go.
guy.
I wouldn't believe how difficult it was to find a decent image of bad guy's polybag.
You're not wrong. All right, next.
Oh, that I'm gonna have to put that on stream after. Illuden's like literally just put together a piece of fan art for Tahu now.
Oh, that'll look good next year,
okay.
I'm sure.
I will prepare that for the beginning of the next game.
All right, you must guess the location. Gabe buzzed in.
Boyanui?
Incorrect. Cosmic?
That is Karzani.
That is Karzani. Turned sideways to trip people up to think that it might have been part of the volcano.
to be fair, I would not
All right,
have guessed that even
guess
if it
this
was
location.
upright.
Did Cosmic buzz in again, or we're not clear?
Oh, I did buzz in. Am I on again?
Yes.
All right, go.
I think that's the Labyrinth of Control from 2016.
That is correct, or at least a concept of it.
Yeah, I thought it
Right.
might trip some people up using the concept art, but
I was thinking ahead. Now, identify this set. Gabe?
Onawa?
Incorrect. Oh, I saw Schlung first before Joe Cool.
Is this Uniter Pohatu?
Nope, we'll do Joe Cool next.
I'm pretty sure it is the mini version of Ikimu, like the more golden one.
Incorrect.
Oh.
Govika?
Is it... Ernak?
Incorrect. Cosmic?
It's Toa Ikimu.
Incorrect.
Oh.
Schlung?
Is it Qatar?
Incorrect. Kalfakan? This will be the last one to guess.
Yeah. Is it the elemental creature of Pohatu in the 2000?
Incorrect. Jahara, do you have a guess? Since you'd be the last one to buzz in at that point, or Kirklerman?
No idea.
Is it Brutaka?
It better not be the bird
Correct.
again.
Bug thing?
the
Feel free
correct
to reveal
answer
it.
is Zamor spheres on their side.
Oh.
Evil.
Oh my god.
See, I might be evil, but at least I'm not as evil as what I was going to do here. Now, I'm going to emphasize this next question. The Zamor is the last one. That's the official last one. But the next one I had in the list, and would have been worth 5 points. If you could guess it, you're still not getting the points, but at least I'll feel more vindicated. Bug thing?
So that's
One
nothing.
more.
Let's do it again.
One more.
Is there just
there we go. No.
Oh.
Okay, there we go.
Gabe?
Coliseum?
Incorrect. Joe Cool first, and then I saw Kobika.
Space Needle.
I mean, you identified what it is. That is good.
Okay.
Without buzzing in, can anybody answer what it could actually be?
Can you give us a hint if like it's a character, location, or something like that?
Hang on, I got to go to my ears.
All right. Can you give us a hint as to like, is it a character or a location?
So it's actually, it is a character, and I'll emphasize carefully, it's a Dark Hunter.
Oh, no, I have no idea then.
All right, let's show the answer because we don't have a lot of time. It was Subterranean.
Man.
Is Subterranean from Seattle?
No, the album was Foo Fighters, Sonic Highways, and one of the songs is titled Subterranean. And it was recorded in Seattle.
I see.
Fighters?
I wasn't allowed to use it, but it would have been 5 points if I could.
You should do more.
We will be right back.
We will be right back with Pictionary.
Yes.
None of those
Oh, we
look
lost
like what we
2
described
people.
as llamas.
Geez, Daddy. I guess we're never
Live?
finding one.
Oh, don't worry. If we can't find
It-
you one
it's
of
gonna be
those,
an
I'm
intro
sure
first.
chat will help summon
Oh,
more
okay.
Rahi goats.
Yeah.
Please don't.
Oh, but I do enjoy watching you in
I was
agony,
having a
Toa.
discussion where a friend of mine doesn't.
Anyway, without further ado, let us move on to Pictionary.
Son, none of those look like what we described as llamas.
Geez, Daddy. I guess we're never finding one.
Oh, don't worry. If we can't find you one of those, I'm sure chat will help summon more Rahi goats.
Please don't.
Oh, but I do enjoy watching you in agony, Toa.
Anyway, without further ado, let us move on to Pictionary.
And we are back. So we had a bit of an internal conflict there.
It happens.
But
All right,
we
so-
do have something very nice to show off from our friend Illudens, who not 10 minutes ago said they were going to draw some art, and boy did they draw some art. So
Yes, they
that was
did.
very quick. Thank you, Illudens. We will definitely be putting that on the wall for next year.
Absolutely.
Anyways, it is time for Pictionary. But it seems we've lost some people in the actual Pictionary. Why have you guys left?
Oh, Gabe's there. And we're missing, no, Joe Cool's there. Who's drawing in
Oh, yeah, there
yellow
we
right
go.
now?
I think everyone's in. Did everyone?
We're still missing somebody. We're missing, Kirkerman.
I'm showing on mine, and my art is showing up on there. But my name is not on there.
Did you set the name down below?
I did.
That's weird. Well, in the meantime, I'm just gonna go ahead and quickly clear the board again. Oh, everybody, please stop drawing. I'm gonna go ahead and send out prompts to each of you, one at a time. I think we'll start with, what do you think, Koflikon?
Sure, why not?
Sure, why not? Let's see if this works. I'm sending the prompt to you privately now. Let me know if you received it.
Got it.
Very good.
Sure what this one is. Oh, no, I know what this one is. I think.
you figured it out. Cosmic?
Is it Umbra?
Incorrect.
Oh, those are roller skates.
Someone's slipping on a
It'll make sense soon in a second. Oh, that's a big hint. Cosmic?
It has to be Kopaka, right?
Get a little more specific.
Oh, specific one? It's
Well,
the...
no. I meant as to what the action is.
Is action. Oh.
Well, you know what? Bug thing, should we just let it fly?
Oh, crap, I can't.
All right.
The answer is
got it.
I didn't slip.
I said it looked like someone slipping in a banana peel.
I mean, technically, the full prompt is, yeah, Kopaka slipping on a banana peel. I would have also accepted I didn't slip.
Sure.
That was lovely prompt.
Right, and that was Cosmic that buzzed that in?
I believe so, yes.
I buzzed it a
You're
little
the
while
one who's
ago
supposed to be
about
paying
Kopaka.
attention, Toa.
I'm a little bit preoccupied with so many other things all at once over here. All right,
Is
and
there
that
a
was
button for
Kopakon
those
that drew,
in
so
that
you get a point as well for the guess.
Alright.
All right, let's go ahead and select the next user. That'll be Joe Cool.
Oh, y'all are in some trouble. Can't draw.
Oh, don't worry. I'll make yours slightly easier to draw.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what I'm going to make it, but it's going to be there. Oh, this is a good one for you. I'm going to send that one to Bug Thing via telepathy.
Okay. Oh my god, that's terrible.
I agree. But I know what it is.
Okay, oh, this is bad.
There's going to be a joke about this later. Cosmic?
Is it a Paraka eating a sandwich?
Incorrect.
I suppose I shouldn't have drawn two. Does that even look like?
It has to be a Paraka.
It doesn't help that you only have the one color.
Sorry, I'm using my phone for this. That's why you can see the red lines.
Yeah, we never really tested this for a phone. I mean, what is a phone? Alright. I think we'll probably have to call this one a wash. It was a hard prompt and I shouldn't have done that to you.
I don't even remember what that looks like, but...
I mean, if anybody has a crack at it, otherwise we'll move on.
I gave my guess, I have no idea.
No clue.
The official prompt is Turaga Lacan eating a Duracell battery, which is a reference to the good guy Duracell set that came out in 2006. Who is
That is
officially
such a
canonized as Turaga Lacan.
That's trying
Do
to...
batteries even exist in the Bionicle lore?
I have no idea. I think I'm made with something that can have batteries. Anyway.
I was trying to draw a noble How from the side. It's very difficult.
Yeah, that was very difficult.
It's supposed to
All right. This one, I'm going to save that for another rainy day. I'm not going to do that one to anybody. Oh, what can I do? Ah, this one's safe. All right, this one is for... This one's for Schlung. See if I can make this one work. And I'm sending that to you, Bug Thing.
Okay. Ah, yes.
It might come into... Okay, Kalphicon.
Oh, cow. Something.
At first I thought it was... At first I thought it was the mushroom.
Velika?
That is correct.
That's correct.
It is literally just Velika.
Oh, there you go.
Oh man, I
right.
should have waited for longer.
That's biased because you made that whole break screen. You've got it fresh in your head.
Yeah.
I had a feeling there would be somebody who could get that fast. All right, next one. I'm sorry, Gabe. This is the one that just came up.
Wait, I got this one.
Oh, he's cheating. He's in different colors.
You know what? I think it's because of how it's being done on mobile.
We said it only
that
really works on PC.
Yeah, we did emphasize on PC for a reason.
I can log on to my PC now.
If you can do it quickly, you can stay on the phone for the voice call.
For the
Is this the more
we'll
Buzak?
move on to the next person for the prompt.
Yeah.
I'm really sorry.
It's understandable. We'll come back to you in just a moment.
Okay.
This one should be very fun for Kirkerman to try and do.
Uh-oh.
There you go, Bug Thing.
Oh.
I'm willing to see how that one works. Kirkerman, did you get it?
Yeah. Oh.
I don't know how you're going to do it either, but I'm looking forward to it. In whatever way it comes.
And you'll even see this.
I mean, yellow is a
If
bit
not, I
bright,
might
but
do.
it's visible. If it makes you feel better, I recognize the mask immediately.
Same. Just.
But I also gave you the prompts, so that makes sense. Cosmic?
It looks, I mean, the mask looks like Dolly, so I'm going to say it's her saying they're headed for Le-Koro.
Incorrect.
No?
But you did get the correct character, I'll say that much.
Oh.
Just think of where we are right now. That's all I'm going to give as a hint. Koflicon?
Is it the moment when Kali got hit with the charger blade, so she went crazy for a moment?
Bug Thing?
I think we'll accept that, yes.
Okay. The official prompt is Toa Nuva Gali having her vision increase 1,000-fold. So I will allow that as the answer. And let's see. Yep, that is a point for Kirkerman as well. All right, Gabe, were you able to get onto the computer?
Yep.
Very good. Do you want to try that prompt again, or would you like to try a different prompt?
I can try the prompt again.
Okay. Are you still Gabe S in the chat? Well, in the names, I mean. Let's try
I think
it.
he just left.
They are muted.
Muted. Gabe, you're muted.
Unfortunately, in the interest of time, we are probably going to have to move on.
We will
Just
have to
limited
move on.
volcano.
then. Well, that
Gabe,
was
are you still with us?
Gabe.
Nah, he's out of the game too. He's gone.
Out of the game as well. We do have to move on. I do apologize. So it looks like we will be losing both Kirkerman and Gabe from the next round. Thank you for playing.
It's been an honor.
It was an honor to play with you.
Absolutely, and thank you very much for playing. We will be right back in just a moment.
I'm here.
Oh, wait. Gabe?
Hope?
I'm here.
Okay.
Okay, well.
Let us see what we can do then. I don't see you in the... Oh, there you are.
Oh, there's Anonymous Abmatoran. What are those again?
Time sleep.
I recognize the word Anonymous and Matoran.
When you find out, Toa, you will have an existential crisis.
Most likely. There you go. There it is. All right. I believe this is the prompt that I sent you, and I will be more than happy to send it again.
There we go.
All right. We have some drawing. I recognize that, Toa.
Can I guess?
Cosmic?
Is it Toa Nuparu trying to flee Zakpan's prototype swarm?
Incorrect, but you got the right Toa.
Okay.
Kaflikon?
I don't have a button. Can I guess?
It is Nuparu flying for the first time.
I'll accept that. What do you think, Bugthing?
I think we can allow that.
Yeah. This is, in fact, Toa Nuparu panicking on the cave ceiling. It's the official prompt that I gave.
If no
All
one
right,
got
Gabe.
it, if
Thank
no one
you
got
again.
it, I was... Sorry.
Again, though, both you and Kirkerman have been eliminated due to the points difference. I will say there is a very tight race for who could be in first place going into the third game. But
it's been not only an honor, it's been a pleasure.
Very good.
Me too.
We will be right back.
And again, hope to have you on again sometime soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
We'll see you in a few minutes as we get set up for our new favorite game, Two Lies and a Greg.
Goodbye.
I just got back from the doctor in between games.
A horrible time to leave, but continue.
Well, I accidentally drank the water, and now I'm running a fever of 132 degrees.
You're a Toa of fire!
Anyway, folks, time for our last game of the evening. It is 2 Lies and a Greg.
Toa, we really need to talk about that title.
I was told by many people that was a nice title. Many people.
Toa, the voices in your head do not equal people.
Well, I mean, many of them do sound like me, and do insist on burning things. But you were also mentioned at one point at the top of that list.
Please, this is getting weird. Can we just start the game already?
Hey, who gave the new guy authority?
An entire empire. He's the ruler of the outer dimensions while the queen is indisposed.
Let's just get to the game.
Agreed.
Welcome back, everyone. I am gone, apparently. I don't know where I went.
Did you forget to put yourself in there?
Apparently I did.
Okay. Well, I think we'll just play the game while we're waiting for you. This is, of course, 2 Lies and a Greg. So, here's how this is going to work. I will read a prompt from the screen with a goat on my arm, and then their contestants have to identify which one of the quotes is the actual Greg quote. Is everybody ready?
Yes. All good.
Yep.
All right. Let us go ahead and start it off with the first. I don't understand your question. What does Lacan's mask have to do with Vakama's mask? Or, what does Lacan's mask have to do with Joller's mask? Or, what does Lacan's mask have to do with Tahu's mask? Schlong.
I'm gonna say number 1.
Incorrect.
Oh.
Cosmic?
I'm gonna say 2 is Greg.
Incorrect. So obviously, since there is now only one answer left, we will go ahead and advance it forward. The correct answer was number 3. And the context was, is Taraga Lacan's mask the noble How Metru? Meaning, is Tahu's mask going to be the exact same? And now we just have to wait for me to erase the board. This takes a second. Next. I'd like to think I'd do well on a deserted island. If I drop you on a deserted island tomorrow, are you going to be able to make a gun? How about a sword? And my favorite novelist is Daniel Defoe. Koflakan.
I am going to take a risk and go against my instincts and say 2.
That is correct.
What?
The question was, why didn't the Matoran fashion better weapons from their surroundings while on Matsunui?
Ah, these are tricky.
Oh, they get worse.
No.
All right, next up. Although I am not sure I would say it was the best story year, I would say 2004. I think it could be that. It could be that's what Makuta wants you to think. Or, like we see Gali Nuva do in Mask of Light, Toa can recharge their elemental energy by absorbing their element. Joe Cool.
I would say number 1.
That is correct.
Yeah, because he wouldn't
The question was, what was your favorite year, Greg?
He wouldn't abbreviate mole.
Last one is a straight line, though.
Yeah.
I mean, there are some lies. I wonder what this game is called. Next. If you ask me, comics are the highest form of art. I think it would be a good idea for Denmark to join NATO. Or, I don't read fanfiction, sorry. Joe Cool.
I don't read fanfiction, sorry.
That is correct.
Yep.
We could not find a direct question because, let's be honest, it's been asked a lot over the years. Next. No, I don't read the Harry Potter books. Look up the... Okay, Koflakan buzzed in. Apparently.
Accidental press, but I'm gonna throw it anyway. 3?
Incorrect.
Man.
Cosmic?
The second one sounds passive aggressive enough.
Also incorrect. So unfortunately, the answer is number 1. The context was, did you get the idea for Vizon from that thing there?
My guess is number 1.
Well, unfortunately, because we only have 3 answers and only 2 wrong answers possible, we do have to move forward. Right, next. Incandescent bulbs give off more heat than actual light, while the fluorescent bulbs give more light and less heat. Roughly 993. Or 2006 was the first year in Bionicle that I felt at home as an author. Koflikon?
I'm gonna say 3, because I agree with that statement.
Incorrect.
Man.
Schlung?
I'm gonna say number 1.
Unfortunately, also incorrect. That means quote 2 was genuine. The question was, what is the total number of the Matoran currently on Metro Nui?
That was my guess because it was like there's enough of like a lack of words in that.
Yeah.
For him.
Yeah. That is a Gregism for sure.
Hey, Toa, I think I found your secret stash somewhere out here in this cave.
Stay out of it. Anyway.
Now, where's the fun in that?
There is no fun. We're playing a game show. There's never fun.
Take that, Toa.
Show. At least they
don't ask me where I got it from. Or that. Or that.
I'm a unicorn, apparently. Next. Having machines do work for you results in a lazy society. As far as I'm concerned, Lee Matoran don't dance, or fan art should never be considered canon. Some fan art especially so. Joe Cool.
3?
Incorrect. Cosmic?
That's too mean.
Cosmic came up first, I saw it.
I'm going to say the first one.
That is actually correct.
Oh.
All right.
The question was, why didn't they program the Vaki to work for the Matoran instead of just keeping them from skipping work? Back in 2006, Greg said, blank AI. I'm going to self-censor.
Aren't you an AI, Tom?
All right, got to get Slung's answer down. Next. Why they had to get it. I'm not sure what you mean by main. If you mean best-selling, it's Bionicle. Or, frost giants may be melted by fire, but it takes a long time if you're using that little Zippo. Joe Cool?
2.
Hang on a second, I have a bunch of goats on me, but that is actually correct.
Yeah, because Zippo, that's I don't know anybody who refers to a lighter as a Zippo who's American.
Yeah, the context is, well, I mean, he is American.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is the main line of non-traditional Lego, Bionicle, Knight's Kingdom, Exoforce, etc. I don't know what any of those words mean.
Hey, Toa, I think we found a llama for Carl in here. Oh, wait, it's just a giant prototype.
I would probably stay away from that thing. Next. Umbro no, Vizon maybe if I have room. They are indistinguishable at a subliminal level. Okay, Kalphicon?
2.
Incorrect. Schlung?
3.
Incorrect. So yeah, it was indeed prompt 1. Is Umbra or Vizon going to appear sometime soon? This was near the end of 2006. And that was a very fun time.
I love that quote. Vizon if I have room.
Next. I have read that under NAFTA, items made in the United States using U.S. materials do not get hit with some of these taxes. LEGO Systems Inc. and DC Comics have announced that name that I'm not going to butcher has been named. Okay, Joe Cool.
3.
Incorrect. Schlung?
1.
Surprisingly, that is correct. The question involved Malaysian prices of sets where the Toei and NICLE were $15 in their currency to the $10 at the time of the United States dollar. These are words I do not understand. Bugthing, do you know what they mean?
Sorry, Toa, I can't hear you.
What did you find now?
Your mom.
And that beach ball. All right. Technically, that was the last.
Don't ask what a mom
prompt
is.
that we would. That was the last prompt. I think. Are we good then?
I guess we're good. Isn't it weird how everyone except for you got swept up by that tornado?
You know what? I don't know what to tell you, but I found the beach balls again. Ooh, shiny.
But did you
I
find
guess
our
that
winner?
means I officially.
I haven't found them
I
down
do
here
have
anywhere.
a winner. All right. I will officially announce in 4th place Ish Schlung with 6 points across the whole game. In 3rd place was Joe Cool with 7 points across the whole game. And I'm not going to save the. Yeah. The winner is Koflikon with 14 points.
Wait, what?
Good job.
And Cosmic had 11.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
So close.
Congratulations. You will get the runner-up prize, and then you will be banished back to the other chat from whence you came.
No, not the pits, please.
Go back. And Koflikon, that means you are the grand prize winner, so that means you get all the things that Carl said earlier. And I will be sure to tell you all about that. Feel free to get in contact with either me or Bug Thing, whichever one of us you would like to talk to. And
I
we
just gotta
will
find my way out of this
facilitate.
cave first. It's very, maze-like.
There are
a lot of stairs here, and it's getting warmer as we go down. I don't like it.
I will come join you
Also,
in a
there's
second.
maniacal laughter.
Just ignore it. Anyway, with that, I guess that's it. I will talk to you all in a bit. And thank you again to our contestants.
Thank you, Tahoe.
Thank you for having us.
It's been
No
fun.
thanks for me. I see how it is.
No.
Thank you
Who are
again,
you
Bug
again?
Thing. Keep walking.
I hate all of you people.
Find a light. Or
Tell Gorman I
something.
said hi.
We will be right back, everyone.
There are no llamas here. Perhaps we can. Who could be calling me in this hour, in this dimension? I'm sorry, son. I have to take this. Moshi Moshi.
We got contact! We're through! Stand by!
Ah! Nicholas Bluetooth! How good of you to call while we have a captive audience?
Yeah, sure. An audience?
Wait, what?
Oh. He's got an audience. Well then. That makes things a lot easier. Let's get it done. To everyone out there who can hear me, my name is Nicholas Bluetooth, and this is a message from the realm of Galador. Almost 25 years ago, I stepped foot into a place I had only ever seen in my dreams. With my friends at my side, we traveled across the outer dimension, following in my father's footsteps, stopping Gorm's plans wherever we could. We met so many brave souls of all shapes and sizes along the way. I learned so much from them, and I only hope that they look back on those times as fondly as I do. This journey, this adventure, it changed me in more ways than I ever knew possible. Sometimes, quite literally. But Gorm here, oh no, he hasn't changed one bit. Still playing all his old tricks, working under the cover of lies and deceit, thinking he can rule with fear and oppression. You know what he's really afraid of? Us. All of us. Because we are stronger together than he could ever be on his own. Isn't that right, Gorm? So, wherever you're tuning in from, whether it's on Earth, in one of 1,000 realms, or in another universe entirely, this is it. To anyone who's tired of living under the whims of a maniac and tyrant, this is your chance. Right here, right now. This is a call to join the fight for the outer dimension. Our quest isn't over yet.
Such a moving speech, but your fate is already sealed. I'll see you, Nicholas, and all of you on Gala Day.
Toa, did they just plug an entirely different event? At this time of the year? In this part of the island? Localized entirely within our set?
Yes. And you may not see it. We must go now. Our dimensions need us.
Also, we're not stopping the pirated stream. Bye.
Well, that was
weird.
Aye, weird is a word we can use. Anyway, thanks to all our contestants and to the glorious audience for watching. And with that, I now plan to go relax at the hot springs near the volcano.
Well, I guess I run this show now. You know, even by my standards, that was a little...
All right, everyone, running a little late because of the game show, but it's fine. We are now going to draw the final raffle winner for today. We still have 2 more to give away tomorrow, but for today, this will be the final one. So let's just get this out of the way. And our current winner is JKP Studios 3456. So I'm going to copy that and get that onto the stream. And if you would like to get in touch with us, you can get a hold of us either via our Discord server or by emailing us at bionicleday@maskofdestiny.com. So congratulations, JKP Studios. And
Thank you. Yep, congratulations. And also, don't forget to provide some sort of identification, whether it be a screenshot, be a little more handy to us.
yeah, just like a screenshot of like the channel or something. If you're in like YouTube Studio or whatever, it doesn't really make much difference. But
Yep,
yes,
there you are.
There you are. So you can get in touch with us once again, either via our Discord server, or our DMs, or by emailing at bionicleday@maskofdestiny.com. And with that, we are going to go to intermission, and then we will be back with Joy of Paraka with Stuart Sager for the 20th anniversary of the Ignition Arc. So we will see you guys very soon.
Tahu, Toa of Fire. Onuaha, Toa of Earth. Pohatu, Toa of Stone.
They have heard it is the time of unity. You know so little of your powers.
Woohoo! There are things out there. A big fella with horns.
That's bad. They are minions of my brother, Makuta.
The golden mask of unity. Did you have the vision? Darkness is rising, Toa. You cannot stop it.
Now that you have made peace with your elemental creatures, you will be surprised by the power you will command when you are unified. You know what you must do. You've got to find the mask and bring it to me.
He's using the elements against us!
Run! I know that place. It's closing up. Is that where we're going? done! But first, you must raise the Shadow Horde. These villagers did nothing. Why would Umarak do this?
An army made of lava. These guys? They don't plan. Now, let's do this.
No! They've taken his map! I have stood on the sidelines too long. Today I will take my rightful place among the gods.
Okay, we've done this before.
Here, there is only shadow. Shadow I command! If there is shadow, there must be light! Hey, Umarak! Here we come!
Hey everyone, welcome to LEGO headquarters. My name's Mark Cowley and I'm a designer here for BIONICLE. The first guy I'm going to talk to you about is Tahu. He is the uniter of fire and he's the main character in our story. So we had to give him an epic build. For the elemental blade, we have a dense area of detail here which represents some technology and mechanical features. And then we have these crystals growing through the technology, almost as if it can't contain the energy. The mask we've updated this year. Again, we've added a lot more details. And we've also included these runes on the front, which actually from the old Bionicle. We have this tribal pattern on the front here. We wanted to give Bionicle a more mysterious feeling. We have some awesome new armor pieces this year. One of them is this guy. It's pretty much made up of crystals. Tahu has a really cool way to get ready for battle. And right now his swords are in kind of a resting place. But now, when he's ready, he can extend the blades and scare off his enemies. This year we have an exciting new function for you guys, and it's across all of our figures in 16. And it's this twisting torso function that really adds this action feel to our figures. I think the coolest thing about this character is his new color scheme. He has a lot of gold, like he did.
La bataille des titans a commencé. Le légendaire Kitongu affronte le roi Sidorak et la reine Rodaka. Leurs armes, leurs pinces rotatives et leurs hélicodisques venimeux sont une vraie menace. Kitongu pourra-t-il les vaincre? Bionicle, la légende continue.
The Toa had only just landed on Voya Nui, but it wasn't long before they were having a smashing time.
Lego Bionicle sponsors CITV.
Bionicle Day. Play well.
Мы делаем короткую остановку на планете Леганав для того, чтобы встретиться с хранителями заветного секрета Лего-человечками. Приготовьтесь, очень скоро они продиктуют нам 7-е зашифрованное слово перепутаницы.
Привет, леганавты! Напоминаю вам, что это таинственное послание мы получили с острова Матануи.
До начала времен он был настоящим тропическим раем. Но потом на остров Матануи спустилась мрачная тень страха по имени Макута. Она измучила всех жителей острова. Из старинной легенды мы узнали тайну. Она гласит, что остров могут спасти 6 могучих героев из племени Тоа. А вот и та самая капсула, в которой хранилось таинственное послание. Внимание, на экране появляется слово «перепутаницы».
А теперь все вместе еще разок. У-В-О-Х-Д-А-З. Мы ждем от вас письма и телеграммы. Ну а тот, кто первым разгадает все слова виртуальной десятки, получит суперприз. Это я вам гарантирую.
Мы расстаемся с Лего-человечками ровно на 1 неделю. Возвращаемся в студию, чтобы продолжить игру.
Exactly as foretold. Great Kanoe mask. Will you seek the 7th Toa?
Sound the alarm. Together we are strong.
It's what we do that makes a hero.
The captain of the guard never runs alone. Back off.
What have I done?
Get out of there.
We are done running.
I will not lose.
There is an island city called Metro Nui, surrounded by mystery, threatened by darkness.
We shall not fail.
Where the torch of leadership will be passed to a new generation of heroes.
The city needs your help.
The destiny of Metro Nui rests in your hands.
Each holds a piece of the puzzle that can unlock the secrets of unlimited power.
The Great Spirit shall guide you in ways you could not imagine.
But as the forces of evil battle to tear them apart,
Look out!
their only hope is to stand together.
We use the mass powers that Great Spirit gave us!
Follow me!
Every legend has a beginning. Bionicle 2, Legends of Metro Nui. Now on DVD and video.
The city of Metro Nui is in peril.
It's the end of the line, Toa.
The last Toa is in grave danger. Can these 6 young heroes prove they are worthy of the name Toa and save Metro Nui from destruction? BIONICLE 2, Legends of Metro Nui, Saturday night at 7. Believe in yourself. Only Toonami.
Afternoon Pontoon, championed by BIONICLE Star.
Exactly as foretold.
Great Kanoe mask.
Will you seek the seventh Toa?
Sound the alarm. Together we are strong.
It's what you do that makes you a hero.
The captain of the guard never runs alone. Back off!
What have I done?
Get out of there!
We are done running.
I will not host!
Legend tells of a mask of unspeakable power. Should it fall into the claws of evil, the world will descend into darkness. Now, 6 heroes must unleash their fighting potential, battle evil, and claim the mask before it's too late. New Lego Bionicle, coming soon.
Городу Метро Нуи грозит опасность. 6 новых героев должны защитить жителей города. Их зовут Туаметру. Могущественные, вооруженные до зубов и готовые к любым испытаниям, они знают свое дело. Смогут ли они остановить грозного противника? Лего Бионикл. Тайна, которую откроешь ты.
I know what you're thinking, Punk. You're thinking, did he fire 6 shots or only 5? Now, to tell you the truth, I forgot myself in all this excitement. You gotta ask yourself a question. Do I feel lucky? Well, do you, punk?
Им всем подвластны стихии. О них слагают легенды, а ты можешь получить потрясающие призы в конкурсе от Nickelodeon. Смотри лучшие серии о магах стихий каждый день в 19:55. Лови в эфире часть маски силы и запоминай ее. Заходи на bionicle.nickelodeon.ru. Выбирай из представленных частей маски ту, которую ты видел в эфире. И отвечай на вопрос дня. И тогда ты сможешь выиграть новые фигуры Lego Bionicle и шанс отправиться в парк развлечений Legoland. Ищи подробности на bionicle.nickelodeon.ru. Открывай маски силы и управляй стихиями. Только на Nickelodeon.
The power to help protect your teeth. The new Bionicle-powered toothbrush by Colgate. Be the first to collect the free masks. New NICLE heroes from Bionicle.
Toa of Light on the final journey to meet his destiny and save the inhabitants of Matanui. It's time to face Makuta, Master of Shadows. BIONICLE. Each set sold separately.
Новый герой Бионикл Глотариане. У Грэша составной щит, у Малому коготь пламени и ледоколу Страка. Грэш решил проучить грозного скрала. Он стреляет, но как тот извернулся, Грэш тоже использует щит и ха! Берегись, скрал! Первый раунд за Грэшем. Новые Глотариане от Бионикл.
BIONICLE.com presents new in NICLE Heroes.
BIONICLE présente les nouveaux Glatorians. Gresh et son double bouclier, l'explosif Maloum. Strak et sa hache de glace. Gresh dans l'arène en duel contre le puissant Skral. Gresh tire, belle défense. Gresh part l'attaque. Surveille tes arrières, Skral. 1-0 pour Gresh. Nouveau Glatorian, BIONICLE.
New from BIONICLE, Glatorians prepare for battle. First up is Gresh, king of the jungle. A warrior with pinpoint accuracy. Super cool strike, breaks the ice. The fiery Malum, a sharpshooter. And quite the hothead. They all want to challenge the mighty Skral. Gresh loads up, he fires. Nice block. Gresh into attack mode. But Skral is ready, Gresh is in trouble. Whoa, what a move! You can join the battle at BionicleStory.com. Ask your parents first.
There is an island city called Metro Nui, surrounded by mystery, threatened by darkness.
We shall not fail.
Where the torch of leadership will be passed to a new generation of heroes.
The city needs your help.
The destiny of Metro Nui rests in your hands.
Each holds a piece of the puzzle that can unlock the secrets of unlimited power.
The Great Spirit shall guide you in ways you could not imagine.
But as the forces of evil battle to tear them apart,
Look out!
their only hope is to stand together.
We use the mass powers that Great Spirit gave us!
Follow me!
Every legend has a beginning. Bionicle 2, Legends of Metro Nui. Now on DVD and video. An all-new Bionicle movie on DVD.
Are we gonna stand around or are we going to rescue the Matoran?
When 6 heroes confront their destiny.
It's time you got a glimpse of your future.
The final battle for Metro Nui begins.
Follow me!
Bionicle 3, Web of Shadows. All new on DVD October 1st.
New Lego Bionicle. The evil hunter has stolen the golden mask of control, giving him unimaginable power. Now he wants to take over the world. To stop him, the heroes must team up with the new elemental creatures. Click the creature on the hero's back to unlock the awesome powers of the elements. Watch out! Use your new powers to defeat the hunter, win back the golden mask, and save the world. New Lego Bionicle. Each set sold separately.
New Heroes from Bionicle.
Sur l'île de Matanui, 6 puissants héros s'élèvent contre les forces du mal. Pour réussir, ils doivent trouver les masques du pouvoir. Rejoins-les dans leur quête contre le mal. Découvre leurs talents. Utilise leurs masques. Bionicle. Trouve la puissance.
From Bionicle, Glatorians prepare for battle. First up is Gresh, king of the jungle. A warrior with pinpoint accuracy. Super cool strike, breaks the ice. The fiery Malum, a sharpshooter. And quite the hothead. They all want to challenge the mighty Skrull. Gresh loads up. He fires. Nice block. Gresh into attack mode. When Skrull is ready, Gresh is in trouble. Whoa, what a move! You can join the battle at BionicleStory.com. Ask your parents first.
For the first time ever on DVD and video, you can prepare for a journey beyond your imagination and discover the light.
The Mask of Light has chosen you.
Ride the adventure.
Jump on!
Live the legend. Bionicle, Mask of Light, the movie. Rated PG on DVD and video September 16th.
Stronghold is under attack. Load your arms and fight the Visorak. The Battle of Metro Nui. A world premiere from Bionicle.
The city of Metro Nui is in peril.
It's the end of the line, Toa.
The last Toa is in grave danger. No! Can these 6 young heroes prove they are worthy of the name Toa and save Metro Nui from destruction? Bionicle 2, Legends of Metro Nui, Saturday night at 7. Believe in yourself. Only Toonami.
In the time before time, far beyond all you imagine, there is an island paradise where legends are real. Protected by 6 mighty guardians, threatened by one immortal enemy. Only a mask of light can defeat the darkness. Bionicle, Mask of Light, the movie. Only on DVD and video September 16th.
BIONICLE stars. Arch enemies from a distant past rise to and rampages again. Our three ancient heroes championed against a countless battles awaited to stop the evil warriors. This time, good and evil fight for possession of legendary golden armor, each one pieces artifact of great power. Together, they make the bearer invincible. Now you can collect the golden armor with the new BIONICLE stars. Each set's enter the world of BIONICLE, where a hero will be revealed.
Trust in the mask. Let it be your guide.
And an adventure will come to life. BIONICLE, Mask of Light, the movie. Rated PG, now on DVD and video. In the time before time, far beyond all you imagine, there is an island paradise where legends are real. Protected by 6 mighty guardians, threatened by one immortal enemy. Only a mask of light can defeat defeat the darkness. BIONICLE, Mask of Light, the movie. Only on DVD and video September 16th.
BIONICLE Day. Play well.
Is it just me? Or are we a little big for this?
Introducing the Mighty Kids meal, only from McDonald's. You're gonna get a masked Lego Bionicle figure with way cool launching action. Only now, since you're bigger, we made your food bigger too.
Live from the swamp, the Tower heroes are chasing an evil Makuta who has stolen the cool new battlecraft. Go online now, be part of the final battle, and you can win at bionicle.co.uk.
바이오니클 용사들이 체터스 쪽으로 들어왔다. 체터, 마스크 단도를 찾아라.
언젠가 찾고 말 거야. 제토.
The Bionicle legend is back. Arising from the protodermis, 6 heroes are transformed into the mighty Toa-Nuva. With new masks, new armor, and new tools, Toa-Nuva are ready to meet any challenge. But will their powers save the island of Matanui or shatter it forever? Cartoon Network's giving you the chance to live the Bionicle legend. We're giving away more Bionicle stuff than you can shake a stick at. One grand prize winner gets the jackpot. A solid gold Kanohi Mask of Power for your favorite Toa-Nuva. An $800 value. But that's not all. The grand prize winner also scores all 6 Toa-Nuva Bionicle action figures and a pile of other Bionicle goodies. 500 second prize winners score one of 6 new Toa-Nuva Bionicle action figures. Want to get in on this? Go to CartoonNetwork.com and register for your chance to win. Let's see if you've got what it takes to live the legends. Bionicle from Lego.
New villains with unparalleled power are casting a shadow over Metro Nui. The fate of the city is in the clutches of darkness. Bionicle, surrender or run.
New in NICLE heroes from Bionicle.
In the city of Metro Nui, you can discover how 6 new heroes confront the danger and protect the inhabitants from a mysterious force. They are the Toa Metru, extremely adept, powerful, equipped, and ready for any challenge. They know their duty, but can they stop this new faceless opponent? Bionicle, a mystery to be revealed. Each set sold separately. At the gates of Metro Nui, the evil Visorak army is about to attack the Toa stronghold. Quick, prepare your defense. Load your arms, set the traps, and get ready for the spiders. The Visorak attack, but the Toa fight back. It's in your hands who will lose and who will win the Battle of Metro Nui. A world premiere. Playset from Bionicle. Each set sold.
BIONICLE, a story of the future past, told by LEGO. Imagine an endless ocean of blue water and a strange-looking canister drifting around. That's the start of the BIONICLE story. The canister, which seems to have been lying in the water for quite some time, gets washed ashore. The waves gently move the canister around until it settles on the beach. After a while, the lid glides open and out roll all kinds of different technical parts. Not all that easy to identify. The canister has drifted ashore on an island you've never heard of, in a world you don't know, in a time you've never experienced. But wherever it is, it bears a striking resemblance to the South Sea Islands. And if you look around the island, you'll see canyons, deserts, caves, gorges, lakes, and craggy mountains with a volcano towering above it all. On the island, you'll also find the following 6 heroes, each with its own legend. In the legends, they are called the Toa. The first of the Toa is Anua, the earth spirit. The legend tells that he watches over the land. He's responsible for earthquakes, landslides, and other natural phenomena, which he inflicts at will when he's displeased with the way in which his domain is cared for. He's at home both above and below the ground. With his huge hands, he scrapes out tunnels in the rocky cliffs. He can move quickly in tunnels, and his infrared eyes give him amazing night vision. In daylight, his eyesight is poor, although he compensates for this with amazingly powerful hearing. He's slower above ground than below it, but he has incredible strength and surprising dexterity. The second of the Toa is Liwa, the air spirit. Legend has it that he controls the wind and the clouds. Liwa prefers to inhabit the treetops of the jungle. With his powerful arms, he can cut through vegetation and is supremely competent when it comes to aerial activities, even glides through the air, jumping from one tree to another. He hates water, which is a problem when he comes down to the ground, as much of his beloved rainforest grows on swampy land. His instincts are good, and his hunches often turn out to be right. And if there's a fight, he will always be the first to get involved, protecting others before himself. Tahu, the fire spirit, is the oldest of the Toa, according to the legend, and he's looked upon as the provider of fire. Tahu is most at home in the hot, molten world of the volcano, where he uses his incredible balance to surf on lava flows and his sword of flames to cut through rocks and keep the lava moving down towards the ocean. As you can imagine, he's often hot-headed and irrational with a flaming temper, but he's also fiercely loyal
and while he argues constantly with the others, there's nothing he wouldn't do for them when they are threatened. Gali is the water spirit and the only female Toa. She has a benevolent attitude to all living beings, even droids. This doesn't mean that she can't get angry, she certainly can, but it takes a lot to anger her. The legend goes that as long as the waters are treated well, she will, in turn, treat life well. But if her waters are polluted, then she will take her revenge. She is the most agile and gymnastic of the 6 Toas. With her small body and long legs, she is swift of foot and has the most amazing jumping abilities. She is also an expert in her own brand of Kung Fu-style martial arts. The only thing that slows her down is excessively hot and dry conditions. Kopaka is the spirit of ice. As you would expect of an ice spirit, he's cool and calculating and coldly methodical in his actions. He uses his long ice blade to cut and melt his way through the ice, both for shelter and for making traps for his enemies. He knows the ways of the ice and snow, and with one skillful swipe of his blade, he can conjure up avalanches or instantly freeze anything his blade touches. Of all the Toas, Kopaka is the least communicative and a bit mistrustful. He will only join forces with the others if it's absolutely necessary, especially for himself. Pohatu is a stone spirit. He's slow, but basically friendly, and you can always depend on him. He's not good at snap decisions, but when he decides on a course of action, he sticks with it till the very end. Pohatu prefers the lower slopes, moving slowly but sure-footedly among the rocks and boulders at the base of the great mountain. He can, sometimes literally, move mountains and cause massive rocks to explode like a bomb or roll with great precision towards any attacker. He will always be there behind you, an immovable force that few enemies can dislodge. His only fear is water. He can't swim. When the 6 Toas are first born from their pods, they have but few abilities. But as they collect more of the Kanohi, the masks of knowledge, they grow in wisdom, strength, and power, until finally they realize the full potential of their legendary status. The canister you saw in the beginning of our story contains not only LEGO Technic parts. The kids will also find a mini CD-ROM with the most inspiring parts of the story and building instructions in 3D. And yes, there will of course be printed building instructions for the model too. It almost goes without saying that a story like BIONICLE should come as a computer game and as a Sony PlayStation game, and of course, it does. It will be a game that introduces a lot more inhabitants on the island and creatures which the Toas have to fight in order to prove their legendary status. Some of these creatures will also hit the toy shelves as LEGO Technic models. So what you see is only the dawn. As the sun rises high above the island in the years to come, many more new models and games will see the light of day. A lot of our story develops and takes place on the internet. Our campaign will actually start here, even before the models reach the shops. Which means that teasing plays a big part in the introduction. Not only on the internet, but also in other media like TV, radio, and posters. It's a new angle for LEGO Technic to introduce new models with a story as the engine for both the products and the marketing. But by supplying boys with new, high imaginative fuel, we believe that we will also break new ground and achieve new, higher goals.
Pretty lifelike, huh?
What is it?
It's Maktuti, the Bionic Man.
It's Makuta, and they're called Bionicle.
Exactly.
For the best Bionicle gameplay, there's no substitute for a PC with hyper-threading technology. Look for the Intel Pentium 4 processor with HT technology.
I'm live in the Swamp of Secrets. The final battle for power has begun. The evil Makuta must be stopped. Go online now.
Visitor from beyond our dimension came to the Queen, promising advances in our understanding of our abilities to glitch, knowledge beyond our own sciences. Then one day, Samuel Bluetooth betrayed Her Majesty and sealed the kingdom of Galador away from all of us. For so long, we have dreamt of the day that the gates of Galador would be open again. And yet, our second human visitor, the son of Bluetooth, unleashed a campaign of destruction ranging from Arbo to Elta Siktar in his father's name, all while evading capture using maps of the Vernacular we thought destroyed by the infopathogen virus unleashed on Drejovin. It was through my tireless campaign to reopen the way to Galador that the maps of the Vernacular were restored, and travel between realms was made possible again. I can only guess that Bluetooth has sought shelter within Galador itself and taken the Queen as his hostage. For he has not been seen since his attempt on my life 25 cycles ago. In memory of these events, in light of our efforts to reunite the realms and seek allies in the worlds beyond the outer dimension, in honor of the Queen, I have decreed that the day of her banishment shall henceforth be known as Galaday.
A show of solidarity that the way to Galador shall be opened once again. A day where our voices will ring loud enough to be heard by the Queen herself. Remember this. Remember that there is still hope to open the gates of Galador. Still hope that the Queen is safe. Let none who would oppose the freedoms and peace that I shall bring to Galador go without punishment. Report all dissidents, dissuade all wrongdoing, pledge your loyalty to this cause, to me, so that we may bask in the light of Galador one day and forever. And if you can hear me, Nicholas, you cannot hide behind the gates forever. One day, you shall crawl out from the dark just as your father did, and on that day, you will know our justice.
Things. So they tell me I'm live in 30 seconds. So for the rest of you, this is the HBO behind the scenes preview. Is that how this works out? I think so. Look at one of the cool things I brought. Oh yeah, this is going to be good. Alrighty. So Steven tells me we're live. So thank you everyone for tuning in and joining my Facebook live feed. This is World Bionicle Day 2026. 810. It looks like bio. So I guess that's the official day. I think I should tell everybody, if you don't know, I drew the Lego Bionicle comic book. These guys right here. I drew, all 12 issues of Bionicle Ignition, starting with issue 0. I was the penciler and inker for the entire series. I was the colorist as well for the cover of number 0, as well as the poster of number 0 and the cover of number 1. All other coloring chores were performed by Alex Blayard, who actually was wonderful. He colors nothing like the way I color, but I learned an awful lot from how he does things. He really was great at walking this balancing act between the dark and murky art that I gave him, and then, putting bright yellows and reds on top of the characters to bring out their natural color. As you guys probably also know, Greg Farshty was the writer of this comic book. I didn't write the comic book. Greg gave me the scripts, and I worked off of his scripts. Now, I do want you to know I have got a live feed going here on Facebook, and it looks like some of the moderators here of the Bionicle Day are going to repost some of the questions you have for me. So I'll be watching your, Steven, if you're monitoring this, any questions you want me to answer, put them in the Facebook post. I'll see them there and I can address them that way. So please feel free to answer or ask lots of questions. One of the things I do kind of want to show and tease you guys with, it was kind of exciting, is, I not only drew these things, but I developed a certain love and affinity for them. So I wanted you to see this. Recently, I was at a comic book convention in Hall of Heroes was the convention, which is up in, I think, what's a northern city in Indiana? Somebody help me out here. It's not Elkhart. That's the south.
No, Elkhart is the one you know.
Elkhart's up north. Evansville's down south. So I was in Elkhart. I had a fan make this for me, and I absolutely adore this. So we got in a conversation. I know that 3D design has turned so popular of late. People have figured out how to make such great things. I need to hold this really close to me so that you can see it, but my camera wants to obliterate it. But look at this giant axon that somebody made for me. I just love this thing. I think it looks so good. What I love about it was the conversation that I had with the person who made this. They 3D printed it. I'm not sure where the design came from, but we talked about how much I like to make the Bionicles when I drew them look aged and rusted and dented and dirty. And I really encouraged this person, if there was a way that you could make Axon look weathered like that for me. I knew I wanted this for my collection, and he came and made it for me. It's perfect. What I think is really cool about it is the back of it here. I hope you guys can see this. The attachment here for the anchor for the base looks like it's scaled up from the actual Axon piece, the Lego piece. Somehow they maybe got a 3D design for it and just scaled it up. But I love this thing. And as you know, or if you've seen previous years, Axon is my favorite Bionicle. So I always have my Axon handy, and now I have an Axon head. And I remember the gentleman who made this for me, I said, I think I want multiples if you can make them. And he said, well, what do you want most? And I said, well, I'll tell you what, I'm kind of torn. I want an Axon, I want a Brutaka, and I want a Mask of Life. I said, why don't you make the Axon first? Because he's my favorite. And if it turns out well, then I'll get Brutaka. And if that turns out well, I'll get the Mask of Life. So supposedly next time I see this gentleman, I'll have a matching Brutaka to go with it. So I'm pretty excited for that. Let's see. Let's see. Steve, I'm going to let you, I see the comment you made for me, Steve, regarding the Facebook, or excuse me, the YouTube feed. I'm going to tell you what, I'm going to let you edit that and pick out the questions you think are best. So I'm going to follow your lead, follow your feed that you give me on Facebook. That'll be most easy because I have many things to monitor here. But I do want to show everybody this. For those who don't know my work that well, one of the things I want to remind you of is, let's start with this. Look, isn't this fancy? This was the cover I did for issue 11. This is where Le-Koro first puts on the Mask of Life. If you guys have read this comic book, you've seen my work. This is one of my better known pieces. Let's see. Oh, I had this all set up. I was going to have a feed of lots of other pieces I was going to show you. But alas, when I had to restart my video, all the other pictures were lost. Let it drag. Let's see if I can get this right. Nope, here we go. So let's see. This was the cover I did for, I think this was 7. This was the first underwater issue I did that was in print. Prior to this, there was the digital issue. But for those who've been following my career, I'm presently drawing covers for Red Sonja. I did a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cover. This is Conan. I'm doing more and more work for Conan right now. Another Red Sonja. That was Steven, I wanted to throw this in because this was a colored piece I did. Steven bought this original piece of art for me as a Bionicle commission I did for him years ago in Seattle, but I got a good scan of it and I colored it, and I thought you'd get a kick out of seeing that. There's a recent Doctor Doom I did, since Doctor Doom's going to be the big thing in the Marvel Universe this year. This is an art book of mine. This was a cover I did for Post Malone's Big Rig this year. This is a book I did, Archie versus Army of Darkness crossover, more Conan, and Vampirilla and Sonya and Deja Thorson, the Joker, and all kinds of stuff. So if you didn't know my work, I wanted you to see that. A lot of people ask me how I got the job to do Lego Bionicle. And I've been on the World Bionicle feed here a couple times in a row, and I don't want to tell the exact same stories, but I do feel like I should hit a few of the high points. I did bring some art that I'm going to show that I haven't shown before, but one of the pieces I love to show, and I hope this shows up, I have wrestled so much with my camera here. Let's see if you can see this. Nope, it's just completely gone. Isn't that great? Let's see if this works. Oh, come on. Well, I can do it this way. Watch this. I'll change the angle of my camera and I can point downward at the table and you'll see this. So this is a little slow today. Come on, there we go. This is actually the piece of art that I made. This is the very physical piece that I made that got me the job to do the Lego Bionicle comic book. What happened was I had made a horror comic book called Shiver in the Dark, and I was traveling the country promoting it. And I was at the Philadelphia Comic-Con Wizard World, and an editor from DC Comics, and I'm embarrassed. I can't even remember who they were, but they asked for a couple copies of my book to take back to the office as samples. And I gave him the books. I didn't think much of it. And then out of the blue later, I was asked if I wanted to try out for this Bionicle book. As you know, Lego had already been doing the comic book for a couple of years, and they were looking for a reimagination, a new style, new version of it. They were looking to hit a different audience. And so they had seen the horror comic book I'd done and asked me to make some samples. They actually sent me some photos of these toys. I'm trying to remember who these were. This is the series just before the Paraka showed up. So this is the only time I drew these characters. But anyway, I drew this piece. I was sure that I should draw it in a really clear, clean style, because I always thought that Legos were always like little yellow brick, head brick people that were really clean. It's a way to draw it. And the editor said, no, please draw it in your own style. Please make it as expressive and animated as you'd like. And so what I did was I just went all out. As you guys know, I often work very loose, very quick. I will splatter my paint. Oh, I just can't get you guys to see this. See if I can put a light on it. Look at this. There we go. Too much light. There's the original board. I'm glad you can see it there. But a lot of it has grayscale painting on it, which you normally don't have in comic books. You either have a black or white line art, whereas I apply my inks and paints like paint. I let them mix together. I let them blend together. Some of the splatter here, the dots was applied by using a toothbrush. Basically, I went all out and made a piece that I thought was cool, and then hoped that the people at Lego would sort of agree with it and say, all right, that looks cool. But I turned in the piece. I didn't have any idea what sort of reaction I would get. I was looking for some sort of feedback on it. And the editors, they called me back after they received it. And at first I thought they weren't even going to pay for it because their tone was so strange to me. But they liked it. The editor called me up and he said, "Hey, Stuart, I got your sample and it's, really neat. It's really different." I thought it was a polite way of them telling me they didn't like it, but apparently they did. Lego just thought it was very, very odd. Unlike what they'd done before. So, they were a little hesitant to just dive in on this. What they actually did was they hired about 6 other artists to make, about 12 total other artists to make sample pieces. And of those 12, they chose their 6 that were their favorite. Let's see if that helps me. And, why can't I get this camera to aim at me a little bit better? That'll be better. Anyway, I made the cut. They used my art and, they had, I'm stumbling all over my words. They picked the 6 favorite pieces of all the samples they liked, and then they hired Wildstorm Colors to color them. And then from there, the art was shown to different focus groups, and children sort of voted on who they liked most. And lo and behold, I was the winner of the contest, I guess, to be offered this job. It was my first job in comic books. I know that the Lego folks were a little bit surprised to hear that, or at least DC was. They'd offered me the job and I'd accepted, and we were talking about other things I'd worked on, and I said this was really my first big job. But I took the job, made all the deadlines, nothing went wrong. I know Lego held their breath a little bit as far as how well the toy would be received after I'd made these comic books, but the first comic books came out, Lego said that they saw an uptick in the toy sales, and that the fans were writing in and said they liked the art. Now, it's true not everybody loved me, because I was a pretty jarring change from, I think Randy Elliott had come before me. I don't remember which it was, but whichever artist was before me was definitely drawing in a very, very different style. If that guy was your guy, I was going to be very different. And it required a little bit of an open mind from a young Lego fan to go from super literal clean art to my, loose expressive work. But that's what Lego wanted. Lego wanted something different. And to this day, I tip my hat to them, because when I'm at conventions, some people are really nice to me and they say, wow, you really made like some risky, dangerous art. And I would say, listen, the people who took the real risk were Lego. They had a product that lots of people up. They had artists that were good that were before me. And they decided to roll the dice and change it up completely. I had nothing to lose. It was a job that was new for me, but it was well established for them. Anyway, what I want to show you, though, is some fun things from the archives and some of the things that helped me sort of decide my style for how I wanted the Lego Bionicle book to look, if that makes sense. You know what I don't like? My head keeps getting cut off, and I don't know why. This is quite frustrating. I'm using lots of, see if I can do this. Come on, buddy. Pull my head up. Let's see if that helps. I want to give you guys the best feed I can. Anyway, what I wanted to tell you was when I first got these toys and was becoming familiar with them, what happened was I accepted the job and Lego had sent me boxes of them. I had to just get familiar with them, what they looked like, how they worked, how they moved. And so when I first got the job, they said they're going to send me all the toys, and they asked me if I wanted to build them or if I wanted them built. And it occurred to me right away that it was a good idea if Lego built them, because that way they would be built properly. My fear was they would have broken in the box or come apart in pieces. I would have to rebuild them, and then I would build them the wrong way. And then that would mean I would draw them the wrong way. But everything came well packed. Axon was my favorite, and I was kind of looking them over and wondering what it was that sort of made them speak to me. And my mother and father were over visiting, and my mother remembered when I was little, I played with some toys called the Micronauts. And I wanted to show you this. So this is a Micronaut that was mine from when I was very, very little, and I still have it. His name is Baron Karza. Kind of hard for me to have you see it because my camera's having a difficult time focusing on it. But these were the little interchangeable robot toys that I played with when I was 7 years old. And I really kind of want to introduce you guys to these if you've never seen them. Of course, my camera won't cooperate. But here's Baron Karza out of the box. And what's really cool about him is, much like Bionicles, they are little interchangeable men that you can take the pieces apart and build them in different ways. What's cool about this Baron Karza figure is that he's largely magnetic. So you can hear this click when I put these together. And they had fists that would shoot off if you hit his arm right here. He also had a horse you could put him on. You take both of his legs off like so. They just come off magnetically. And then you could put him onto a horse and make a centaur out of him. And so my mother recognized there were some certain similarities in how you play with this toy to the Bionicles when I was, that I got. So she said, well, you're going to look at these, you're going to look at, the fans are going to look at your Bionicle toys much like the way you looked at the Micronauts when you were young. And I realized I was right. So my thing was, when I looked at Bionicles, I tried to tap into my 7-year-old brain. How did I feel about these guys? And could I recognize how I would have played with Bionicle if I had had them when I was a 7-year-old? It seems so simple, but it really kind of opened my mind to what to do with them. You know, for the most part, I would set them up and draw them in poses they were in based on what Greg Farshey told me I had to draw. But if I step back from that and just kind of said, how would I play with them? What would I like to see? What would I like the comic books to be like? As a 7-year-old, that's kind of what I try to tap into. And what's funny was when I got this job and I started thinking about them much like the Micronauts, it dawned on me that when I was little, there was a Micronauts comic book. Michael Golden was the gentleman who drew this, and I was fortunate enough to get to know him as a professional. When I got the Bionicle job, I ran up to Michael Golden at a comic book convention and said, listen, you drew this toy line that changed my life when I was 7. Now I'm going to be drawing a toy line for other 7-year-olds. Tell me what you learned. Tell me what I need to know. Tell me what I should, bring to the job. And he gave me this great advice. And he said, Stuart, you're going to be talking about this stuff the rest of your life. You need to figure out a way to love it. And I really took that to heart because as an adult, I still love the Micronauts. And I thought there would be a certain responsibility that I would have being the guy who drew the Bionicle. And that is what today is all about, because I knew the day was going to come there that those 7-year-old fans were going to turn into 30-year-old fans and they're going to have questions. And I just thought, I'm going to try to remember it all. I'm going to try to soak it all in. So when people have a question, I can say, this is what I did. This is how I did it. This is why I did it. Okay, let's see. Do I have any questions here? Because I've been jumping around on my screen. Yeah, the Sarah O'Daniel. This So what was really cool about the Micronauts is they're very similar to the Bionicles in that not only they have this magnet system I was telling you about, but let's see if I can show you this. There is a post, a standard post size on all these pieces, and then this post would fit in many other different pieces. So only a few of the characters were magnetic like this. What was really cool was there was also a white version of this character with a different helmet. The black's the bad guy, the white's the good guy. And if you had both of them, you could sort of zebra them together, which is pretty great. Anyway, they were the things that first got me rolling, thinking about how much I was going to love Bionicles. Here, I want to show you this. I do still draw Bionicle from time to time, but one of the things I also draw, if you can believe this, is I can even still draw the Micronauts. Let's hope this shows up. Oh, come on. This is driving me bonkers. Look at this. I'm literally holding a drawing in front of me and it's disappearing. There it is. So it's hard to see there, but this is the head. This is Baron Karza. This is this is one of the Micronauts. Oh, come on, camera, please. There we go. So I still draw the Micronauts, which I loved when I was little, and I'll even still draw the Bionicle. Here's a recent Bionicle I did of Axon. I think I did this last year. Let's hope this shows up. Oh, doggone it. This is Axon. It's killing me. There we go. Can you see it there? Yeah, so this one was done with ink and airbrush. The dog got a little excited. It's quite all right. Anyway, I'm still making these things, but my style is still as loose as ever. It's still as expressive. I like to try new things. When I worked on Lego Bionicle, I didn't have an airbrush. There really wasn't something I could use for the comic book pages. Sometimes the detail will be a little too fine to scan well. But when I'm making art for myself, I can do stuff like that. I'll also say this. There were other things that sort of influenced my love for Bionicle and how I want to draw them. This is a character I drew from a very popular video game. See if you guys recognize this. If my camera will capture it. Can you guys see this? If it doesn't reflect too much. This is Samus from what's this? Gosh, I'm so tired. It's from Metroid. And if you look at how I've rendered a lot of the armor on her, this is very, very similar to how I rendered a lot of the Bionicles. What I often do when I'm trying to draw the Bionicles is I want to have a lot of depth to them. You know, the Bionicles themselves have a lot of recesses, a lot of, if you look at Axon's head, there are big holes in his head and there are black areas behind it. So you want a lot of contrast in your art. And you also want areas like you see her arm here has got these white dots throughout it. That's very similar to the, oh, doggone it. That's very similar to how I had approached drawing a lot of the Bionicles. I'd look for areas where I had patterns of light and dark on top of each other. That would grant me an awful lot of depth. I hope you guys can see this too. I think you guys are going to be very interested in this. Check this out. This is a cover that I drew for an upcoming issue of Conan. This comes out here in, just a couple of months. But if you look closely, this character in the background has got a giant axe. Oh, this is just killing me. Why am I even doing this? If you look at this axe I drew on this character, it's very much like the Axon axe. It's got two giant heads that expand out from their points of attachment, and it's got this pointed head on it too. And I didn't even realize I had done this, but I think this is sort of the impact of Axon on me. When I draw an axe for a Conan comic book and I think, what does a really cool axe look like? I think of Axons. I want to show you another really, really cool piece that I pulled out from the archives that a lot of people have probably never ever seen. I'm really sorry that I'm fighting with the camera so much here, you guys. I'm doing my very best to show you the best I can. But a lot of people have never seen these. So these are two artboards that I made near the end of my run on the Lego Bionicle. This is not what my art normally looked like on the Bionicle series. You see how clean and flat this all is. These are the Paraka. They're all fighting. And this is a recreation of the panel from, what issue is this? Somebody help me out. Is this issue 3 or 4? Let's see if I can find the actual panel that I recreated there. It might be. I've got the old comic books here. You always have to have them for reference. Let's see if it's 4. No, not there. The Lepraca don't last much past 4. Are they in 2? I don't think it's 5. Where's issue 2? It must be in 2. Yes, there it is. So this is the published page, and alas, I don't have the black and white art, the hand-drawn line art for this page with me, but I have this recreation under it. And what this recreation is, most people have never seen this. This is a piece I did 2 years after I drew the original page for the comic book. What happened was Lego was looking to reimagine Bionicle yet again. They had had me draw it for 2 years in my really sort of graphic, expressive, gritty style, and they were looking for something different, and they were going to hire another artist. And one of the things I told them was, I says, listen, you guys, I can actually draw in other styles. And they seemed very surprised by that, at least DC did. And I said, why don't you tell me what art style you want, and I'll make you another sample piece for it. Now, the reality was they probably were going to hire a completely different artist no matter what. But this was my chance to remind Lego what I can do. This was also a chance for me to show DC Comics what else I can do. So one of the things I want you to look at and contrast here is, see all this black on the shoulder here and all the black in here on his face? The colors didn't do that. That's all rendering that I put in. See the explosion back here on the smoke? Anything that's black was something that I had put in. But here I drew the explosion entirely differently. This is a clean, sort of modern way of drawing. This is sort of an oily A-team explosion kind of way of rendering this. The other thing I want you to see is also the plants are rendered entirely differently. Here I've used a lot more black. Here everything is just line work. Here I just drew the framework. There's not much in the way of shadows. There's some dark areas, but if you look at his arm here, there's a light source behind him, and I knew that was going to be the case, so I made his arm completely dark. This rendering, where all the light source is determined by the colors, not by the black and white line art, this is much more typical of the work that all the other Bionicle artists who came before me did. I think Randy Elliott works like this, and Carlos draws in a similar fashion. What I wanted to do was add as much grit and surface noise and volume to these characters as I could. And I really think that these two pieces here, these two heads, really show the difference between these two different styles. I wish I had the black and white art to show you exactly what this looked like, so you could see all the blacks I included, but this is as close as I can get. Anyway, same layout, entirely different way to have it be drawn. And then from here, I don't know who colored this sample piece, but whomever colored it clearly did a different coloring job than Alex, because Alex would have bent his coloring to match my busy art style. Even this, see this Zamor sphere? All the depth, the green in there, that was probably black. And then Alex colored it out and raised it to a bright white. Whereas on this version, the Zamor sphere has no modeling at all. Anyway, if you guys like to see some unpublished art, this is a great example. I think these might even be two of the last, in fact, I'm certain these are two of the last 3 pages that I drew for Lego and DC Comics. After I completed my run for DC and Lego, I was hired a couple years later to do a chapter 4 of new material for paper cuts, but that was in the digest size book, and it's entirely different. Let's see. Change my view so you guys can see me again. Facebook and see if I have any questions or comments. Ask, do you have any tutorials you have made? I really like your art and would like to learn how you shade the way you do. Well, guess what? We're going to be drawing live. So I'm going to show you guys exactly how I do a lot of this. How's that? I want to make sure that we have a really good view here, though. So let me get some of this out of my way, and I'll get you some paper, and I will do some drawing, and then you can really see how I did it all. Going through my stuff, one of the things I found was, I Got an odd notice from my video feed. Going through my Bionicle files, I actually found this. This was an original pencil piece from the cover to Bionicle number 2. This would have been the cover where Axon first appears holding his axe. And the reason why I found this is because, to give you guys a proper demo of how I drew this stuff, I wanted to get out some of the few remaining pieces of paper that I had from the original Bionicle run. Now, why would the paper matter? Well, paper's got a surface to it. It's got a tooth to it. The rougher it is, the rougher the line art will appear. And when I drew the Lego Bionicle comic book, by contract with DC Comic Book, I had to draw everything on their paper. I hope you guys can see this. They actually sent me all this pre-printed paper. Of course, it won't show up. There you go. I hope you can see it's got some blue printing on it. It says DC Comics and Vertigo. And what's funny about this was, I don't know why it was in the contract that I had to use DC paper, but I did. But the funny thing was, is because, as you saw on my previous sample piece, I use a lot of grays. I don't use strict black and white. I use a lot of paint to make grays. It gets a different painterly look, but the problem with that is, wow, my backdrop just turned off. How do you like that? Isn't that weird? It just shut off there. Anyway, it's back now. Look, Ailey's showing up magically. What I wanted to show you here was the problem with drawing on DC board with this pre-printed blue on here is that if I make art that is a grayscale, that blue printing on there will show up. Typically what happens is most comic book artists draw in strict black and white, and then you can scan this, and then using something like Photoshop, you can adjust the levels and the blue will disappear. Well, I told them, I said, look, if I have to draw on this, we have a little bit of a problem because I need to be able to draw to the edge of the board and all your text in blue in here will show up. I said, is there any way around this? And what was funny was the contract was really hammered out so far in advance before I even got involved. I think that everybody at DC and Lego just took a deep breath and thought, oh, we can change that, but we have to write the contract and everything. And so I said, well, listen, the contract doesn't say which side of the board I have to draw on. I can draw it on the back and still not violate the contract. It'll be on your board. It just won't have all those markings on it. And so everybody kind of laughed and they went along with that. So what I did was I got a piece of DC board. I'm going to do it like I did before, except what I'm going to do is this time I've never ever drawn on the front that has the text. I'm going to go ahead and draw on the text and try to scan it and see if I had drawn all of Bionicle on the side with the blue, if it had been a problem. Anyway, let's change the view here. And there we go. You can see me drawing here pretty well. And you can see where it says interiors and has all the other DC marks. So what I'm going to do is, and you guys are going to just lose your mind with me because, as you guys know, I like to draw pretty quickly. I like to draw pretty loosely. I deviated from the regular designs of these characters more than anybody else. And one of the things I was thinking about was, a lot of times if I'm at a comic book convention, somebody talks to me about their favorite Bionicle. Maybe they'll describe the Bionicle they like most. They might say something like, will you draw Motoro for me? And I say, sure, but let's talk about what Motoro looks like. Because, as you know, he's had several incarnations. He can change. I have to figure out exactly which version of Motoro they want. Well, Axon never changed. And I think I'm going to go ahead and change him. So I'm going to go through and sort of redesign Axon based on the existing Axon, but I'm going to change the parts to sort of have him go through a transformation, try to make him still look like Axon, try to keep some parts in place, but also make him new. Let's see. I also want to answer a couple questions I'm looking at here. Daniel Hunt asked, how detailed were the strips Greg Farshey gave you? Was it panel by panel or more in general? How much freedom were you given for certain details? It's a good question, and I'm going to sketch while I answer it. So when I was working on Greg's scripts, he basically had everything broken down panel by panel, but DC and Lego both kind of acknowledged that, I was brought on because I knew how to draw comic books. And if I wanted to change the pacing, I was encouraged to do some of that. Not to go crazy. Don't change what happens in the story. I have to follow his story. But if I see a way in which I think the mechanism will work better a certain way, I can change it like that. And so what I basically did was I would take his script, and he had it broken down by panels. And what I would do is, here's what I would do. I would have a panel that was pretty much like this, and it would say like Axon, kicks or whatever. And then some text to go with it. And I'd have about 5 to 7 panels on them on a page, and I would number them. And what I would do is next to each one, I would draw a little square like this, and I would break it up into the panels I wanted. And then, like, if I had 5 panels, I'd have a small little picture next to it, and I would say, okay, Axon's head has to be here like this. If he's kicking, he needs to have his foot here. Here's the other Paraka, and I would do a quick little sketch like this. Now, every once in a while, there would be something where the flow of the script didn't work terribly well for panel-to-panel format. Like, it might say something like, Axon kicks Brutaka and rips off his helmet. He rips off his head. He doesn't rip off his helmet. He never had me draw anything quite that gruesome. But what's funny is you can't really draw Axon kicking and taking off someone's helmet very well in one panel. That was the sort of thing Greg maybe wouldn't have thought of. He knew he wanted the action, but he couldn't quite think of the pacing. So what would happen is I might say, well, I need to add a panel 1.5 there, and I'd have to add one in. They could be the kick for panel 1 and then taking off the helmet for panel 2. But the other thing is, you also get to figure out what the importance of these things are. So it's not just the order or what's on them, but the scale of them. And I think for the most part, I didn't really alter a whole lot of things, but I remember in issue 2, one of the things I did change that I really liked was when Axon first shows up and he just dishes out justice to all the Paraka. Can I find issue 2? I just had it here. Oh, where did the daggone thing go? Here it is. I think this is issue 2. He shows up, right. He shows up and pretty much messes everybody up here. And I remember there's a panel here where he announces who he is and says, I was placed on this island as the guardian of the Mask of Life, one of many. And this panel doesn't really exist in his original script. He says these things, but I felt this needed to be more of a triumphant pose. I thought this needed to be a beat. I think that this text was originally supposed to appear where Axon gets his axe back. And I felt that we needed a break. Like, this is who he is. This is his purpose. He's triumphant. It's not a big panel. And actually, the funny thing about it was, this is the secret of this issue. If you go through this art, you'll see a lot of the panels on issue 2, only on issue 2, have got really, really, really tight crops where the art is cut off tighter than you want it. And what happened was, this was the issue where the book suddenly became slightly smaller. The issues prior to this were standard comic book size. I'm trying to find one of the other ones if I have one here. Yeah, prior to this, here's issue 0. You can see issue 0 is taller. What happened was, I had drawn almost all of issue 2, and during a group conversation with DC and Lego and myself, I was told that this issue was going to be shorter. Moving forward, all the issues were going to be shorter, but they didn't tell me after I had drawn most of it. So we had a deadline problem of getting this book done, and that's why it has a lot of these odd cuts. There was no time to redraw these panels. This was a creative choice that Lego had made, and it was all done internally, but it takes a while for these things to communicate and go through the channels from Lego to DC to myself. We didn't want the book to be late, and so a lot of the art had to be moved around very quickly to accommodate that deadline. And ultimately, that's the drag for me, because I think this panel was going to breathe a little bit more. We would have seen more of Axon's hand in his fist, and he would have been a little bit more triumphant here. As you see, there's a lot of room at the bottom of this panel. I think that also speaks to how everything got moved around, because ultimately I think this would have been lower and we would have had more room at the top. But as far as deviating from Greg's script, this is the sort of thing where I was brought in to sort of show that I know how a comic book should work. What's funny is I also think this panel was flipped. I think initially I drew it the other way. And I have this, this is a trick that I use a lot. And if you're a comic book artist, it's a great way to sort of steer the emotional reaction that the reader has when they read your comic book. And that is, I think if you have things flow from left to right, they are comforting. When you read a comic book, conventionally, if it's an American comic book, you start at the top and you read from left to right. Anytime you have energy that goes from right to left, that's backwards energy. That sort of feels like a negative energy. It doesn't need to be necessarily evil, but it's confronting. It goes against the natural flow of things. So any energy you'd have that's going from that side to this side is going to be kind of jarring. And because Axon was mouthing off at everybody here, I think when I first drew it, the art was flipped so that he was pointing this way. That would make it a little bit more confrontational. Same with this. You're supposed to constantly read everything this way, but here he's going against the grain. It's also kind of great because in this case, his axe is able to show that it's literally going into this next panel. I actually think this exchange is one of my favorites through the whole book. Anyway, very rarely did Lego or DC have any objections to anything like this. When I thought we needed an extra panel, I could move something around. As long as I didn't change what happened in the script, I could often change how it happened. I will tell you there was one time in one of the issues where Axon is talking to two of the Toa Matoran. I'm trying to remember. Was this one? I think it's this one. Yeah, this was curious. They made me turn his face on this one. Initially here, because this is kind of a solemn moment, I had Axon in full profile facing his axe, speaking right to it. But that was one of the few corrections where they had me sort of turn the character. But other than that, really, I was given a ton of freedom. Good question. Do the non-cut-off versions of those panels exist anywhere? They do. I at least have scans of the art. I don't know if they were ever colored with the non-cut-off art. That's a great question. Of all times I've told that story, I don't think anybody's ever asked me that. Somewhere out there should be digital files of all these pages without the text. And in some cases, there's a lot of art that actually got covered. You guys, this is a panel that has a lot that's covered. I know that when I sent all the art to Alex, it was in black and white form. He had to color it, and then the text is added last. So anytime you see anything like this Axon right here, that art should have existed someplace without that text, fully colored, fully rendered under it. Jonathan, how are you? It's so nice to hear from you. I'm glad you tuned in. Let's see. Anyway, I'm going to go back to this drawing. I'm going to try to get this thing up and running because I told you I was going to reimagine Axon, and let's do it. Now, when I say I'm going to reimagine Axon, one of the things I think you got to do is you've got to keep the basic head of the shape of the head the same. He has one of the most unique heads in the Bionicle world. He's got my favorite head, frankly. And I would never want to replace that. Plus, I want you to be able to recognize him. I know that sometimes the heads change on some of his characters when they update the body, but even when they do, they try to keep a lot of the same things in place, so I would do that here. I'm trying to remember what his arm looks like. He's got a big thing that comes up here. This is actually how loose I would usually pencil these. Now, I know you guys are going to give me a hard time for that, but believe me, a lot of the finished rendering actually is done in the ink stage. So don't judge me entirely by how I lay this out here. Let's see. I think he needs to have a bigger chest. I still like his big, I don't know what these pieces are on him. They're almost like pectorals. I still kind of like those, so I don't want those to go away completely. But I think he needs something to make him bigger. Let's add something to the back. What if he had, oh, this would be cool. What if he had like an attachment that would hold his axe? Like if he wanted to, he could throw it in his back. That'd be pretty cool. Or maybe I even like this better. Okay, told you I was going to change Axon. I'm going to make it to where he can have a different axe head. How's that? Yeah, so this would be a post that goes on the back of it. So it goes from being a conventional axe to almost like a trident. Okay. Now, this is not the real Axon. I told you I was going to update him, and that's a great way to do it. Plus, this Axon is pretty tough. So what I think I'm going to draw here is, I joked earlier about Axon ripping Brutaka's head off. So what if I go ahead and do that? I'll draw in Brutaka's head here. You know why I'm drawing this? Because I know everybody likes Brutaka more than Axon, but not me. Not everybody, but a lot of you guys. I meet fans all the time that say, yeah, Axon's great, but I love Brutaka. Well, this is the sort of thing that Greg wouldn't let me get away with. He would have said, no, I told you to draw Brutaka winning, not Axon. Well, Greg's not here. Let's see. I want his arm to come down. Now, because Axon is one of the few characters that has fingers, I would have his fingers wrapped around the helmet here. So these are the ball tips of his fingers. And this would be kind of how I would lay this all out. Okay, his arm's going to come forward here. And I think, again, because he's the only one with a hand, I'm going to draw him with his hand reaching forward to everybody. This is pretty cool. Let's get everything balanced here pretty well. Yeah. Okay. The one that had these big shoulders. I love these shoulders. See if I can see his arm here a little bit. I do have an Axon model here. I can base some of this on. Now that's pretty quick. You can see a lot of what I've done there. Let's see what happens if I raise this up. Does that change my view here a little bit? I'm trying to give you a better shot of the art. What I'm going to do is I'm going to come in here and ink some of this now. And I can show you how I do some of the shading and rendering. So the biggest thing I do that throws everybody off is I often use a marker that's very wet. And I want, specifically, I want the marker to be wet because I am going to move the ink around on the page as I'm working with it. A lot of people don't like a smear. Well, I do. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to quickly chop in his face here. This isn't going to be perfect, but like I said, I'm sort of reimagining him. See, I forgot he's got this ridge that comes up here. I got to get that. I'm going to work quicker than I normally work, you guys, and I work pretty fast, but this is really fast. And the reason I'm doing that is I want you guys to see how it's done. You guys are going to learn a lot about how it's done. You're not going to get a perfect polished piece, but you're going to learn an awful lot about how I apply the ink, how I get it to do what I want it to do. Make sure you can still see what I'm doing here. Now, what's funny about working on this DC paper they gave me is that comic book papers normally has two different surfaces. There's a rough surface and a smooth surface. And I draw typically in the smooth surface, but I didn't used to. I used to always draw on the rough surface. I like the rough surface just because my art was really kind of expressive and loose. And I wanted something that would give me a more organic line. A rough surface will do that. As I've gotten older, I found that I can make my art rough using different techniques, but I can't make it tighter than the paper will allow. So if I want really clean art ever, I have to have a clean, tight paper, hard paper. See how this line is breaking so much? It's because a rougher paper is also a little bit thirstier. It will, it'll suck more ink out of your tools. It'll also rough up the tools. They won't last as long. Here's a brush tip I use a lot. See how it gives me a thicker line? On his fingers, I want the bottom of the fingers to be a little bit heavier and darker. Let's also have, for fun, let's have a shadow come off his fin here. This will look great. He's got to have some recesses here. So I'm having a light come over from this area here. Let's see here. But if you want to know how I do all this, you want to see how I did my shading. This is it. I literally put it down on my by moving it with my fingers. I know people thought I was crazy. A very well-known comic book artist who was a big name in the comic book industry for superhero comics was Neil Adams. He was my favorite artist growing up, and I got to know him as an adult. And that man used to love to give me a hard time for drawing like this. He'd always ask me why my fingers were so dirty. And his wife would always push back and say, that's how he works. He makes great art. Fans like him. Leave him alone. And I think he just kind of wanted to be, pick on me like the kid in the neighborhood. The funny thing about it was undeniable. The fans did like my art and did like that I worked like this. And Neil was a man who wouldn't argue with success. Now, see these dark blue dots I'm putting on him here? The reason why I'm doing this is that these fingers are coming towards us. The point that is closest to us would be dark. It wouldn't have any light around it because the light is coming over his shoulders. So this is one of the ways in which, by smearing it that way, it has a nice spherical look. Now, the other thing you guys don't know is I also can come in with white paint and add to this at any moment. So even though I'm adding a lot of black, I can come back into this and I can add a lot of depth to it by adding white paint on top of it. A lot of comic book artists only use black, and if they use white, it's just for a little correction. Not me. I'll put in white on top of black and then go back to the black again and just go back and forth off of them repeatedly. See how big this brush is? This is how I like to work. I can get a lot done. If you are in love with micron pens, they're great. They'll give you a fine line, but you can't cut loose. You can't get this kind of volume the same way. Also, what's interesting? This pen, man, is dying. I can feel it turning rough right now. It's incredible. Let's round his fingers out some more. Oh, it's getting so rough. Let's see what his shoulder looks like. All right. I'm going to come back to Bradaka's head there in a little while. But I want it to really recede beyond his thumb. So I have to really make all this work. By the way, boy, we do miss Neil. Neil is great. Which brand of pen is this? This is a Faber-Castell, and it's a brush pen. And the funny thing is they just redesigned this. I like the redesign just fine, but the old one, I used to be able to pull the tip off, and it had a different tip. The old one looked like this. It was bigger, but it's the exact same pen as far as the function, and for the most part, the tip. I think it's smaller just because it's a little bit easier to hold. The cap went on the back of this one. Bizarrely, the cap does not go on the back of this one. It's not my world. Jonathan, you've got an original Bionicle piece of art from me, don't you? Is that right? I think he saw me at a convention. There, I like that. Let's put in some more of this recess here on his arm. He's got this is his top piece here I'm drawing. Let's see. Oh yeah, this is going to be good. So one of the things I'm doing is I'm kind of just jumping in and cutting in the negative space. I said I wanted to have an attachment here for his back. This is where, if you're good at this stuff, you make up silhouettes. These are his pipes that come off his back. Now, see his head's coming forward here, and he's got this shoulder coming forward. I don't know exactly what the connecting pieces look here. He's got a ball and socket. But if I put it in just flat black, the fact that this is illuminated and his head is illuminated will make everything that's back there just kind of recede, and that's what I'm looking for. It doesn't have to be perfect, but it has to be convincing. It has to look like, oh yeah, that could work. Let's see. And I said I was going to make up a Triton for him. Now, it also has to attach onto his post. So I'm actually kind of considering a little bit how to work. So I'll put the attachment on there. Now, remember I said I can come in and tighten this up, and I can. So the biggest thing that occurs to me now that I really need to fix is, and I don't have too much of a problem with this, is line weight. And that is, some lines you want thicker, some you want smaller. I use a lot of big black areas. And when you do that, your line weight doesn't matter quite as much because the eye is seeing such big, heavy blacks and they have mass. But you do need some line weight you want to use a brush like this that has a line that will go from thick to thin and alter some of your line weight in areas. And what it'll do is it'll bring objects with a thicker line, they'll come towards you. A thinner line will recede. Right now, his hand is the closest thing to us, and I've got thin lines around it. Those thin lines are betraying how far the hands are from us, so I have to make those be thicker lines. Now, the top is illuminated, so I'll cheat and make the top of the hand, the finger, just a little bit of a thinner line. And what it'll do is it'll maintain that illuminated quality to it. Let's see. Actually, no, I changed my mind. I'm going to go ahead and make it thick, and I can add some white to it later. There, those are really coming forward a lot better. Okay. This would probably be black still. There's a trim there. That. This creates more depth for that top piece. This is his hose on the back, and it tapers a little bit. Now, one of the things I can do, and I don't do too much of this, this is a Faber-Castell. It's gray. I don't know if they're going to change the shape of this one to this as well, but I suspect they will. But see how wet it is? I can almost reactivate a lot of my black and move it around. Now, why am I doing all this? Well, one of the reasons I'm doing this is because, to me, Axon has glowing eyes. And I really want his eyes to glow. Well, the problem is I can't make the eyes any brighter than the paper already is. So a great way to make things glow is you make everything else around it dark. So I'm taking away light that's going to compete with those eyes by adding all this other black. Let's put some in here too. That works. All of this will be in shadow too. I am going to come in with my eraser and hit this a little bit. Now, one nice thing about working on this rough paper like this, holy cow, it erases better and it erases often. If you have a rough paper, in some regards, because it's so rough, you have a pencil and put a mark on it, it'll really leave the mark. On the other hand, because it's so rough, it'll also give up the mark very easily. Let's do that. That's facing us, so that's in shadow. Let's blend out those fingers a little bit more. I really want them to be a nice sphere. There we go. And again, because his fingers are coming forward, I think his thumb is going to be more in shadow. So is his hand. I can come in later with white paint and bring that out. Now, one of the things I will use regularly is this. This is one of my go-tos. This is a makeup sponge. And one of the things I can do with the makeup sponge is I can put ink on it. And if it's thin, diluted, I can get this great kind of smeared kind of painterly smoke effect. Look how nice that is. That adds a ton of depth to this piece in a hurry. And because his back is in silhouette, I can actually have a lot of the smoke that I'm applying to him overlap the black areas I've already drawn. The strong silhouette shape of these objects makes them come forward. One of the reasons that works is because they're a true black, and this sort of smoky area that I'm adding to him It isn't a true black. It's dark, but it's not solid. Now, you remember I said I want his eyes to glow? What if I want a light on that fin? Same thing applies. If I want that fin to really look bright, I have to blacken up everything around it. There you go. Now, this thing is a pretty fast, pretty quick piece. I recognize that. You'd say, I guess it's Axon. It's not quite sharp yet. Well, I build it up kind of like a sculpture. You know, I'm getting my big pieces in here first. I can always come in here with whites and darks and tighten it up. So let's do some of that. What if I then get a smaller pen that will allow me to add some details? This is a 0.5, and this is a Faber-Castell pen I like pretty well. Actually, I'm going to use a 0.8. It's a little bit larger. This stuff says that it is not exactly waterproof, but once it's dry, it's pretty hard to move around, and that's one of the reasons I like it. Now, Faber-Castell makes another pen that's very similar to this, but it's got a black body, and this one is much more likely to smear. I told you I like to smear my ink, so I want them both. One that I want to smear and one that I don't. Let's see. How you doing? Been a while. I'm trying to read some of these comments I have. Let's see. What was the rough production timeline for the comics? How long did they take to draw, and how long were they to finish? So all that came down to how quickly the toys were made, how tight of a deadline we were on. Sometimes the toys were ready to go and I was given a ton of time. The comic book came out every 2 months. So for the most part, I had 2 months to work on an issue, except for when I didn't. There would be times when maybe they didn't have a toy ready, or maybe they would say, we don't know what toy is going to appear here, but we got to get the ball rolling. So, you know, skip these 3 pages. Here's what's going to happen, you know, in pages 6, 7, and 8, and we'll get back to you about on the others. But for the most part, they got the toys to me, and they gave me pretty close to about 6 weeks to do them. And I'll tell you what, emotionally, that was really kind of nice. On one hand, I would have liked to have had the extra 2 weeks to work on it. That is to say, if we do a book every 2 months, if they got the scripts to me in a hurry, well, that would mean I'd have 2 months to draw every issue. But they usually didn't. I usually had to wait 2 weeks after an issue was done before I got the script. And in a way, that was really nice, because what that meant was I couldn't work. If I turned in an issue, I felt emotionally, you know, out from under my deadline. If I had a new script waiting for me already, well, then that would be pressure to make me go to work right away. So there was something healthy about not having it, because then you'd always take a break. Okay. Now, my go-to weapon, this guy right here. This is a whiteout pen. Pentel makes this. Lots of people make a whiteout pen. They can clog up, so I always test them on my finger. But it's opaque. And what's great about it here is I can come in and put in lines like that. If I want highlights to appear on him, I can come in and add a lot of detail with this thing in a hurry. I like to add seams to him like this. Look at that. Just enough to catch the light. Because as you look closely at the Bionicles, sometimes they had little seams on them, little things that made them look like they were machined. And this will add an awful lot of depth to them. I can add lots of different seams. I can also do things like this. There's this finger. I can add a highlight to it by smearing it around. Now his finger's reflecting light just a little bit. Typically, the color should want to do that. Well, we're not going to color this piece, so I'm going to do it this way. If I want to do anything like having highlights cut in, like any machinery here, I can do it like this as well. I can show the underside of the curvature of these fingers this way. You can cut into your art and put some light back in. It's kind of nice. Add some ridges and highlights just to kind of clean some things up. Also, an area like this, if I want it really illuminated, that would be a great place to put a highlight. I don't need that black line there. I drew it, but I'm not in love with it. I can remove it with this paint. Let's have some reflections coming off his head there. I can put a highlight on the back of this hose or this machinery back here. His attachment for the axe. See that black line there outlining his eye? Well, if his eye is going to illuminate, it won't have that black line. I have to eliminate that. I put it down, but I can take it out. Being able to work in this high contrast manner where you can add lights and darks and they're opaque, and that's the trick. This is what allows you to get a lot of depth in. Now, in my world, there's always lightning in the Bionicle world. Gotta have that. Gotta have crackle of electricity. I like to think that these things, when they got angry or damaged or whatever, they would spark. And so I would constantly add stuff like this in. Lego didn't say I could, Lego didn't say I couldn't, so I just did it. I thought, you know, when you see the first time that the Paraka appear, when their canisters wash up, it's an overcast, stormy kind of sea setting. Well, believe me, that was all me. I wanted that dramatic. I wanted anything I could do to put them in a setting that had more sort of wilderness and wildness to it. Let's take this out. Yeah, he's coming along pretty well. I can put a couple lines like this, and it'll create the shape and form of these edges. Now, a lot of these I've kind of made up. I don't know that these are how they actually work, but that's sort of the fun of this. If the mechanics of the light you're drawing works, the eye will kind of turn it into an object. You're used to seeing light behave a certain way, and I draw in a manner that sort of preys upon your expectations. There, how's that? What do you think? Let's see. What can I do to add to this? So I always like to glow as much as I can. What if, oh, look at this. I was at the San Diego Comic-Con. Looks like Holbein gets a free commercial. Holbein gave me these colored pencils. The manufacturer knew I was an artist, and they gave me some and asked me to try them. So I've never used these. I'm going to play with them right now. I didn't even know I was going to use color on this. When I worked for Lego, I was absolutely not allowed to put color on the art because they wanted to color it digitally. But guess what? Lego's not here. So we're going to start with yellow. Really, we'll get this eye to glow. This is kind of great. Add some color around those eyes. Oh, look at that. How's that looking? Now, I'm going to use a little bit of red, which is a lower value. It's a darker color, so I got to be careful because I really want this to still glow. But I can put in a little. Warm it up just a breath. This looks good. And this is in shadow, so I'll fill in. A lot of times I'll put color on top of my blacks. See how that part back there is further back from his head? Put some color on that. And the color is light. The red is lighter than the black. And as a result, it actually makes the black look closer, or it's further back. You can do the same thing here. Look how that sort of made a different, made the background on a different plane than the rest of his head. This is how we create depth. It's not just black and white value, but color can affect it as well. Let's fill some in here. One of the things that happens is if you look at an area that's really bright, this is what the eye does. The eye will contract. Okay. When you look at a light, the aperture of the eye gets smaller and less light gets in. And what that means is, if less light is getting in, you could actually sometimes see detail in the blacks. But the brightness next to the blackness usually creates enough contrast that you can't see the detail. What you have to do is you would have to, sorry, I said that all backwards. You look away from the light, or you look at an area that's dark, and your eye will open up. It'll let in more light, and then you can see the detail. And so one of the weird things the eye can do then is in an area that's flat black, it can't see detail, and it kind of makes the black areas blend together. And so I will put a color over a black area and just have all of it appear like it's on the same depth, same level of depth. And that's kind of what the eye does when you're looking at an area that's really bright. And to mimic that, I'm going to obliterate a lot of this. This is reflecting enough light that your eye can't really see much past it. It's reflecting too much. Yeah, this is looking pretty good. I'll make some glints and reflections come off of it. No lie, this is really how I do all this stuff. This is how I work. There's a little bit of a back and forth. What do I want the lighting to do? What have I sort of created in terms of how the lighting works? And then how can I push and pull it? You make some areas lighter and you make some darker and you move things around. I'm going to put a little bit of yellow around this, and it's going to really make it look like it's reflected. Just a little bit. I don't want to hit the white. I want to keep the white white, and that's what will make it look illuminated. But look at how that glow looks like it's now filling in Axon's axe. These are not bad colored pencils. I'm going to have to tell my wife about these. My wife does a lot with colored pencils and oil pastels and stuff, and they're coming off really soft. I'm very pleased with how this yellow is. It's working really well. No wonder they gave me a set. Let's see. Let me see if I have any other comments or questions I can address here. Some of the background characters in Matoran had original mask designs. What were some inspirations for those designs? Also, do you know that the fans went back and came up with powers? I know that they did, and I knew that when I had the opportunity to make some of these characters, that was going to happen. You know, they would occasionally say, you can make up some Matoran in the back, and I thought, really? Do you want me to do that? Because I know everybody's going to pour over this. We're going to cite these characters counting in a reel. I'm flattered that people took the time to sort of figure out who they were and come up with names for them. I've had people ask me in the past if I had any, particular names or designs for any of them. And for the most part, I didn't. But I did try to come up with masks that I thought were cool and that I liked. Hope that, again, it's my old joke. I hope everybody agrees with what I came up with. By the way, this is a blue paint marker, and I'm trying to dilute it with a little bit of water to give myself a little bit of a cool area. This is not really how you're supposed to work. I mean, I'm literally just smearing it with my hands. But the coolness is making the Axon metal read as silver a little bit more. I mean, I'm literally rubbing it on my finger, on my hand, and then diluting it and kind of pouncing it on. When I said I worked like I'm painting, I meant it. But look at the depth I'm getting on it. It's kind of nice. It's a paint marker. I'm just moving it. Ooh, I like what that did. Let's change the light and see if you guys can see the colors a little bit different. A little bit differently this way. I gotta wait for the feed to catch up with my marker here, or my camera here. All right. See if that helps at all too. Let's see if I can see in real time what I'm doing here. Oh, that doesn't help. Ooh, there we go. Can I bend the camera a little bit? Yeah, look at that. That's not bad. So look at what I've... It did not like what I did there, you guys. Let's turn it. There we go. I think that looks pretty good. So if you want to know how I draw this stuff, how I get these effects, you got to see it in real time. And a lot of it, as I was making that, I just sort of made it up as I went. It's a good looking portion of Axon. If I finished the rest of this and I had the time, it would be rendered the exact same way. You can see I treat it like paint. I build it up. Even areas that you thought were white turn black, and areas that you thought were black turn white later on. I'm not afraid to come back in here and add anything to this. You know, if I wanted to, I could have some smoke come across this and I could just smear it with my fingers. You know, I am not afraid. When I was in high school, I worked for my high school newspaper, and there was a gentleman there who really gave me a lot of great advice on how to draw for reproduction. He always said, it doesn't matter what the original looks like, it matters how it photographs. How are we going to print it? You know, he said, you can make it out of applesauce if you want, as long as it'll print well. And I really took that to heart. You know, if you want something to look gritty, you know, you can add sand to your paint. You can add salt to the surface of a watercolor. That's not a new technique. People have done that for a long time. But just don't be afraid to try different mediums and mix them together, and you'll get some great results. You know, you'll get some bad results too, and you have to live with that. But you can't learn anything by just being safe and doing everything by lockstep. Anyway, I think that was a great example of how this works. Does anyone have any other questions on how I make this stuff? I really want to make myself available to you guys. See if I can change my view here. Put my camera up. How does that work? Can you see it? Come on. It's driving me bonkers. Look, I just disappeared. I'm doing my best to show you the actual art, and it just doesn't want to show. I have no idea what's wrong with this camera. Well, I'll tell you what. I will make a good scan of it. What I will do is I will post it on my Facebook. I'm sure that the people who are involved with this feed will want to get a good scan of it as well. So I hope you learned something. What else can I tell you about as far as my time on Lego Bionicle? Don't be bashful. I'm hoping you're going to have me back for next year. I'm hoping we can do it all again. And I'm hoping I can find some new things out of the archives to show you that you haven't seen. This is your big chance. So if you have any questions, Steve, send them on to me. Let's see. What challenges do you have when posing the toys when referencing during your time working on the comics? That's a good one. So there were a lot of things that I wanted the toys to do that they wouldn't actually do. That is to say, I felt that they had more or less human, they should be able to move more or less like humans do. Their backs don't bend like humans. On the cover of Bionicle #1, I remember I had Thok's back bend in a way the toy wouldn't bend, but it mimicked the bend of a human anatomy in a way that I think made it easier for the viewer to sort of read the emotional stance of the character. That was the sort of thing that I did with Lego Bionicle all the time. Typically what I had to do was when I had to draw a character in a particular pose, I wouldn't pose the toy first. I would sort of sketch out what the pose should look like for a person. And then what I would do is I would sort of attach the Bionicle pieces on top of my sketch of the human. Now, there are instances in which you clearly change that because axon proportions are different. But for the most part, I really began with a human figure first. See if I can change how this thing is focusing on me. I don't know why it keeps cutting me off so much. I'm trying to get it updated. Let's see. Question. When you use any digital art programs, and which ones do you like? I've been using Clip Studio Paint. Man, Steve, I would use whatever works best for you. I know the Adobe product's best, but lots of people are making different things, and lots of things have caught up. There was a program that I really liked using that, what was it called? They just stopped, Who made it? There was a program that I really liked that isn't supported anymore, and it really kind of drove me nuts. It was made by Corel. Corel had one, and I had to get a new computer, and it was just like, nope, can't use it anymore. So the funny thing is, I would say at this point, because they do different things, a lot of people who are working digitally, they'll use multiple programs. Flame Painter is really cool. You can do some really cool geometrical stuff with that. I'd say use it all. But I like Adobe. Let's see. What other some questions do we have here? I'm going back through. Let's see. Question. Do you have any issues with scaling when it came to different characters or the surrounding environments? Yes. Jonathan, there was that one. So I always kind of felt that my first real exposure where I knew the Bionicles well were the Paraka, and the Matoran series that came after them were sort of the same size. Now, I knew there had been some Matoran that were smaller. And so I kind of had to keep that in mind. But then out of nowhere, like Axon was larger, and then Brutaka was taller, yet still, though I sort of felt that Axon and Brutaka should always be rendered as about the same size. Lego never had any issue with me sort of regarding the proportions I drew them in, but it did seem as though if I drew them literally the sizes they were, rather than fudging a little bit back and forth, they would sometimes look odd together. I kind of think that a lot of these problems were solved by the people who made the Transformers cartoons. You know, if you had the Optimus Prime toy, he was a semi-truck, and if you had Huffer, he was a semi-truck as well, but they were nowhere related in scale. So I think the smart thing to do would be to go ahead and cheat and change the scale so that they look good together. Why does this thing keep zooming upwards? Anyway, do we have any other questions? Let's see. Paint Shop Pro back in the day, good times. I didn't use that one, but that could have been good. Liam, I'm glad you tuned in. There are so many anymore. Man, I wish I knew all the good ones to use. I talk to people at conventions all the time, young people who know this stuff so much better than I do. They will ask me, what about this program? And I'll say, never even heard of it. And they'll say, oh, it does this thing really well. You should try it. And of course they're right. So, kind of like using art supplies, I'd say, don't be afraid. Anyway, I'm jumping around trying to find the different settings to get my head to where it's not cut off. But my camera, ever since I plugged in my headset, it hasn't worked right. And I'm sorry I had to reboot. So thanks for tuning in. Anyway, I've been on now for about an hour and a half. Are there any other questions I can answer before I have to sign off? By the way, I should let you know there are some new Bionicle pieces I'm working on for myself. I kept saying that I'm going to finish this Vizon and Fenrak. I've got a great one of them. And if you saw the Axon that I showed earlier, the big profile piece, I'm making a matching Brutaka piece for it. I thought they'd look so great together. They really are my two favorites. Once you got Axon, everybody will say, well, where's the Brutaka? And you have to make it. So those are coming up for sure. I've been wanting to do a really nice big presentation piece, and maybe I'll do this if we ever get together and have an in-person Bionicle event. I would love to do one that is sort of the life cycle of Motoro. I think that'd be really cool. From his first figure all the way to his death in the Mask of Life. So, were there any plot points in Bionicle that really surprised you in the script? Yeah, well, there's the scene where a hand comes out of the ground and lifts Hakan up. And I remember saying, I don't even know if there are any hands in the Bionicle world. What does it look like? I said, do I draw a human hand? There aren't any humans in it. What's this thing supposed to look like? And I lobbied for it being a robotic hand. And I remembered someone, I don't know if it was Greg, but somehow it's decided on the DC Lego end that it was going to be a human hand that comes up. And I, to this day, thought that was an odd choice. Now, it looks okay it's this panel right here. I hope it shows up. It looks okay to the reader because for the most part, we're used to seeing human hands. It doesn't seem weird to us. We recognize that it's a hand. But the moment you think about it, you say, well, why would that hand look like a human hand? That makes no sense. Oh, my hands are never clean after I draw In fact, if you ever see me at a comic book convention, very often I'll take photos like this, or if I've made a piece of art for someone, I'll hold the art up and I'll hold my hand up as sort of evidence of what I made. So no, they're never clean, and I've ruined wedding photos before by having hands that are too dirty. I have to hide them. So anyway, I hate to cut this short, but we have done this for an hour and a half, and it went by awfully fast. I do think I came up with a pretty good drawing this time. I'm sorry that I wasn't a little bit smoother. I was a little bit flustered that my technology failed me at the very beginning of the feed, and that's a shame. But for everybody who stuck around, I hope you enjoyed it. Liam, I hope you'll have me back for next year. Steve, thanks for your contributions as well. Everybody who's brought this whole thing together. I'm really glad that this toy line has had such a great long life. I knew when I got the job it was going to be special. I knew that I was going to be talking about it for a long time. Michael Golden was right. He told me to figure out a way to love it because I talk about it the rest of my life. The moment I heard those words, I knew they were true. And I don't remember how many years I've been doing this live feed, but every time I get asked if I can do it, I always say I will. Now, be warned, the Terrificon Comic Con overlaps this event you have each year. And twice I know I was at Terrificon and we had to move things around for me to participate. I really hope I can come back for next year, but if I don't, come see me in Connecticut. I'll probably be at Terrificon. Anyway, thanks so much, you guys. I'm going to consider this a wrap unless there are any last-second questions. I will say this. Do follow me online. If you follow me on either Facebook or Instagram, I do post new art there all the time. I will probably in the fall, because I usually have one a year, probably in November, we'll have an all Bionicle show on Facebook and Instagram. It's going to be more involved in this. I'll make sure to have Alia help me. I'll probably have some signed comics that are for sale. I know I got some of them signed and graded by CBCS with my custom label before they wrapped up shop. So there will be opportunity for you to get some. Oh, I almost forgot. Holy cow, if you're still watching. One thing I do want to show you, and this is cool. I knew I had something I was forgetting. You're going to really like this. If somebody says, I like that piece of art you made, how do I get a piece like that? I'm actually going to take a couple commissions. I don't have time to take a ton, but what I did was I made a book that I want to show you here. I hope this shows up. I keep having such a hard time with everything appearing. But this is a book I made of a lot of robotic type artwork I draw, and you can see it's got a blank cover. So if you like, what you can do is write me a message and I can make you a custom Bionicle drawing on one of these. And what they look like are like this. Here's one that I did for another fan. These are rendered just like you saw the Axon. Usually you get a dramatic bust. They're in color, head, and then some sort of shoulders and hands combination. That's what one of them looks like. Let's see if I can show you any others. There's, this is a scan of that artwork. Here's a photograph of that book. This is another one I did. This is the logo's cut off, but there's a Holly that I made for a fan. This is an Axon I made on one of these for a fan. This is, who is this? This is the Roxy. I'm trying to remember. But you get to pick your favorite Bionicle. They're $500. Shipping on this is going to be $10 within the United States. I can only do a couple of them. So if you want one of these, write me a private message, either via my Facebook or Instagram, or you can write me at stuartsager@hotmail.com. Please put Bionicle art in the subject line and let me know if you want one, because I can make them pretty fast and you can have a nice custom Bionicle that I drew by hand of your favorite character, and you will get the original. Any other last second questions before I sign off? I shouldn't announce that and then take off right away, should I? It's a little harsh, isn't it? Yeah. Jonathan, thanks for the comment. I know, Jonathan, I think you've got a piece of art for me. And Steve, I know you do too. So anyway, thanks so much, you guys. I had a blast. Get some sleep, get rested, have something to drink, and I'll see you next year. Thanks, you guys. See you soon. Bye-bye.